Alright, let's see. I'm gonna post in the comments. It is cold. Been up for a little while now. Attacks are real bad. Got up about 6. Oh, it is freezing. And they're trying to use that against me right now because the feeling of the cold is so painful. They're using that as an attack on me. I probably because of the severity of my attacks, gonna take some legal action today. Getting really opening for my seatbelt. I'm probably gonna take some legal action today. Just because I can no longer function like I was before due to the severity of the attacks, their threats. The V2K is out of control. The attacks on my head, the pulses to the back of the head, on top of the head, being hit so bad that it's almost like lightning to the head, and my brain pauses. It's just really, it just seems like it's just getting each day, like they start a new, like, I don't know, scenario or something like that. So I am going to probably start getting ready at the house, and I have to go get gas right now. I forgot to get gas, and that's like the worst thing you can do is when it's like freezing is not have gas in your car, because your tank could actually freeze up. Or I think it's like the gas lines or something like that. So that's all bad. But these guys are really doing a number on me. And trying to sound like demons, like, I don't know, reptilians. It's really getting out of control. And these same people behind this technology, not saying that there is not other beings involved, because I know what it is, but the people behind this technology, it's really, really sad, you know, what they do. It's really, really sad what they do. They literally force this on me. Like, it's literally forced. The broadcasts around me where they get comfortable when I'm in my home, broadcasting all, like, it's all through my house. If you're not familiar with broadcasting, please do your research. But it's all throughout the day, like all day long, especially in my home when I'm by myself. They do a lot of the broadcasting all in my home. Like, it's super, super bad. Like, they're literally forcing all this stuff to, like, get closer, synthetic emotions to keep me. It's definitely entrapment. Like, they've done a number. They've done a lot of things that they have no business doing, and I don't care who they are or who they claim to be. These individuals have taken it way too far. and their threats, they're terrorists. Like, they are definitely terrorists. And then they hit me and the kind of towards the front part of my hairline, middle of my crown, with the almost like, I don't know how to describe it, but a dew, and it causes for my eyes to jerk back and forth to where I can't see. The thought is disrupted. Like, it's really, really bad. The fear that they're instilling into me is not just a, like, oh, that's not so bad, that's not scary. No, they're literally instilling a fear into me with the intention of harm. Like, this is total bullshit what they're doing to me. And they want to try to act like they're slick. Like, they can get away with it. And no. Not anymore. Not anymore. And they want to claim things like I need to go to church, not denying, reading the Bible or anything, like that. But what I am saying is these creeps have told me that I need to go to church. And while I'm sitting there talking to the pastor of the church, they're making me cough. This is what they do to me when I go to church. They make me cough in front of the pastor. And then, I'm only going to say so much about that, but, there's a fine line, and they've crossed it. This is ridiculous. And they think that they just can't, is what really boggles my mind. They think they just can't, and they cannot. Just because I'm unconditional love. Good morning, sister. The broadcasting. So basically, EMF broadcasting. I always recommend Kevin Christian to watch his videos, because exactly what he's talking about with the EMF broadcasting is what I get. So it's basically remote neural monitoring, remote neural broadcasting. And he's texting me right now, actually. No, it's not. So you can look up, sorry for the background noise, Kevin Christian and his EMF broadcastings, what he's talking about, the technology, how they do it. But it's remote neural monitoring. So basically, they can broadcast the victim remotely. If you're not familiar with neural weapons and how that works, you can do your research on that. Remote neural viewing, where they can remotely view an individual at any place, anytime, from any area. It's sick, but they can also, connected to this technology, broadcast an individual's thoughts, which are viewed on a monitor. And it's not like, how do I explain it? The broadcasting, it looks very virtual. Hey. Yeah, if you just watch his yeah, we kind of all the ones who are heavily hit. If you look at his older videos about the EMFs and broadcasting technology, I promise you when I say he's 100% on point with the broadcasting technology, because this is what they do. It's remote neural viewing, and it's done through technology. So I make a perfect example of, it's kind of hard for me to define, broadcasting. A lot of this stuff that's going on in the world today, full of heavy metals, chemtrails, stuff like that, is highly conductive to technology. Things like nanodust, nanoparticles, nanotechnology are also conductive to technology. So they can basically create a computer screen because of it right in front of you using this technology. So remote neural viewing, it's kind of really hard to describe, and I have to be careful of what I say and the words that I use. But remote neural viewing, remote neural monitoring, remote neural broadcasting. You're welcome, love. Yes, Tiffany, this is true. In your home at any time. Hey, can I get 10 on 4? 10 on 4? Anybody? Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yes, Tiffany, at any time. Yeah. it's rape. Oh, did I say 4 or 5? Oh, great. No, it's not working. Sorry, guys, getting gas. Oh, it's cold. Yeah, remote neural viewing, remote neural monitoring, remote neural broadcasting. Oh, go ahead, love.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not working. Oh, I'm on 5. Sorry. Do I need to move to the 4? Okay, thank you. Sorry. And obviously I can't read. Yeah, the remote neural viewing is done all through technology. EMFs. Please understand EMFs as well. It's almost like an electromagnetic field where it's real scary. And they can use that like a computer. Oh, I am freezing. So I don't know who's all in the chat, but Grand Risings. I'm being beaten to a pulp. These guys really don't want me around. I don't think they like me anymore. Ooh, it's so cold. So, okay with that. And, you know, it is what it is. But even if they do get rid of me, I'll still be a problem for them after. Yeah, same here, Tiffany. Mine is definitely getting to that point where I feel like this is life and death situation. And I'm honestly thinking about just picking up and leaving the state and going to Florida with family. I do not feel safe here, you know, at all. Yes, Tiffany, it's very possible. This is what they do. Yes, it is very possible, unfortunately. And I have to be very careful of the words that I choose. So, yeah, same. I mean, same here, Tiffany. That's how I started off this video, where I was thinking about going to take some kind of legal action. I don't know how much longer I'm going to make it. It's starting to get real scary. I'm in fear that this is definitely just out of control. You know, this, and even Kevin Christian states it in his videos. This is an act of war, terrorists. You know, the whole nine. It's definitely getting scary, to say the least. I would like to get Kevin Christian on here so he can explain the EMS, because that's something he's actually done thorough research on. That's why I mention him a lot, besides the fact that I did meet him in person a few times. This is why I talk about him a lot in a lot of my videos, is because he actually, and based on his experience, he did a lot of research on the technology itself, the broadcasting and EMFs, and knows how it works. A lot of TIs do not know about some of the depths of things like EMFs, broadcasting, remote neuro, stuff like that. Yeah, I know, Vern. I'm at my wit's end. I hope that, you know, makes sense, but I'm literally at my wit's end with this. I'm hoping for a peaceful outcome, but I think, you know, they don't want that at all. I'm trying to remain just peaceful and calm and as grounded as possible, but it's really getting difficult for me to just be. So I honestly don't know what to do. Yeah, Tiffany, they like to do stuff like that all the time. These guys are so shady, dude. And they do like the most cowardly shit I've ever. They're crooked as hell, dude. They're so shady. It's not even funny. Like, these are the most shadiest they they've even gone on my Facebook. I think it was like a year or two ago, where one of them was all over my Facebook when I had everything public, and they were actually tagging like the mental health center out here. They were contacting I think it's called like CPS or something like that. They were tagging it in all my posts. The even the CIA, stuff like that. Like, these people are fucking cowards, dude. Like, they were all over my Facebook doing that shit. I think this happened like a year or two ago. It's like so sad. Yeah, Child Protective Services. Well, see, the thing about it, Vern, out here, we don't call it CPS. And that's how I know, like, some of them probably, because out here we call it DHR. Okay, it's a California thing. Got you. See, out here, we don't call it CPS. We call it DHR. And there was no need to tag me in that post, in that, for them to tag CPS on that post, because the post was completely irrelevant to any of my kids. The only time I post anything of my kids is when we're, doing something like skating or at the beach or something like that. Because of what's going on, I don't post too many things publicly about, my kids. I'm sorry, Vern. I'm so sorry. A lot of it, Vern, is because, see, it's really hard for me to describe. But all I can say is they know not what they do about that. Oh, wow, Tiffany. What up, brother? Hey. Yeah, going through it right now. Bro, it's like so bad over here for me. I'm like wanting to go seek shelter, like in a fucking rainforest or something right now. Like, I'm literally about to pack my car and relocate. and seek shelter. I think something is definitely going on because they are just like pounding me, dude. Like, it's like, I can't even see straight. I woke up this morning and I was like cross-eyed by 7:30. I was like, what the hell? Oh, wow. Sarasota. Okay, so I go to the Destin, Fort Walton Beach area is where I go for shelter. And that's where I'm supposed to be. But they stopped me from going out there to keep me here. I felt so much safer when I was out there. Not really sure as to why, but it just felt different for me out there. In the Panhandle where I was at in Destin and Fort Walton, no. I don't get gang stalked anymore. I get, my gang stalking went from heavy duty gang stalking to V2K and directed energy weapons. I think Tony, where we had our indifferences, he had brought something to my attention stating that in order for the neuro weapons to work and engagement, it has to connect with things like gang stalking. This is not true because if you have V2K, they can get you to totally engage. I get forced responses. Hey, Dennis. Yeah, you don't get, you're so lucky. Yeah, I get the V2K. It's really, really bad. Like, severely bad. My V2K is so bad, I can't even think straight. Yeah. Hey, Charles. Yeah, Dennis, same here. They're harvesting, it seems like. It seems like they're sucking all the energy out of me. I hope you do too, Charles. Have a beautiful day at work, my friend. Getting ready, washing my face, about to brush my teeth, put my game face on. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, it's really, really hard. It seems like they're just taking all my energy, and it's like in the chest area. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Cortisol, the stress hormone. Dennis, how long have you been targeted? Do you get things like V2K or directed energy weapons? Union head. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. Since 2015, I think that's when mine started, Dennis. Literally, when I became awake. Union head. Yeah, yeah, right, Vern. Same here. Same here, Dennis K. At first, it sounded like bugs in my phone.
in my walls. And it literally, I got gang stalked so heavy that I was unable to really figure out what was going on. My gang stalking was bad. It was pretty heavy. They did a number on me, which led me into what is called the confusion state, confusion stage. So I really didn't figure it out until really, I want to say 2016, 17, I started to put two and two together slowly. It really dawned on me in 2018, and that's when I came out in the public. Actually, it was about 6-7 months before my very first video you can see in the YouTube channel. They had me so frightened to, come out with, hey, I'm targeted for a while. I was really scared to come out in the open with all of this. And it really took a lot of courage for me to step up to the plate and explain what I was experiencing. Yeah, same here, Dennis. That's what I was experiencing as well. My gang stalking, when it first started, it was heavy. It was almost like these gang stalkers were like partying all night and up and at 'em, all through the night. To really, my gang stalking wasn't just during the day, like when I was up and at 'em. It was even at nighttime, sometimes till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, where there would be gang stalkers walking around at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, same here, Dennis. I wasn't scared. I was just trying to figure out what was going on. I've never experienced anything like it. And even some of the gang stalkers, I talked about this in my other live, where I encountered one of the females wearing a red dress. It was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, walking around barefoot. You just can't make this shit up. And the guy she was with was also barefoot without a shirt on. And, at the time, my ex, I had woken him up and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And they had, taken off. Dennis, I wish I knew. I haven't been in contact with him for a while. I know he's getting the heavy sleep deprivation. They do a number on Wayne. And I know he's getting the sleep deprivation really, really bad. Unfortunately, we're on 2 different time zones where I think he's like 9 hours or 10 hours ahead. I want to get him on here. I know there's kind of some controversy in the TI community where from my understanding, they attacked him on one of his lives. A bunch of perps and trolls went in on his live, his chat, and starting attacking him. Had I known, I would have gone in there and, given them my 2 cents for sure. Yeah, it is sad to do this to not only your own people, but innocents. To do it to innocents, I think is the worst. Yeah, a lot of TIs who get gang stalking ask me a lot about the gang stalking. I don't get it anymore. I would choose, and I hate to say this, but I would choose the gang stalking over what I'm experiencing any day. What I'm experiencing is pure hell. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, mine, what they're doing now is they're bombarding me with a fear that is not my own. And they're also giving me the sensations that go along with it, such as going through my feet, almost feeling like I'm going to crawl out of my skin, hitting me in the back of the head, pulses to the neck. It's really bad. It's like combination tactics. Yeah, I'll definitely trade you, Tiffany. What I'm experiencing is pure hell. I get the psychological where they are attacking my subconscious, conscious mind, basically beating me down to the ground so I'm not able to defend myself, especially in my mind, and going in for the attacks. And the fear that they're instilling is not just an average fear, like, ooh, scary. No, it's like monstrous, roar, scary with the worst. I mean, it's pure hell. I can deal with the gang stalking. And I hate to say that because I know gang stalk. I remember my gang stalking was bad. It was really bad. But I live in such a small town, so I wasn't getting 20 million people. I was living at the time in a real small town. See, I live in Alabama, so my gang stalking was really bad, but at the same time, I wasn't living in a major city where, it was just a lot of people. Oh, Tiffany, you get hit with the dues too? Same here, Tiffany. Where are you located? Like what part of the states? East, west, north, south? Yeah, not so blue anymore. We're in their chemtrailed. They were blue. You're stuck in Illinois. I'm stuck in Alabama. They wouldn't let me make that move to Florida. So, I've talked to some TIs who believe that some TIs are like contracted or something like that by like contractors. So I don't know if this is true, but they wouldn't let me leave. They destroyed that chance. Just so they could get me where I'm at today. Like it was all about this right here. Like it's total bullshit. Thanks, Vern. Yeah, I'm trying to make it to Florida, Tiffany, which is only 5 hours for me, 5.5. They're destroying my car now, which is like the third one. But I'm trying to sell it and my other vehicle and probably get an RV. I'm probably going to get the one that you pull and just buy a truck. I'm trying to get, newer trucks are always nice, but I kind of want to just get like a 1985 F-150 or depending on how heavy the camper is, the RV, I mean, probably an F-250. But I like the older models. They're built like a tank, so I don't have to deal with all the electronics and shit like that because they like to hack into, cars have computers in them now with things like microchips and stuff like that. So the older model vehicles like Ford F-150 from 1985, they're built like a tank. Them things weigh about a ton, but they don't have any of that microchips or computers or anything like that. Dennis, he was, I found him later on during my targeting. Hey, YOLO. Yeah, same here, Tiffany. I've only had my car for 6-7 months and it's already like the damages on it now. There's no point in me even trying to fix it. Thank God I have friends who are racers. I'm a racer, I drive a racer. I got a Honda Civic Si with a VTEC. But all my friends are racers and they work at places like, AutoZone and stuff like that, and have shops. So depending on the severity of the damage, if I can afford it and they can help me out, that'd be great. But if not, I'm just going to sell it, do some minor work on it before I do sell my other vehicle and get an RV. Yeah, OnStar has Dennis K. Good point. Very good point. And things like, that are fairly new. I talked about it on the other lives, that security camera set up a Ring, where they had hackers that hacked into that to attack families in their own home. And I never saw anything where anybody was charged or prosecuted or anything like that. So it's like stuff like that just makes you wonder. Oh, you're lucky, Vern. You're so lucky, Vern. You're super duper lucky. Yeah, right, Hello, me too. That'd be fun to see where that leads you, right? Me too. Great, I got soap in my eye, of course. I got soap. Ah. Oh, God. Sorry, you guys, got soap in my eye when I was washing my face. Oh, no, my eye is super red. And I wear contacts, so anybody who wears contacts knows that feeling. is the closest thing to death. That sounds good, Yellow. It actually looks like I've been crying. My eyes are red. Oh. That was bad. Haven't done that in a while. Yeah. Hey, Be Fair. Yes, I do. I got the low and high pitched. Yeah, Be Fair. I get that as well. Yeah, that's what it seems like sometimes. Yeah. Can you guys hear me? The water got, when I was washing my face, the water got on my phone. I think that's why it was muted. It hit the mic button and got stuck. I don't know. Can you guys hear me okay? They're trying to run a guilt trip on me using narratives. My scripts are the worst, where I'm just told, you know, all throughout the day, you gotta walk in righteousness and you gotta go to church and read your Bible. I'm not denying these things, but it's just, I'm a spiritualist. Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? The water got on my phone. I think it hit the mute button when I was washing my face. But I get a lot of the read your Bible, like all throughout the day. Like they want to destroy my states of, or connections, I guess you could say. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Yeah, not really sure what's going on with my end. I am getting hungry. You guys can probably hear my stomach growling. Another thing that I have experienced, I do have a fast metabolism. If these attacks do, you know, calm down at any point, I would like to talk about that. Becoming one with your body. So you can take your power and control back. I'll have to look at that. TI Tiff, adding you to live. C-Star, how are you?
Hey.
You doing all right?
It's kind of a bad morning.
Yeah, same here, sister. And if you've never watched any of my lives or videos, just know this is a safe place, judgment-free zone. You can express and speak freely.
Oh, you probably don't want me to do that.
Yeah, right?
I might get kicked off.
No, this is your safe place to express yourself and be yourself. No judgment. So you don't have to worry about any of that.
you can't see me, right? Like
No. Don't worry about that. And
Okay.
and let me clarify something to all the TIs in the chat. If you've never been in here, anybody watching, you don't have to show yourself. You do not have to say, what area you're in. That's why a lot of the times I ask a TI, what side of the states are you on? North, south, east, west? Like, your privacy is very important. And,
I'm not
I'm
worried
not
about
going to try to
that.
force against free will
I was
in
more worried
here.
about I just woke up and just got out of bed. My hair's probably makeup's
No,
probably
same
flying
here,
everywhere.
right? I'm
They
just,
know where I'm at. I'm not worried
yeah,
about
I'm
that.
just now washing my face right now.
Are
I
you?
literally slept with all my makeup on, my eyelashes, like the whole nine. I look a hot mess.
Oh God, the eyelashes are funny because like I don't really wear them, but when I did the one time, I woke up and they were like, oh, they were all like going to one side and then like stuck together on the other
It's
eye,
funny.
and I'm
Well,
like,
with
oh, I can't
me,
do this.
I'll wear the fake eyelashes sometimes. So I just avoid a lot of eye makeup, for my job. But I'll sometimes fall asleep in them because of my targeting. I just don't have the energy to wash my face. And I've woken up to one of my cats pulling them off my eye and taking off with them. And I'm like, what the hell? So how's your morning going right now? What's going on?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh shit. The fuck. Oh boy. I don't know what I did.
Can you hear? Are you still with me, Tiffany? Okay, there might be some difficulties on her end. Can you hear?
Again.
Okay, I can hear you. I don't know if you
Nope.
can hear me.
Oh shit. I can't.
If you want, Tiffany, to just put something over your camera to cover it up.
No, that's not it. Shit. What am I doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you crystal clear. If you want to put something over your
Nope.
camera, like a sticker or a piece of tape or something.
I'm confused.
So you don't have to hide.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Okay, she's gonna have to come. Tiffany, if you can hear me, you'll have to come back on. Having some technical difficulties. But if you're afraid of the camera, go ahead and put something on the camera, like a sticker, tape, or a Band-Aid or something of that nature. Because I know they like to mess with the cameras, and that's, I totally understand. So you can go ahead and put like a piece of tape or something like that on there to cover up your camera if you're worried about that. Yeah, Dennis, it is. 5G. I've been telling people this whole time. And that's another thing. If you do your research on the Department of Defense, created a neuro weapon they call, I think they refer to it as a crowd controlled weapon that run off of 96 gigahertz. And I believe the 5G towers run off of the same gigahertz. It's kind of scary. Yeah. And I think that's like how they can go moving about is through the grid. I think we got Tiffany back. I hope. There she is. Hey, I can hear you. You okay?
Okay, yeah, I turned my Bluetooth speaker on because I can't hear. I can hear better walking around with that.
Okay, got you. That's fine.
And my phone, like sitting down, because I hate having my phone in my hand because I feel like they're watching me in it and they're like using my picture and shit. Can they do that? Is that
yeah.
what broadcasting is?
Yeah, well, kind of. The broadcasting is remotely done.
Is what it
So
is.
once you understand EMFs, like the creation of electromagnetic fields and stuff like that.
I do understand that portion of it.
Yeah, then a lot of people have a better understanding of what's really going on.
Well, I already kind of felt like something was going on as far as, them using like my picture or videos and stuff from my phone.
Yeah.
I had naked pictures on a DVD sent to 2 different places of my employment, making it look like it was a business deal. And
Okay.
the DVD in the computer, and my pictures showed up on there. And they tried to make it look like I was like a whore, because there were pictures from when my boyfriend and I got our taxes, like when I was like 20 years old, and there was money all over me.
Yeah. Okay. So let me shed some light on that, just because I know a lot of people, you know, there's trolls, shills, disinformants, agents that are online, and I'm sure they tune in as well.
My cousin.
But let me clarify the demonizing of a woman, WOMBAN, and this is something that they like to do. It's quite common for female TIs to kind of get that.
Well, it was also a smear campaign for me too.
Absolutely, demonizing of a woman, WOMBAN.
So is this what they say, like WOMB?
No, this is how I define the woman, because I will not allow the enemy or man to define my feminine divine energy, which is not a gender. No. I define myself as more of an empowerment of my being in this world and my energy to be woman, WOMBAN, right. Because my womb is the closest thing to being a portal in this world, because it actually brings in creation.
Right. And, you know, I believe that we should all be androgynous, really. We should have, you know, divine feminine and divine masculine.
Oh, absolutely.
And I believe that everyone should, you know, be able to live, you know, as they choose, as far as that way, you know, like not necessarily feel, you know, I don't know what that word is, but like when a woman.
No, absolutely. What you're saying is demasculine, where they try to feminize the masculine, because the way that this world works is a lot of people do not understand what energy is, and they try to attach the idea of a gender to things like the feminine or the masculine. So it can be very confusing if you don't understand energy.
Well, it's also confusing too when your grandmother is your heart and has raised you Christian, the King James version, your whole life, and only focused on the New Testament and the Freemason crap, where man and woman only. And I feel like I'm attracted to women and men, and like I'm confused my whole life, thinking I'm transgender and all this other crap.
Yeah.
Living my life for my grandmother, so I don't disappoint her, and then come to find out her and my mother are in on this shit the whole entire time, and I think they were like sex trafficking me when I was little, and I mean it's just insane what I've gone through. And now my cousin, you know, with him being with Homeland Security, like he's been the one behind all the smear campaigns and all this other shit breaking into my house. And I mean, this has been going on for years for me, and I didn't even realize it. I had no idea until about 3 months ago. And I'm telling you what, I lost it. Like I started snapping. I mean, they had to have been paid to come near me and gang stalk me, because I had my gun. I was like, this is bullshit. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking kill everyone.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna kill you, because they were targeting my cats too. And those, you know, my son is already screwed. He's in the Navy, so But you know, my cats are basically the only thing I have, and they know that. And when they were targeting them and they were trying to kill them,
I lost I think 11 animals due to my targeting. They've
sold 2 of them out of my home 2 years ago, and then I think they cloned them. I think the ones that I have now, they were given by people that are suspect, kind of, and one of them's dead actually.
So you're definitely familiar and woke to the whole cloning.
And I'm pretty sure that they are spy kitties too, because back in the 50s they did acoustic kitty in the CIA, and they said they never that it didn't work out because the first cat ran out into traffic. Bullshit. They did not stop there. I'm telling you right now, my cats, both of them, have cameras or something in their eyes, and I'm not being a spook. Like, I'm serious.
Yeah.
These cats are definitely.
Well, let me explain. Since you mentioned the camera thing, let me explain how things like RNM, remote neuromonitoring, works. So it's all about receiving the perception And a lot of TIs, and I'm not trying to discredit anybody, but from my experience, a lot of the times it's not actual, you know, like just a camera per se. It's all about getting their perception.
Well, the reason why I say that is because a cat has an eye that has like an up and down. Like, okay, so I have stigmatism, which I think is bullshit. I think it's because like I don't know, maybe a reptilian eye or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
My family, but no, their eyes are like up and down. You know, like the you know slit. Okay. Well, my cat's eyes, the past 3 cats that I've had that could be suspect, they have normal human pupils.
Yeah.
They're not, they never go slit. Like they never slit. They look like human eyes.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
like like their DNA makeup or whatever is somehow part human. And with the stuff that I've researched, that I've found that they've done experiment wise, and the things I've heard from people in the military that they've seen.
Okay.
My cousin, who was, I believe, killed by my cousin Russ as well last year because he told me about a bunch of stuff that he wasn't supposed to, and then Russ found out. So he magically came up dead a few months ago, and
Okay.
I don't believe that it was because of natural causes. I believe that something was done, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm pretty sure that they can alter things, and I know as a civilian you can clone a cat for $500.
Yeah.
If we can do that, you can only imagine what they've done. And their eyes, I've had people say stuff that I don't even say anything to them, and they're like, "What is up with the cat? Like, why is it staring at me when I have my pot out? why will it not go away?" and they do that stuff. It's like they'll go up to people and they'll just stare at them while they're doing a certain thing that's like illegal or something, and then they never do it any other time. And it's like, what in the hell? And then, you know, I get another one, and they, like, when I'm naked, my one cat now, he stares at me up and down like he's checking me out, like he's, oh, it's so weird. It is so weird. I'm like, okay, you gotta go. Go out of the room, because like I feel like they're recording something, or they're maybe broadcasting that somehow. Do you think that could be possible through the cat's eyes? Are you there? Hello? Oh, hello?
Sorry, you guys. I had a phone call come in.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I had a phone call come in. I had to take. Yeah, it was the landlord. Evidently, they're going to cut the water off today to do some work on, I guess, some of the pipes.
Oh, that's scary shit.
So I'm glad I already took a shower and washed my face. I'm going to hurry up and make my pot of coffee while we're on here. So.
Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you crystal clear.
Okay. Have you heard of sodium chloride in the water?
I've heard numerous things in the water. The water that I always buy, I buy gallons of distilled and spring water.
Yeah,
I also I drink. I don't drink too much. I don't drink too much of the pH balanced water because for some reason I get really dehydrated. So I'll normally just drink Fiji water.
The dehydration is from the
Yeah, that's why the pH balance. So for me, and this is just my personal experience, some of the pH balanced water, if I consume too much, I feel like I'm not getting enough hydration. So I got to kind of balance it out with some spring water. And drinking Fiji water helps. Also eating like a lot of fruits also helps. But yeah, the dehydration comes from a lot of the microwave radiation.
Yes, and they install systems on perps houses, and it's being done where I'm at right now. I can see it on the pipes and everything. Um,
Yeah.
it's supposed to make people docile. They banned it at the prison work camps or something back in like the 50s. They were putting it in the doing sodium chloride, and they actually banned it because they found out like that it was making people, it was used to be making people docile. um, and I never even thought about anything until my parents always had salt water, like like the salt stuff they put in the water, but my mom would always like not want us to drink it. So she knew, what was going on, but I don't know why she would have had, I didn't understand why they would have salt water back then, but now I know.
Yeah.
They were trying
Yeah.
to dumb me down basically because I was too hyper, is what they said. So,
Okay.
when the Adderall or the Ritalin wasn't working because I was throwing it away.
Yeah.
they,
That's something else I want to talk about is things like ADD and ADHD.
I think that's
Um,
bullshit.
no, it is because what's not feeding the spirit. You just like I'll make an example. When I was in third grade, there was certain courses, I guess you could say curriculums, that they were studying. Didn't find any interest in it, so I would actually pull out my books that were on like UFOs, meteorology, like the universe, stars, planets, things of that nature. And that's when they were trying to suggest that I had ADD.
I had the same thing happen in second grade. I did the Illinois state testing, and I tested at a college level for reading, and they tried to put me in a gifted school, and my parents basically left it up to me because they knew I was going to say I don't want to leave my friends, so they wouldn't look like the bad guy. And
Yeah.
so we just kept me in the same grade, and then in fifth grade again at the same school, they brought it up again, and they said we
Yeah.
really need her to go to a gifted school. So instead they switched schools and put
Okay.
me in a gang stalking school, basically, where they were physically and verbally abusing me.
Yeah.
And they put me on Ritalin, which I stopped. I wasn't taking it, but they basically realized how intelligent I was, and I don't think that they liked that. So
Yeah.
they were trying to keep me from actually being the person I was. And my IQ is very high, and my mother knew that, and the fact that she tried to dumb me down and
Yeah.
didn't want me to be as, I guess, successful as her. That's very concerning to me. Like, it makes me feel like she's not really my mother. Like, maybe
Yeah.
they did a, I don't know what the hell, but I feel like I was part of MK Ultra somehow, and like an experiment, and like my family is just somebody they put me with to like
Yeah.
actively harm me or something. I don't know. I'm so confused about all this shit. Like
Yeah.
to
Same
find out
here.
my mother
I
is
mean,
involved in this.
it's getting like where I'm at with my targeting, where they're just trying to oppress me in every way of my life and trying to instill fear by broadcasting, running around, acting like demons. I mean, even if they were demons, I mean, they're trying to manipulate the sound of my voice. Even if they were demons, I still feel the same regardless of their state of being.
I think they are. They're doing some kind of magic because, or something, because I've had cars completely disappear that were behind me. One of them being a cop. I've had somebody under my truck, but like how you can feel someone climb, like when they step on the clutch,
Oh yeah.
bogs down. Well, then I jump out immediately with my flashlight and my gun, and I'm like, get out of my truck. And there's no
Yeah.
I'm like, I know I just felt this shit. Like, what the hell? And my cats are like, who's out there? And so they're doing something with black magic. There's got to be something.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
See, for me, I know a lot of people, and see, this is the thing with me, is because I know how the universe works, and I understand the synchronicities. I do not believe in what they call witchcraft, and this is just my personal opinion. Because I know how these things work. It's all about intent, amplifying the intent by using physical things, stuff like that. It's just kind of how this world works. But the thing about it is anything kind of like black magic, karma is involved. So as long as you don't give your power, into what they're calling witchcraft,
Right.
it has no effect, and it's got to return somewhere. So
honey, they get instant karma with me. I love it. It's like they'll do something to me, and then I don't do anything. Like, I don't put spells on people or anything like that.
Oh no, I don't either. All my
I just think
intents
to
in this
myself,
world
you are
are
going
out
to
of
get your
love.
karma back. You are going to get.
Oh yeah, they get instant. Okay, so I'll make a perfect
and immediately
example.
something happens to them. It's awesome.
Yeah, see, that's what happens with me. Like, I went to Miami. Now, this is funny. I went to Miami several months ago, and I had the worst experience of my life. I actually had to leave 2-3 days early, pay for another ticket, which cost me like 400 something bucks, to return home. And I kid you not, about a week or two later, that collapse happened. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that happened. And I was just like, what the fuck?
What collapse?
I think there was like a sinkhole or something.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that happened. And I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I had a perp a couple of years ago, which I thought was a good friend of mine, actually. He was there at my house every day. He never stole from me. He was, I thought he was a really good person. And, I was losing all my friends one by one from just stupid shit. And so he was always there. I called him my recon guy because he would ride with me, make sure, nothing was going on, around us as, much as he could. And while I was driving or something. And, he was just like, he seemed like he was a friend, right? And so, like, okay, so we go to my grandmother's, who's my mother. Okay, she's the only person that is my heart besides my children and my cats. And so we're there for Easter, and she proceeds to tell me that she's been sick for 2 years and that she needs this testing done, and she doesn't want to pay for it because it's a $2,000 thing with like deductible or something with her insurance, and that she needs to have it done to find out what's really going on. And this was kept from me for 2 years. So I start crying. I mean, I'm really upset because like she's basically telling me she's dying and doesn't want to get help because she doesn't want to pay for it. And so I'm like, well, we'll start a GoFundMe. We'll figure out, we'll get something going, Grandma, because you can't die, blah, blah, blah. Well, this idiot is trying to convince her not to go get a second opinion. Like I said, we need to go get a second opinion. I don't trust these doctors. There's something right. And he's on her side, and he's like, no, if you don't want to get it. And I'm like, you need to shut up and get out of this conversation right now. This does not concern you. You need to just stay out of it. And he would not stop the entire dinner. I was so worked up. When we got back to the house, I snapped out, dude. I mean, I've never yelled and screamed and thrown my own stuff so much as I did that night. And he was just egging me on. And I didn't know about the gang stalking yet. Well, guess what happened, dude? I kicked him out of my house because he was staying at my house. I kicked him out of my house. And the next weekend, guess what happened?
What happened?
Both of his grandparents died in a fire. And then the following next 2 weeks, his other grandparents died in a fire.
Oh, wow. Well, you know what was funny is, at one point, I think I had perps living across the street from me. Yeah, I think this was the beginning of my targeting. Like a bunch of people have moved out, and like these people moved in,
The
and
landlords have stuff to do with it too. Like they'll put you in a certain house on purpose.
these people moved in, and you know, this is when my gang stalking started. Like all kinds of weird shit was going on. But I remember I would be outside and like a big ass tree limb, like one of the perps would pull out of the driveway, and one of the big ass tree limbs from the tree that was in their front yard would fall on top of their car.
Oh,
Like right in front of my face.
get the fuck out of here.
No, and I'd just be sitting there laughing my ass off because they want you to think you're alone. And I'm like, look, I've got spirit guides with me. I've got ancestors. I got the Most High with me. I've got, angelic, beings around. I'm not alone. I'm never alone. They want you to think that, but I'm never alone.
Well, the funny thing is now the gang stalkers are being gang stalked. That's no
Yeah,
joke.
I've heard a lot of TIs
They're
claim
being
that
targeted.
a lot of
100%.
are targeted are TIs.
The person I'm living with is actually being targeted as well now, and it's so funny because he has all this Tinactin in his bathroom, and he's got like Tinactin, and he's got so much Irish Spring soap. I think he thinks he has bugs or something, and I don't know if it's the broadcast that you feel like something's crawling on you.
Okay, so my friend Jennifer Burns, I wish she would come in here because they did that to her, and it's actually, I think, possibly Morgellons or the Nano.
Yeah, it is, and like Epsom salt and things like that can take it away.
Yeah.
Every TI has it, but then you've got Kevin Christensen who swears up and down that it's when they're broadcasting, and I get the same thing that he does, like in the eye, and like it feels like there's something crawling on me. And,
yeah, they will use.
They put bugs in my truck though that look like bed bugs, and so I thought that was what it was for a while.
Okay.
But it's not. They're not there now. So, and I still get it. So I don't fucking know. But this shit is so weird. It is so fucking weird. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, there's so much shit that goes on with this. It is not believable sometimes.
I agree 100%. And like my perps are so beside themselves. Like what I was just saying right now, like they're so like heavy on religion. This is how I know a lot of my targeting is Freemasonry bullshit.
Yes.
They're so heavy on enforcing this religion on me personally. And they are upset at the fact that I do not believe in witchcraft because I will not give it any power.
The occult.
Exactly. I will not give their shenanigans any power. And it pisses them off because they want to be able to act out their bullshit. No, I'm not going to let you, perform any of your, I'm a magical, mystical unicorn. No. You're not going to enforce that on me, and I do not believe in witchcraft. What they're stating, the reason why they're upset that I don't believe in it, they're actually stating that their ego, but they're trying to create fear is what they're actually stating. For me to believe in which I do not believe in witchcraft. I believe in intention. I believe in universal law. And I truly believe that some of them have really overstepped their boundaries.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I believe some of them have manipulated also using certain techniques for a certain outcome.
Yeah, you're right, Dennis. They definitely have the handlers close by, and they are watching the shit show. I have one right here on the corner, and he's got the biggest freaking directed energy fucking tower on top of his house that the leaves are burnt in my yard. And this dude that I'm staying with, he is definitely something that is not normal, and he's always talking to this guy off to the side. And what makes me know that he's definitely a handler is the fact that he was the one that pursued me at Kroger's. And then this other guy that I'm staying with comes out with his groceries after the dude talked to me and invited me over to this other guy's house. But now I come here like 3 weeks later because I have nowhere else to go and I need to be safe. And I knock on his door, and the guy lives right catty corner where he can see everything.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't even come over and say hi. He still hasn't said hi, and I've been here for almost a month. That is suspect to me. And he's also got different vehicles pulling up there without estate plates and blacked out windows. He also leaves the house with a trailer that he pulls with probably all his little noise violation, or what I call it, noise violation, his noise campaign shit and all the stuff inside it that he uses to gang stalk or whatever he does. But he's definitely something more than just a perp. He's definitely like a handler or something, because he's an older gentleman around Russ's age. The one that my cousin that was with Homeland, that I believe they made him kill his wife because I started running my mouth about the stuff he was doing on the side that he wasn't supposed to be doing, making money, pimping out girls and selling drugs and all this other shit. And then I think that they heard that and they said, "Oh, no, that's not going to happen. You're supposed to only be doing this shit for us." So they mind controlled him, I believe, into killing Tracy. I mean, that's the only explanation. But now I think what's happened is they had him in jail, and I think that they, it's not a secret that they clone people, and they have, all these like doppelgangers and shit in the CIA. So what I think has happened possibly recently is they've gotten him out and put somebody in there that's looks like him or something, because my aunt said she did go visit him. But I feel like he's out because of the things that are coming up on my phone. And the files that I've found, and as heavily targeted as I am, it just feels like he's out, and my intuition's never wrong. And I've been getting videos that have people in them that look kind of like him on my YouTube. They've redesigned my entire phone. I cannot go on any of my phones and without the apps being completely different than what a normal person would have on their phone. I mean, it's insane. Like my videos that come up, I can't research anything and know if it's true or not, because they actually told me the wrong thing to do with my cats, and it didn't feel right. So I went on my buddy's computer, who he gets on, like, the dark web and stuff. So he's got a VPN and all that, and they were wrong. Like, they were trying to get me to kill my cats, basically. So I don't even know what the hell is true information.
Dennis K. I've actually used that satellite tracker, and I believe where I was located when this was all taking place, full throttle, the first 2 years of my targeting, I believe DirecTV was involved in my targeting as well, because I had the satellites. I think, from my understanding, there's usually a handful of satellites per like neighborhood or area.
Oh, they're all over mine.
Oh, yeah,
but this is definitely a suspect neighborhood when it comes to that.
I think DirecTV was very much involved in my targeting at that time.
Yep, and Comcast possibly too.
Yeah.
My TV, the TV upstairs, it's his TV. The people talk, and the words don't match up with the sound, so it's definitely hacked. It's used for broadcasting, I believe. Because he was trying to molest me in the fucking living room the first like couple days that I was here, and he was drinking, and he tried to pull me on his lap, and like it was really weird. And I snapped the fuck out, and I was like, "Don't fucking touch me! You're not gonna touch me. You don't own me. You're not gonna." And I was thinking broadcasting. Oh my god, he's trying to broadcast. He's trying to do it in front of the TV to fucking get paid. Fuck that shit. So I got so mad. And I snapped the fuck out. And then after that, it was really weird, between us.
Yeah.
But he apologized. He was like, "I'm so sorry." He's like, "I get stupid when I'm drunk." And it's because he's targeted too. They're making him do things that, he's very weak-minded, I believe. And, not very educated, not as intelligent as, some people. And so I think that they're easier to, basically mind control and, get them to do like I call them minions. Because it seems like he doesn't want to do the things that he does, I think, because he really does like me. But then he'll do some outrageous shit. And it's like, really, dude? Like, are you
Yeah.
freaking kidding me? Like, if you like me, why in the hell would you be so forward like that? And it doesn't seem like something he would normally do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's somebody else like controlling it. And my cats
Well,
too.
yesterday I had an encounter with this guy, and I'm going to talk about things like mind control and stuff like that. I had an encounter with a guy. He was from Russia at
Oh
my
God.
job.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
God, they're funny.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, they're so funny.
They actually offer immunity though, if like they
No, they
know
really
what's
do.
going on.
No, and I'm gonna
That's
say
where
something right
Snowden
here.
went.
I don't I think there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation on Russia. And I'm not saying, I'm just, that's my
I know,
personal
because that's what I'm
opinion.
saying. That's where it comes in, where I don't know what is true and what's not now.
Yeah,
I'm like,
same here, same here. But there was this Russian guy yesterday, and I mean, he was cute as a button. I work in the bar kind of club scene, so he was, a little intoxicated, and he approached me, and like he was just like so loud. And I know, I've met Russians, and they come across as kind of aggressive when they speak.
he's probably got a
And
high vibration, I'm sure.
yeah, I was just talking to him, but I saw something in him that he probably wasn't aware of, and that's all I'm going to say. But I think I come across with a lot of people that have things that are like, I don't want to say demons, but there's something in them that they possibly just don't know. So I think a lot of people are kind of put under that mind control, especially, okay, so I'm going to talk about the females. I know males get honeypot, stuff like that, but
Oh, we do too, though, I thought.
yeah, no, we do too, because any kind of compassionate being, I think, draws in that narcissist energy, which is very unfortunate. So we also have got to, at this point, and this is where I'm stating that I'm going to start taking responsibility for myself. I'm not speaking for anybody else but me when I say this, that I'm not going to allow anybody to mistreat my energy, take advantage of my energy or state of being, regardless of how cute they are or all the promises in the world that they may claim that they will do
Or
for
give
me.
you a
And
key 3 days after you stay at their house.
yeah, no. I'm not allowing any narcissistic energy to come through into my life. And I choose to say no. And I do not have to explain myself to that being. And I refuse to be a part of their energy. I'm blocking it out completely. But I really highly recommend that a lot of TIs, I know it's easier said than done because they attack us in such a negative way, especially our self-esteem, but start loving yourself, because the way that you love other people and how you love is what you deserve to get back. And if you are not receiving that from other people, then it's just not worth your time. And the targeting will cause a lot of TIs to make bad decisions, such as I'm lonely. I have nobody. I miss being loved, hugged, held, the whole nine, will cause the targeted individual to unfortunately walk into a toxic relationship.
They always seem to try to actually. I went celibate for 5 years by choice because I was so hurt by my first two, my marriage and then my engagement to Don, who I was with for 5 years. And like I felt like then I put out so much love and so much, like, I took good care of them and I never got anything back in return as much
Okay.
as I should have. I mean, I did for a while, but with my ex-husband, it definitely wasn't. I got married because I was pregnant, so that was a whole shit show and a half. But the second relationship I had with a male, because, you know, I liked females for it throughout high school, and I couldn't express that though because of my grandmother. I didn't want to disappoint her, so it was kind of always hush hush, and I really never really dated. And then when I moved to Nashville after high school, you know, I had a relationship with a female, and I was gonna marry her, and she decided at the last minute after 2.5 years that she didn't want to have children anymore. And that was a big thing for me. And so we split up and went our separate ways, and I ended up moving back home to Illinois. And that's when I started dating my ex-husband, and I was about to break up with him because he was just not my thing. And I found out I was pregnant. Well,
Yeah.
don't want to disappoint grandma and have a baby out of wedlock, you know. So I had to get married to him, and I did not love him. I did not want to be married to him, but I was doing it for my child and for my grandmother. And it was the worst thing ever I could have done, because he was verbally abusive. He wasn't affectionate. The only time I think we had the really good sex was one time when we did Molly.
Oh God.
And that was it. And it was like a chore to have sex with him, and I did not enjoy myself at all. Like, it was horrible. And so, you know, finally we ended up, things got really bad to where it was verbally abusive, then it turned into physical, and that's when I said no, I'm done. I draw the line here, because my child and I are not going to
You
be
got
around this.
to.
And so I moved out, and it took me 5 years to get divorced because he wouldn't sign the papers. And I mean, I was engaged before I was even divorced again. And that's kind of when, you know, I met Don in school, and I wasn't allowed to go to school with my ex-husband until, you know, I left him. And so I started college, and that's when Don was in my psych class, and, you know, we hit it off, but then he ended up going to the freaking military. And when he came back, he was totally different. And, you know, we were fine, things were good. And then, you know, we broke up for a little bit. And then when we got back together, you know, we decided we're going to do this. You know, we love each other. This is what we're going to get a house and everything. And we bought a house. And as soon as we moved into it, I think that there was something evil there, because we were together for 2.5 years. Things were great. And then we move into this house, and then all of a sudden we start hearing, like, you know, this little girl screaming, and other people were hearing it too when they were over, and just weird things were going on. And then he starts doing cocaine behind my back at work. It was just a big, huge shit show. And he tried to kill himself, and my baby was killed when I was 7 months pregnant. Something wrapped the cord around its neck in the middle of the night. I don't know how the freak it happened, because I had just been to my appointment and did a sonogram, and everything was fine. And then 2 days later, somehow the baby got the cord wrapped around its neck twice, and it dies inside me. So something wasn't right. The doctors couldn't even figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
So as soon as I got away from that house, though, my life started to turn around. But unfortunately, during that time of being there, he was beating on me. I almost lost my kids because of it. I tried to keep my family together a second time, and it wasn't working, because they were going to take my kid, you know. And so I said, fuck it. You got to go, dude. I kicked him out of his own house. I kept his son and my son per DCFS. My mom tried to take him from me. I turned her in for smoking pot, so she couldn't have him. And then my grandma got my son, but since she was 72 years old and still a whippersnapper, my mom decided she wasn't fit enough to take care of 2 children, so they had to be separated. So my stepson and my son weren't able to see each other as much anymore, which really sucked. But, you know, I at least got away from that relationship, and, you know, got my life back on track. And then that's when I went celibate for 5 years, because I didn't want another relationship. And that's when I became very successful. And, you know, I was working out every other day. I was very healthy. I was sober. It was good. And then, of course, that's when they fucking started targeting me really, really bad, because I was bartending at one of the strip clubs, and Russ, good old Russ Turnbow, fucking Homeland Security boy, he comes into the strip club, and I didn't even know it was my cousin. I had no idea who the hell he was. And he's like, "You don't know who I am, do you?" And I'm like, "No, who are you?" "I'm your cousin Russ Turnbow." And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, well, I'm like, oh God, don't tell anybody that you saw me here. I was like, I do this like at night after my job because like I need some extra cash to take care of me and Clay. And he's like, oh, well, don't tell on me, you know? And I'm thinking, you know what? I look back on this now and I'm like, that piece of freaking shit. He was coming in there. I guarantee you, he was coming in there and he was like broadcasting girls. I'm almost positive of it because he had this truck out back and he would take them out there and he would pay for sex with these girls. And I know this because he propositioned his own cousin, me, to suck his dick for money. And I'm a bartender, mind you. I'm not a stripper. I was a bartender. And he still propositioned me to do this out in his truck. And I said, are you freaking kidding me? I said, you're my second cousin. Yeah, but still, you're family, dude. I don't care if it's okay because you're my second cousin. Like, he's like, oh, I'm your second cousin. I'm like, dude, we're family. You sicko. Yeah. No. Yeah. I said, that's disgusting. I said, I'm going to let this one go and I'm not going to tell anybody, but don't you ever come at me again like that. And I think he got scared. So that's when he started really targeting me and he broke into my house and stole my computer with all my pictures on it. He tried to blackmail me. He sent me letters for 2 years stalking me. He sent stuff to my mom at her work. He sent a letter and like empty condom wrappers in my hair to my son. And thank God my ex-husband confiscated it before he got it. He sent DVDs to 2 of my different employments that had my naked pictures on it, but it looked like a business proposal, like DVD up, because I was a service advisor at a car dealership. And so he made it look like it was something, business-like until you put the DVD in and it said something like, here's what Tiffany has to show you or something. And then you click on this little thing and there were all my naked pictures that I had taken with boyfriends. And, some of them had like the one where there was money like on me. That was the only picture like with money involved. And he was trying to make it look like I was like, a whore, I guess. And it was very embarrassing, very embarrassing. And here I am this whole time thinking it's some idiot's fucking wife or something that is jealous of me from me bartending at the strip club. She thought I was a stripper or something. Who knows? I had no idea that it was my own family. It's so sickening. And the one person that tells me this last year is dead now because of him telling me this, I believe. And he showed me proof because I found out that he had a video that was sent to him by Russ. And Russ told him that I sucked his dick. And he told him that he had a video of me on my boat. And the only way that somebody could have had that video is the person that stole my phone with the SD card that had that video on it. And that was when my house was ransacked and my computer was taken and all this shit started with the letters and everything. And when he said that shit to me and he showed me the video that Russ had sent him, I about lost my fucking mind. I threw my phone in the river because I was in his car. I was in Russ's car. I borrowed his car and he was in my phone already. Yeah. And he was hearing what we were saying and he was pissed. So that's when he went to my family and he told them all this bullshit because I had my bags at his house. I had some weed pipes in there and he told them I had drug pipes. Like, I don't know what the hell he told them, but that's when they started acting differently towards me. And, the fact that my family was behind all of this, it's so sickening to me. Like, my whole family's been targeted because of this asshole. Because everybody in my family has had multiple sclerosis, brain cancer, bone cancer, Parkinson's disease. I had precancerous cells of the cervix. My mom's had cancer of the uterus. My grandma, supposedly my mom says she has dementia, which she probably does because they've been targeting her, but she's been writing things down since her surgery for a hernia when she was 40 years old, and she never had her period again after that. And she starts writing things down, and now everybody says she has dementia, Alzheimer's. All this is caused by the microwave energy. Every single one that I just mentioned, and everybody in my family that's close to us And now my aunt that lives next door to my grandmother, who was the only one that told me I'm not crazy and that we needed to talk, but not here, just not too long ago, when my grandmother and my mom wouldn't help me, after Russ went to jail. I felt like they were trying to kill me. And she's the only one that said everything was going to be okay and that I'm not crazy and that we needed to talk. Well, her 9-week-old grandbaby was just killed at the daycare. They said it was SIDS, but they're full of shit. They targeted
Yeah.
that baby and it's dead now because she helped me. I think it's because they found out that she helped, was basically help, like, letting me know that it's going to be okay. And like, that's so
Yeah.
fucked up, dude. Like,
I'm
it's so
so
fucked up.
sorry. I'm so sorry. How long ago did this happen?
It was just a few weeks ago.
Oh my God.
And my cousin took like 9 weeks on maternity leave so that she could find a really good babysitter. She took 3 extra weeks than she was supposed to because she couldn't find anybody. And they checked this girl out, and like it's not that girl's fault. I know it's not. Somebody killed that baby. They had to have, because there's no freaking way. There's no way. I mean, even this girl is just like, I don't know what happened because she put the baby on its back. Like, she knows what to do. This girl's been trained in like everything. Everything. I mean, my cousin looked at all the credentials for this girl. And now this girl is looking at like they're trying to get her in court for this stuff. Like, so they've
Yeah.
targeted 2 people. Well, actually 3. My cousin, her baby, and this babysitter now who's gonna lose her license. She's one of the best daycare girls that they had around in this area. And
Okay.
it's crazy, dude. Somebody has got to report something. We've got to be able to do something because this stuff is not right.
Yeah.
Not right. Like, I have nowhere safe to go. I can't go to my truck. I can't live in that because it's really bad. Then they fumed me, and I think they took me out of my truck one night and did something with me on 9/11. I don't know what, but like, there's just so much shit that can be done when you're living in your vehicle. And like, I've been trying to get out of here and like sell my truck. I can't do that because I can't go online. I can't post anything. They intercept it immediately. I can't call anybody. They intercept the call. I tried to get a tow truck one night, and when I called my cousin to help me, she wouldn't help me. She told me I needed to call the police, and she wouldn't even call a tow
Yeah.
truck for me, and it's because it wasn't her. And I
Yeah.
thought she sounded different, and I had no idea. Like, right now, they're recording. There's a green dot next to my damn battery, and there's an orange one when I take pictures. And it, like, everything I do, everything I say, anything that I have for a file or a post or anything will get intercepted by them if it has anything to do with me trying to get to where I need to go. Because where I'm going to go, I have work there. I have good people. It's a safe place somewhat. I don't know. I heard it's pretty bad out west, but I'm going off the grid. I'm not taking a phone. I'm not taking any electronics. I ain't taking nothing. I'm going back to 1970. Okay.
Yeah.
No computer, nothing is going with me. And I'm hoping
Yeah.
that will help, because when I did that in 2012 and 13, and I worked for the same company, I wasn't targeted that I can think of. Like, nothing ever happened to me during those 2 years when I was traveling for work, because they couldn't find me. I didn't really have a phone. I didn't have a computer. I didn't have any of that shit, you know? So that's the only thing I need to do. But until then, I have to use my electronics to get to where I need to be. And it's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, I don't even know if the shit I look up on search now is true.
Yeah.
They're trying to get me to kill my cats. It's ridiculous. And then if I leave the house to go to somebody's house to use their computer or whatever,
Yeah.
it's like, when are you gonna put my brakes out on me? Like, they've installed this electronic shit on my fucking car so that whenever they choose to, they can make my brakes go out on me. So I've been using my emergency brake, and somehow
Yeah.
they loosened that up. And it's of course right at the time when it looks like I'm gonna get in a wreck that they do it, like when there's cars all around me and shit. And I don't know how in the hell
two times I have gotten out of what I got out of. My grandfather was definitely there, and my guides and my spirit people were there, because I don't know how I pulled this out of my ass, but I had two people. Both times I had somebody in the car with me, and we were going to wreck. There was no doubt about it. It was targeted to make us wreck. And I don't know what the hell. I must have Mario Andretti inside me, because I pulled some shit out of my ass both times and I got us out of it. Yeah, we jumped the curb and, you know, it was a little bit of a shit show, but we made it out, and I didn't hit nobody. We didn't get hit, and we ended up okay. But my brakes, they literally will, they take them out on me electronically somehow. Like they push a button or something and they go to the floor, girl. It is insane. And I got up underneath my truck to look, and it is suspect as hell under there. And I want to turn it in. I need somebody to come look at this shit. The FBI doesn't like the CIA. So I'm hoping my cop friend can get me hooked up with somebody in the FBI.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I know I was honestly, because my targeting has gotten so out of control.
I have an attorney.
Really?
Yes, because dude, I'm telling you what, and you can't go in there talking all crazy. You just go in there.
No. You definitely cannot do that at all.
But
as soon as you start talking craziness, it's all over.
Well, her daughter was killed herself because of targeted. So I got lucky, and she basically is like she's informed on, you know, the gang stalking because of her daughter, and that's why she does this, because there's not many out there that, you know. But if you go in and you say something about it being stalking, they will totally help you, and then, you know, you can kind of go into more detail later on. But to get someone hired, let me tell you what, it was a shit show, because, you know, and I'm sure I sounded like a fucking spook, you know, like they were like, is this chick on drugs or what? Because so much weird shit was happening at one time to me, and like that's when I felt unsafe, and like they were trying to kill me, and they were, and so I had to do something, you know, and I spent the last of my money on that shit, and now I'm kind of stuck until I sell my truck, and they know that, which is why they won't let me sell it, because you know, they can keep getting me with the directed energy here where I'm at, and the sodium chloride water and all the other fucking fucked up shit that they've been doing at this house, like spraying something through the baseboards. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, no, they do that a lot. Okay, so my experience with that, where my old house, I felt like it was being sprayed so heavily, and I can't get into too much details about my experience with that, but there was a heavy, I mean, I had a steam mop, and it wasn't a cheap steam mop. Like I paid $200, close to $300 for the steam mop. And I also use things like bleach, apple cider vinegar, white vinegar. I've used every cleaning product you could think of. And the floor in the house would be filled with this like residue mud. No, actually it was brown. It was and I could not explain. I didn't know where it was coming from, and it just started with my targeting when it got amplified, where the floor would never stay clean. And when I tell you, I'm a very, very clean person. I am a clean freak, and it's actually my favorite thing to do is clean. So I kept scrubbing my floors. I mean, it was driving me insane. And then I started getting this mold that just would not go away. And I know in the South we get a lot of things like humidity, and in older homes you get things like
fungus or whatever that's on your body, that they say is on your body, that you can get off, and that like most of the TIs have it. Well,
I think they're able to amplify a lot of things, including anything like a fungus, because fungus, you'll hear about you know, targeted individuals, you know, having things like Morgellons or some kind of fungus, and things like Candida. Funguses are alive and can be used and amplified with technology. If you do your studies on fungus, I know some of this stuff kind of sounds sci-fi, but let's talk, you
No,
know,
I know what you're
science
talking
here.
about.
Let's talk science, and let's talk the studies and research that's been done on things like fungus, and scientists putting this fungus on ants to be able to mind control them and actually control them using just fungus alone and technology.
Okay,
You know,
that's what I
let's
thought.
look at the facts.
Yeah, because they can't get in with the V2K. That they can't. They can't even
Let's
hypnotize
look
me.
at the facts and some of the studies that these scientists have done throughout the years, you know, using things like animals or insects and fungus. You know, it's ridiculous. It's insane.
Have you heard of the
Yeah.
movie The Bay?
The what?
The Bay. It's
No.
a true story about what happened with the fish when the fish all died or whatever in that
No, I
lake
haven't
or
heard about
river
that.
or whatever, and like the whole town was there was something with the whole town. It was in I think it was in Florida. It's a true story, and they like everybody started breaking out with all these like abscesses and shit. It was these fishermen especially. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Who knows? I don't know what the fuck,
Yeah.
what's real shit on my phone or not. But
Yeah, right.
I'm pretty sure that you know, it was like a documentary. So I don't know if can they make stuff like that, like a doc. I mean, because it was like people that came on and like talked about stuff like live, like it was. So I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not, but it makes sense to me. But it was like the whole
Yeah.
town was compromised. It wasn't in the news. It wasn't. I mean, they really didn't put it on mainstream media at all. So,
Yeah.
I just assume it's probably something that really happened. But
Yeah. No, they can use things like fungus. From my experience, you know, I know that, you know, in the South, we suffer from things like humidity. So I am going to blame it on that to a certain degree, the humidity for some of the molding spores in moist areas, like around the lining of, you know, a window, where if you do not know anything about Alabama's humidity,
it's horrible. I've been down there.
bad. It's
Mississippi,
really,
too.
really bad. So a lot of houses, especially older houses that have wood, suffer from things like termites, mold, stuff like that. So we have to constantly do maintenance on our homes. And the home that I was living at, that we bought was built in 1953. And you know, it was completely renovated, remodeled. I mean, it was a beautiful home, but it still had some underlining issues with you know, some of the walls and stuff like that were still old, and you know, underneath the house was wood, you know, underneath the floor that was laid down, which was tile. You know, there was wood, and out here in the South, I just don't like the wooden homes because it causes a lot of problems with like humidity and termites. But I noticed, it seemed to me that a lot of these things were definitely amplified, you know, as you know, my targeting progressed. You know, so I try not to blame everything on my targeting, but I can definitely see how, you know, what they do. I can see it for what it is sometimes.
Yeah, I was to the point where I was like, am I crazy? I went and got
No,
a
you're not
psychoevaluation.
crazy.
No, I know.
And
I
I
went
did
and got a
puzzle box.
psychological evaluation done. And I found out
I actually started using things like air filters, but I could not afford at the time the heavy duty air filters, which cost like hundreds of dollars, just for one of them to really hit an entire, you know, area of a home. I was putting these air filter purifiers in the room, but because it was just so heavy duty, like I would have needed a heavy duty air filter.
See, I can't. I don't have access. Like I don't have access to like if I were to do something like that, I'm just, you know, it would probably be compromised right away anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can't lock your door. It locks are
No,
friends honest.
no,
So
you can't.
you know, they get in regardless. And, you know, so I've just been leaving my door open, and I know he's been in my room fucking around because he says stupid shit like, you know, my keys came up missing, and I've never lost my keys. They've always
Yeah,
either been
exactly.
stolen
Yeah.
or the cats have done something with them, and I looked everywhere. And then the next day, he says to me, "Well, did you check your pillowcases?" Now, how the fuck
Yeah.
do you know I hide shit in my pillowcase unless you've been
Yeah.
snooping in my room? Okay, what the fuck? I
Yeah,
couldn't believe that shit.
exactly.
It's like they tell on themselves, but I think it's on purpose, just to fuck
No,
with
they,
people.
well, I mean, like, okay, so mine, for example, my perpetrators, you know, I think some of them just, are real kind of arrogant and cocky. And sometimes mine will act like, they just don't give a fuck. Like
they're
they'll bluntly kind of like show like, their egos like tenfold. And, you know, here I am, just a female, and I'm just like, you know, I don't care. I don't want to see your shit. I don't want to see, like, I want nothing to do with you.
they want to marry me and put babies in me. It's so weird.
No, that's what
Like,
they want to do with me too. They want to do the
fucking
same thing.
freaky. But yet they want to be my dad too.
They talked about impregnating. Like, it's just so disgusting, the minds and extent of their childish, immature, insecure, egotistical, arrogant behavior that I refuse to be responsible for anymore, any longer. I'm not their freaking babysitter. I refuse.
Right.
I refuse to pick up after him anymore. Like, I just won't do it.
And they'll act like they're empathetic towards, like,
No,
you know,
they
me
try. That's part of their
and the stuff that
narcissistic.
has happened in my life. But then they'll go and they'll like do something that was just like what I, you know, had happen with my stepdad. And, you know, it's like they're like, I don't know, it's so weird. They turn it around like that they're my dad and shit. And
No, yeah, that's what they try to do to me.
doing
They try
stuff
to
that
turn
they
it around and
did.
act like they're my dad. Like they're my boyfriend, or I'm their personal, like, you know, whatever mistress. I don't freaking know.
Right.
And I've just gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm none of these things. I wouldn't want to fucking be around you at any point or time in my fucking life.
Yeah, I actually kind of was starting to. I kind of like this guy that I'm staying with for like the first couple of days. I was like, oh, you know, he's cool. You know, I like him. You know, and I'm thinking, oh, you know, he's growing on me. And then all of a sudden, like the third day, he gets drunk and tries to, you know, make me sit on his lap, and he's got a heart on, and like we're in front of the TV, and like he was like forcing me, like would not let go of me, like kept trying to pull me up. He wanted to brush my hair, which was really weird. And so like, and then he was like trying to get me to sit on his heart on, and I'm like, would not let go of me for a second, and I like literally like had to like flail away from him and like scream at him that he was not going to touch me like that. It was like he owned me or something. Like it almost makes me think that my cousin has been doing something like, or my mother, my cousin have been like sex trafficking me when I was little, and like they know, or they think that they know that I'm like this like sex thing or something that they can just control, and like that I'm going to be okay with it. And now that I know what's going on, I'm not okay with it at all. And nobody's going to touch me, and I don't even want to be with another man at this point now, because
No, either do I, because of my
or
targeting.
woman, really, because my last girlfriend, she fucking screwed me over too. She was a honeypot too. So
Yeah, I mean, due to my targeting, you know, I'm comfortable with being by myself and loving myself until, you know, I'm able to just make peace with everything that has been done to me. And they don't want me to make peace.
no, they don't.
No, they
And
want me to
don't want you to study
stay.
spirituality and
No,
Christian,
they want me to
because that's when I got
stay.
targeted real hard.
They want me to stay in that feeling of bitterness towards my perps, which is kind of a catch-22, because
I feel sorry for them.
My
I really
anger
do.
towards them is righteous and justified.
Absolutely.
You know, it's righteous and justified. Their anger towards me is not. Their anger
Right.
towards me, their resentment towards me is more along the lines of jealousy. and envy.
Yes. Yes. And that's why they want to marry us, I think, because they want they want to, and they know I have special powers too. They know that I
Yeah,
have, I
absolutely.
can do
They want,
telekinesis and I have psychic
yeah,
abilities, and I think that they, you know, and I'm very, very, when it comes to, you know, financial, like money and stuff, I'm a go-getter, you know, like I will make it work, and they know that,
yeah,
and like they want to use me for that, and like now that I know, it's like, hell no, dude, you're getting paid to do what you're doing to me. Some of them are getting paid lots of money, and you know what? Nah, and ain't nobody getting paid today, bro. Ain't
yeah,
nobody getting
right.
paid.
No, nobody's
Not
getting
on
paid
my accord.
today.
No,
You
ain't
motherfuckers
happening.
are gonna starve today.
You think? Yep. Absolutely. You know what I always say? I say, you know what? I'd marry my cat. I would marry my cat at this
Yeah,
point, because that cat has been so freaking loyal to me and has been ride or die and has not done a damn thing to me like these perps have, and like male and female. And it's like to the point where if it was possible, that cat don't talk back. That cat has
yeah.
been here, and you know what? I would put a fucking ring on it at this point. And then that's when they started targeting my cats.
Yeah,
So now I'm like,
right.
like,
They
you know
and
what?
that and
Cats are all over the place. I could
That's
always find
another
another cat.
thing. That's another thing about these demonic, and I'm going to refer to them as demonic.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely. 100%.
these
I don't even
beings
think they're
behind.
human. They're not
No,
human. They can't be.
they cannot
They don't have a
stand
soul.
real love. They want to mimic it. They cannot stand real love. They hate it. They
Oh, I
hate
know.
the connection of real love. Like my perps will try to mimic it is what I call it. But
Oh, come here, little boy.
they just go
Oh.
from like hot to cold, just like they're fucking bipolar.
Absolutely. And I think sometimes they're being mind controlled too when they turn into that person. Because I feel like some of them really do care, because like I'll be telling a story, you know, about something that's happened to me that's, you know, very upsetting to someone. And like the purple, like my ex George, he would get tears in his eyes. He would start welling up tears because he felt empathy. But then, you know, 10 minutes later, when they're, you know, targeting him with something, he starts acting all weird and like alpha, and like, you know, going like, you know, somebody steals something from me and he's on their side, or it's just so weird. And it just doesn't make sense, because he's on my page when we're not around certain areas where they're target, you know, being able to direct energy, and you know, the V2, I don't know if the V2K was going on with George, but I do know he's been in the military, and I do know he had one of those boxes that they use for the directed energy in his closet, and he had no idea what it was. And he lives right by the damn Air Force air base, in the airport and shit, and all those towers. And like, I think the only time that things happen are when we're around that shit. When we're out in the middle of the country and we're by ourselves, he's his own person and he's on my level, you know? And
Okay.
so that back and forth shit just gets to me though. And then when he started trying to poison my cats, I'm good. I gotta go. And I don't think he meant to, you know, I really don't. I think that they were having him do it, because nobody in their right mind puts a chicken bone on the bed where all your kittens are with their mother cat, and you're in the middle of a fight, and he goes in the kitchen and gets a chicken bone that we were going to break together, you know, like the wishbone or whatever from a little hen, and he puts it on the bed. Now, everybody knows if a cat or a dog eats a chicken bone, they're going to fucking choke. Come on now. And he went and did that, and I just thought that was so weird. And so I thought he was like poisoning my cats, because as soon as I said I was keeping Osiris and the other two little girls were going to go to one girl to stay together, that's when only Osiris started having blood in his stool, and was feeling, I could tell he was sick. And I left. As soon as I left, he got better, and I never went back, and he was fine. And, you know, I have reconnected with George again, and he's being targeted for sure. So I told him what was going on, and now he's kind of like,
No,
oh,
I
shit.
mean, like even now, these sick fucks, like they're so sick. You know, I'm dealing, and I've been dealing with this for a few weeks now, where they make me feel like I'm breaking up with my boyfriend.
What?
Yes, like they're acting like it's so fucking sick and twisted. Like I'm so sick of these
Do you
guys.
have a boyfriend?
No.
What?
Yeah, that's exactly how they're making me feel.
Like guilty or something, or
No. Like I'm breaking up with them.
oh,
It's so fucking sick and and it's the stupidest. Like I'm so over it.
they do stuff to my cats. Like they do the weirdest shit to my cats. Like they make them like act like they're like my little kitten. He still nurses. Okay, he's 4 months old. And he's still nursing every once in a while. That is so strange. Okay. He's bigger than his mother. And I think they're doing that just because they're sick. And they also have like they'll have him walk under her ass in the litter box when she's taking a shit. Come on, dude. That is not normal cat behavior. I've had cats my whole life. I'm not stupid. And then they'll have my kitten try to eat litter and shit. Get the fuck out of here. That is so sick and twisted. Like, and now they have them fighting each other, like they're rabid dogs, like they're two pit bulls, and they like, I mean, literally, they like it's like WWE in my house sometimes with these cats, and they run them into the windows sometimes. Like Osiris went flying into the window and just hit his head. It's I feel like they're trying to like hurt them, on purpose because they can't poison them now because I got the hell away from all that shit. But and I have certain ways that I do things so that they don't get poisoned. But um, they're definitely doing things to my cats, and they're frying their damn brains too because I feel like that they're losing. Like they don't remember certain things that they used to remember. So like Osiris, sometimes I'll call his name like a million times. He doesn't even look at me. It's so strange. I think we lost her. They got mad because we were talking about him. What a bunch of dicks, man. What is Stockholm Syndrome? Home Slice, what is Stockholm Syndrome? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, Travis. Oh, my phone's gonna die. Shit. Shit show. Phone's gonna die. Hold on. Oh, come on. Why is it not working? There we go. Come on. Fucker. There we go.
Hey, you guys. Sorry you got cut off.
What happened?
After I don't, my phone hung up. I'm having issues. They've hacked into my phone, so I have
Oh yeah,
issues
they're
with my
pissed.
phone.
They're probably pissed because we're talking shit.
Yeah.
They're in my phone. My phone's hot as hell right now. I was down to 2% battery and I couldn't get my charger to work for a second. And my phone is burning up. I had to put it by the fan. They
Yeah.
destroyed 3 of my iPhones
Where
already.
you feel positive emotions towards your abuser. That's, yeah. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, that's what they do with
Yep.
me. They do the Stockholm syndrome where they try to present themselves as being like attractive, sexy, or like I can't explain it. I'm not going to get into detail about that. Just for the fact that you know, it's not even worth my energy. But
The funny thing is too is that 9 times out of 10 they're not even that attractive. They're people that I would never pick to date either. Like, and I don't know why I end up falling for them. It's so stupid. And like they're not like, I mean, a 65-year-old man is not somebody that I would normally pursue. But my last boyfriend was 65 years old. Now, granted, he was in prison for 20 years supposedly. And he was very young looking, and he was very, very good in bed, actually, believe it or not. But you know, like it was just very strange. Like I would normally not fall for somebody like that, and I actually did. And like, come to find out, like he is his own person, but he's also targeted very heavily, mind controlled, and things like that from being in the military, I believe, and being where he is living. And so, you know, that whole back and forth thing. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know, like I can't have him poisoning my cats because he doesn't know it. And then the next day my cat's dead. And then him being empathetic or whatever to me and crying with me. Like I can't do that. That's not going to happen because that breaks me down too much. And I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. I don't give any consent to any of this. I don't consent to any of their bullshit. It's illegal. It's disgusting. It's not going to happen. And I'm not consenting to any of it. And I want to take legal action as well because, you know, something's got to be done here.
no, yeah, it really does. Like I'm being bombarded with directed energy weapons.
There's a private investigator in Chicago that I just found that said that he could come out and actually scan the house and do all kinds of stuff. And they like, you know, make reports and things like that. And he's been, you know, he's been in the military or something.
Yeah, I've looked into it.
Oh no,
on
he's had
my
training.
end.
He's had training on the directed energy stuff, but not
Okay.
for that. You know, the actual training for something like he did something in the field for some company but he learned what they were doing with this targeted program and he's pissed about it. And so he's helping us. And so I'm considering that because like something's got to be done. Somebody needs to look at my vehicle, dude. This is insane what is on my vehicle. There's all kinds of electronic shit installed in my truck. It's not even the same truck. They have literally taken my truck and put like the rear part of it. I think they switched it out because the paint is not the same color. And the lines and everything underneath are brand new. There's no way a 2007 in Illinois is going to have anything but rust underneath like it did when I first bought it. But I left it at my ex-boyfriend's for like a week. And that's when they switched shit out on me. I think they even switched my damn engine out on me.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, girl, because it looks different. I have an eidetic memory. It's a photographic memory. And so I remember things to a T. Like I can explain something just by seeing it in my mind. From remembering, like I can go into detail of what happened from beginning to end just by seeing it in my head. I can tell if somebody's been in my house or in my room or moved something around just because I know what it looked like right before I left. And like they just don't get this shit, I guess, because when I got my truck, as soon as I pulled the hood open, it looked like something, my engine was smaller and there was a gap in between one spot and another spot. And I even posted on Facebook and was like, does something look like it's missing out of here? Because all of a sudden my service ABS light was off, my warning light. Now that doesn't just fix itself. Okay. But if you take that box out, it could go off, which you can remove the ABS system. But for some reason, nobody wanted to tell me that there was something going on, that, you know, the two people that actually answered me were perps, and they said, oh no, everything looks fine. But I know it's not, because I have pictures. I have pictures when I first bought the truck from underneath it and the engine area. And I compared them, and they're different. There's stickers. There's stickers. They even went so far as to put barcode stickers from, where was it? From Singapore. Okay, there's no Singapore parts on a damn Chevy. Okay, I'm not stupid. I was a GM service advisor for 8 years. There's no freaking Singapore parts on a factory Chevy. So why are there stickers brand new on all these fucking lines and all these tubes and wires and shit going to everything underneath the truck? It's not normal. It's not normal. And it's just, it's so stupid, dude. Like, it's so obvious they've done something, and they're pumping some kind of liquid up into the floor of my truck because they know my cats used to get on the floor. Well, they don't now. And like you said, you were cleaning every day and you couldn't get the shit to go away. Well, that's what's happening in my truck. It's like a white residue, and I clean it off. I scrub the shit out of it, and then we get in it, we step on the floor, and I tore it apart. And guess what I found? There's a pad underneath there, like a carpet padding, and it's doused with some kind of oily liquid. And guess where it's coming from? A tube and a pump that they have installed underneath the damn truck that goes up into the floor and leaks whatever the fuck this shit is into the truck every time I step on this pad. It's insane. Unbelievably insane. I cannot fathom the shit that they do here. Like, it's just so fucked up. Like, and they put me to sleep to do certain things, I think.
Yeah, same here.
How do they do that?
It's all frequency based.
So what do I need to do to counteract that? Play music or something?
Yeah, it's all frequency based.
So if I don't, so can I meditate or something like that?
Yeah, meditation will help raising your vibrations, things of that nature, but it's all frequency based.
So how do I know, like, okay, so is it a high frequency or is it a low?
I believe it is a low pull, like almost like boom, boom, boom.
Oh shit.
Kind of
Okay,
pulse.
so me listening to real low bass, like dubstep type, dark dubstep music is probably not a good idea, huh?
Yeah, definitely not a good idea to do that.
Oh fuck. That's my favorite music. I produce it too. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely not a good idea to listen to that stuff.
Yeah, because I noticed I feel better like when I play my mix that I have. It's got like 1,022 songs on it, and it's got like a lot of stuff like you know, like Sugar, you know, like Maroon 5 and stuff like that, you know, and like, you know, all my songs that I like to sing to, and you know, they're a lot higher, you know, pitched songs, and I feel like a lot better when I'm listening to that than when I'm listening to the dark dubstep, because I love the dark dubstep. It's my favorite. I love bass. But now that I know that, we're going to have to settle down on that shit, because I feel like last night when I was listening to it, I just fell asleep somehow, and it was weird. Like, I woke up again feeling like I was drugged and shit, and possibly other things. So that sucks, because I really like that music. I'm very high vibration as it is. Like they said I had ADHD, which is bullshit. It's just they just didn't want to deal with me, so they wanted to put me on something to dumb me down, and it's not going to happen ever. And I'm always told that I'm hyper, like it's a bad thing. I just thought I was animated and very passionate about what I'm talking about. That's basically what it is in my mind. But they don't want to know that. They don't want to say that, because then I would be more intelligent and more, you know, a better person than them. And they can't stand that shit, you know.
Yeah.
My own mother, that's sickening. I don't even think she's my mom. I really don't. Because somebody doesn't say, I am your mother and I love you. That's not normal, okay? yeah, my son, I love him, and I don't say I am your mother. Okay, I know I'm his
Yeah.
mother. Why in the hell would I say that? Like, that's so weird. It don't make
Yeah.
any sense. My grandma
Yeah,
never says I
absolutely.
love you back to me, hardly. Like, only when, like, every once in a while she will, when they're not controlling her. The freaking planes are flying over like crazy here.
I know they are with me too. They're
Why
sucks
is
to
it that
fucking.
every time I smoke pot, dude, they fucking drop every
Oh, they
time,
can't
dude,
stand it.
every
Yeah,
time.
they can't fucking stand it. Like my perpetrators, and I'm going to speak freely on this subject, regardless of how they feel about it. You know, they're they try to make every excuse they can to justify their actions. Like it's just, you know, like somebody is not allowed to have a human experience without them wanting to be involved or have some kind of say so and interfere with you having a human experience. They're so obsessed with the idea of life and controlling it.
How am I on twice?
I have no idea, but we're gonna.
They just,
I don't know if you can you still hear? All
Did
right,
about
so we're
20
having
minutes.
some kind of technical.
what if
Oh
I
yeah, probably. Yeah, no, it's like, you know, they can be sitting there, and these perps can sit there and do what they want, and you know, but God forbid a human being has something like a human experience. You know, it goes back to reminding me of, you know, the archons that are mentioned in Gnostic texts that call themselves lords of karma.
Yes.
You know, just the fact that a human being cannot have a human experience and they want to accuse them and fill them with guilt and claim that they are their experience, and this is not true. Like, they try to bring up things that happened to me when I was 19. Here I am 40, and they still want to use some of those experiences from my past as if it is in the present, and it is not. It is nothing but a learning experience and a tool, but they want to use it as a weapon against me.
Right.
You know, because I had a human experience, or when I was 15 or 16, you know, God forbid, I went out with my friends on a Friday night and, you know, came home at midnight. You're a horrible person. Well, how about the fact, let's bring up trafficking. You know, it's just, it's not fair whatsoever. They want to sit there and accuse of humans having human experiences. You know, and I'm not who I was 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And if you want to stay stuck in the past, honey, by all means, go ahead and dwell on my past that I'm no longer dwelling on, and have a field day, because
Well, of course they do. They don't have a life. They sit there, big old fat fuck, like my cousin sitting there with his beer belly and his underwear with his fucking remote neural monitoring bullshit, gaming, basically a gamer.
yeah, basically that's what it is. I mean, that's exactly what it
They
is.
have no life.
And they want to
His
sit
wife
there
hadn't had
and
sex with him in
dwell.
10 years. I mean, I can see why. The fuck.
They want to sit there and dwell on, you know, 10 years ago, of experiences that I've had, and I am not that same person anymore. And if any human being, you know, outside of the TI community, you know, shill, troll, perp, you know, wants to have a field day, you know, with that thought as well, I hope you are perfect and you've never experienced life as a human being before you decide to have a field day. And that's all I'm saying, because I have not met somebody who has had a perfect life and is perfect. And I think that is the whole point of the human experience. You know, and let's not forget that, as these, you know, attackers want us to feel, you know, this heaviness and this weight of guilt, that is not true. You know, you're not who you were 10 years ago.
Wait a minute. On the comments, TI News says, I had to rewind, but this is Tiffany in the green dress. What the hell is that? Because I'm Tiffany, and yes, I'm in the green dress in the picture, but I didn't rewind.
Oh, he's saying he had to rewind the live stream. He said he's asking, is this Tiffany in the green dress?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
yes.
yeah, that's Tiffany in the green dress.
Yeah, I got kicked off a couple times.
Yeah.
So I was confused there. I was like, wait a minute, is this a perp?
Yeah.
Trying to act like me because I had those the two come up on there. So I was like, what is going on? I thought maybe this person was like trying to say they were me or something. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. But even I mean, just the guilt trips, the smear campaigning, the accusations. At some point, I just had enough of listening to. I know what you did last summer, basically, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck.
What really gets me, I don't care if they tell all these people, these smear campaigns and stuff, work or whatever, friends, whatever. I don't care. But my family, to go to them and lie to them, not tell them truthful things like you're talking about, but things that really happen. But my cousin was making things up. My ex-boyfriend showed a meth pipe to my brother at my son's birthday party and said it was mine, and I was completely sober. I was trying to keep him away from drugs, and we were in counseling and everything, and he was doing it behind my back. And, and for that to happen, and then my family believe him, and I'm right there, sober as can be and like healthy as can be, and they're still believing this shit. That's what gets to me, because now I have nobody to turn to except for my cat, and they can't do shit for me, and like, it's just like, what the hell, and to find out my grandmother is, being controlled by my mother and Russ and whoever is involved in this shit, like my family, like that's just sickening to me. It's so sickening. Like I really just want to go blow all their brains out is what I want to do, because they're sick, they're disgusting, and they need to be out of this world. But I'm not going to do that because then they win. So it's not going to happen. And I'm not going to blow my own brains out because then they win. But I'm telling you what, like, I've come so close to like just going and like gang stalking these people myself, because I'm just so fed up. Like, I don't even know what to do at this point, because the local police know somewhat a little bit what's going on, and that's only because I dated one of them, and he's also being targeted. My own stepfather is being targeted. He's a retired Peoria police officer. My grandfather was in Illinois State Police, and I believe they were targeted. We've all been targeted by Russ our entire life. And I mean, he's been taking out, loans in our names. He bought a car under my police officer stepdad's name. I found it on his background check. Or, I mean, just all kinds of crazy shit. My mom's on a government watch list. That's very concerning to me. This whole thing with the Homeland Security and the pull that they have is fucking ridiculous. And they're using these people that are in prison and in the military. They're using these more less fortunate people to do their dirty work on foot. Yeah. Because they don't give a shit if they get caught up. They don't care. And what people don't realize is they're also being targeted. They're targeted by these people that are higher up, that are sitting in a freaking van with this remote neural monitoring or whatever. My cousin designs programs like security shit for Caterpillar and IBM. So he knows all the backdoor shit. And he's the one broadcasting people and making money off this stuff. And it's just disgusting. It's so disgusting. And like the fact that the good people are the ones that are taking the brunt of it, it makes me so freaking mad. But I don't act out about it anymore. Like, I was like there for a while. I was like, I'm going to kill the next person that steals from my kid. I'm going to fucking kill him. And so they're like, oh, well, let's put her with a murderer. we're going to have a honeypot guy that's been in prison for murder that's also targeted be her boyfriend. So maybe they'll kill each other. We'll get her put in prison. No, not going to happen. Because I felt like that. I felt like they were doing things to try to get me to kill someone. And I'm just like, it ain't going to happen, y'all. And
that's what they try to do to me too. Like I don't know if you guys could hear my EMF detector was up at 159.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I just caught it. Like this is basically just murder. But no, they try to do the same thing. Like try to set things up to where you react. They want, it's not gonna on my end, it's not gonna happen. This is the only reaction you're gonna get out of me where I start becoming vocal and that's it.
Oh yeah, I
Like,
get very vocal and I threaten.
like that's it. I just like that's it.
I'll
They
yell
want
out the window. I yell out the window.
they
I'll
want
be
me to
like,
react. They want me to react in violence. They want me to act out in public, and I'm just like, it's not fucking happening.
yeah, no, I don't do that in public, but I do yell out my window at the fucking handler over here and the guy across the street when they're fucking with my cats. And like, and I'll be like, you know what, dude, I'm about 2 seconds away from coming over there and blowing your fucking brains out. You know, I fucking pack with a gun, dude. I don't know why you keep fucking with my cats, dude. I'm gonna come
Yeah.
over there. And they stop. They do. I guess the handler guy's scared of me because my perp guy that I live with, he says he's scared of you. He must be scared
Yeah.
of you. And I'm like, really, dude? He must be, because he hasn't come over here and said a word to me. And he's the one that tried to get me to come over here to have dinner 2 months ago. So what the hell? Like, he's looking suspect as hell right now.
Yeah.
And he's, he's scared. I know he is. These motherfuckers are scared of me. There's got to be a huge dollar sign for them to gang stalk me, because the only people that do it are people usually that are big guys, possibly, that would have their concealed carry or something like that, or a big knife on them. I've caught them. And as soon as I start taking pictures and recording them, they take off like a bat out of hell. And then
Yeah.
you'll never see them again. They got new ones that come from out of state. And
Yeah.
it's crazy because, I mean, they don't know. I mean, everybody thinks I'm crazy because that's what, was smear campaigned, I'm sure. But, so like, I would never do it. I would never harm somebody like that.
No,
Like,
me neither. I can't even
that
harm an
person.
animal or a bug. Like,
But I will say it. I will say, I
Yeah.
will threaten them to keep them away from me, and they stay very clear from me. They're not going to come near me because I'm
Yeah,
always
exactly.
packing. You better believe it. I'm always packing, because if somebody does try to, assault me or something, like this other girl that I was talking to, she was a TI and she was assaulted by a guy with a knife, and the cops didn't even do anything about it. It was so crazy. And that was in Florida. And I thought, fuck that. I've always got a knife in my boot, a knife in my pocket, sharp as hell. My grandpa taught me how to sharpen a knife with a whetstone. And let me tell you what, I can get that sucker so sharp, it can cut hairs off your hand. And
Yeah.
they don't want to fuck with me. I'm going to tell you that right now. Nobody's going to get close to me and my cats and do anything physical, because I will fight back out of, what is it? Self-defense, basically.
Yeah.
I've learned self-defense moves. I'm a badass bitch when it comes to people fucking with me. I'm going to tell you that right now. I will not allow myself to be beat on, to be, touched by anybody, molested, none of that shit. That's not going to happen. I mean, I almost beat the fuck out of dude when he tried to get me to sit on his lap, and he was, drunk, which was not an excuse, but kind of, because he was wasted. But still, like, I mean, I stood up and he backed off real quick, because he knew. I'm pretty sure he knows. You better settle the fuck down, dude, because she's crazy. She's crazy because she's going to defend herself. It's fucking stupid, dude. Anybody should do that. Fight or flight, If somebody feels threatened, they have the right to fight back, as far as I'm concerned. And that's what I've always done. And, these guys that I've been with, even females that I've been with, will try to, attack me or do things. And then when I come back with a damn shower curtain rod because you got me locked in a freaking room and you won't let me out, you better believe I'm going to beat the shit out of you and get the hell out of that room. They don't fuck with me after that. They don't fuck with me after that. Instead, they do something else stupid, like do drugs behind my back when we're supposed to be sober, and go into counseling and about having a baby. And I mean, just dumbass shit,
Yeah.
They love to get you up high and then bring you back down.
Yeah, exactly.
Disgusting.
No, it is.
But it only makes me stronger, girl. Only makes me stronger.
Yeah, it's got to.
And I'm telling you what, my intuition and my abilities to see things before they happen, and like I know what these perps are gonna do before they even fucking know. Sometimes it's hilarious. and like I'll counteract it, you know, and they're like, oh shit.
No, like even these scumbags now are hitting me with a directed energy weapon, like in the chest, to siphon my energy, my light energy,
I've had
suffocate my.
probably 6 planes fly over just since I said that about the planes a little bit
Right
ago.
now, as we're speaking, they're siphoning my energy, suffocating my energy for being able to protect myself, and bombarding me with directed energy weapons and thought inserts of bad health with the intent of harm. This is what they're doing to me.
Yeah, I get that too. And I have a question. Okay, so what is it?
Hold on. Animal.
What?
Imperial.
Get the fuck out of here.
It sounds like, hold on, let me finish. It sounds like you need to get caught, and all lower level perps. Yeah.
Yeah, you better get the fuck out of here.
It sounds like you need to get caught. That's all I'm going to
Piece
say.
of shit.
They like to hide behind their profile. It sounds like you need to get caught.
Did you see what he wrote? That's sickening, dude.
Yeah,
That is sickening.
nobody, you know, if that's as far as your intelligence goes, is what's in your pants, I really feel sorry for your outcome in the future.
He's compensating, honey. He probably ain't got
And
nothing in his
I can
pants.
definitely tell what you engage with in the bedroom by your incompetence and your lack of intelligence.
Yeah, he's probably the one that's fucking my cats in broadcast. Fucking weirdo.
Yeah, they're
Sorry for the language. I just get really pissed off.
I'm pretty sure your intelligence doesn't go any further than a systematical degree. That's all I'm going to say. So enjoy your reality, as you would call it, and have fun.
Now it says he was blocked for 5 minutes. Can't you block him for good?
Oh no, he's blocked for good.
Okay, because on my thing it says he was blocked for 5 minutes.
No, he's blocked for good.
I wonder if the StreamYard blocked him too.
Yeah, he's blocked for good.
Yeah, he said rape, dude. That's not cool, man. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
That'll get you kicked
If
off
your
real quick.
intelligence doesn't go any further than your ego, then you are definitely, sir, living in your own world. And I really feel sorry for you and the outcome. So
That's what
enjoy.
a lot of them are doing.
Enjoy that reality, as you would call it. I'm sure it's fun.
Okay, so my question with the directed energy, how do you counteract it? Because like I'm getting all these stupid YouTube things saying that like metal, like chicken wire. I would think that would amplify.
That's conductive. That's conductive.
Duh. That's what I thought.
There's certain metals, and
that's fake.
yeah, there's certain metals that are conductive. I think one of them that is not aluminum, I'm not 100% sure of.
What about mylar?
Mylar, I think it is pretty good. Not really sure, but there are some metals you need to be careful that are conductive. See,
that's what I can't look up. I don't know. I need to know from somebody that knows for sure, because I'm trying to look this stuff up and they're telling me the wrong thing, so that it's something that will actually conduct it.
Copper is a good one to use to protect and shield from.
Okay.
Grounding techniques, using a lot of the Earth's natural resources, is also good. Raising your vibrations will override the frequencies.
What about when I'm sleeping though? Like, or I'm in my room with my cats, because my cats get targeted all the time.
Now that is really hard to do unless you're good at astral traveling.
What about foil?
Like I said, I'm kind of iffy on the aluminum foil. Some of it I think is conductive.
That's what I thought, dude. Like that doesn't.
Some of it I think it's conductive, and I think you would need several layers in order for it to really block out any kind of signals.
Okay, so I found this thing here at this house, and what it is it's like styrofoam on one side, and then it's got like, you know how you put those things in your window to keep the heat out in the window, and it looks like foil.
Okay.
it's like a shiny foil or whatever. Well, so on one side it's foil, and then the other side it's like a real, like maybe about half inch of like foam padding type shit.
Yeah.
And it's a real long, like it's like almost looks like he's used it to put it around himself, maybe while he's doing the directed energy. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah.
So I wonder if that
Possibly.
would help, because I stole it. So I'm like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm taking this thing because if it's gonna work, I'm gonna use it. Because what I want to do is it's long enough to put up against both windows so that the cats don't keep going nutso when these two freaks across the street are doing their stupid shit. And but I don't want to put it up until I know for sure, because I don't want it to actually cause more problems.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would make sense that the foam's there, but I mean, I don't know how it would, because shit. Because you know how when the sun beats down on those things you put in your window, there's some kind of padding inside of it, but then
Yeah.
it's covered with the foils, but it keeps the heat from coming in the car. So I would think that it's directing the heat back outside the car from hitting it, but I don't know. So that looks like what this thing that I found could possibly do, but I really don't want to put it up because it could make it worse. But here comes another plane.
Yeah. Oh
Unbelievable.
God.
They're all
Are they?
military too. I live
Oh
right
yeah.
by
I
an
get the
airport.
military helicopters all the time.
No, these are like what they used to call crop dusters. They look like they're civilian planes because this is a civilian
Yeah, I
airport
get those
here,
too.
but they have military markings on them. I have
Yeah, I
binoculars,
get those too. And I get the private planes.
and they fly low as hell too, and they be spraying shit too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Every time I'm smoking pot, dude. Every time, dude. What the
Yeah.
Can you believe our tax dollars are being wasted on this shit?
Yeah, it's fucking
Unbelievable.
garbage, dude. Like get a fucking life, dude.
I mean, if some of these people would just listen and believe us, they would be pissed that their money is being used to
Yeah,
fund this shit.
absolutely.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Now they're targeting people in the White House. Why do you think Biden acts like he's on Xanax all the time, forgets where he's at the UN, all kinds of shit? That ain't normal, dude.
Yeah, no, that's not
I don't
normal
think
at
he's
all.
a pedophile either. I think they make him do that shit so that he looks like he's one.
Yeah, that's
I
very
think he
possible.
just really cares about his grandson, and I think he is I really do. In my heart, my intuition about people is always usually on point. And
Yeah, mine is too.
I mean, I hated Trump when he first made office because I felt like he was the Antichrist. But he did do some really good things for us. His attitude, the way he treats women and shit, needs to be dealt with. But besides that, he's a businessman. He's not a politician. And he did do some like that Epstein Island stuff. I feel is one of the good things that was shut down. And but then they start targeting Biden to make him look like he's doing things, and I really don't think that he is that type of person. I think that they're doing this to make him look like he is. It's so strange. But
Yeah.
I feel like certain people are not. They're not they're acting out in the way that they're making them act out through mind control and stuff. And really deep down, they are very good people. Because I can see where they would do that with my cats. Like I'm always loving on my cats, I've even had people ask me, you really love your cats, don't you? Well, then guess what? 2 weeks later, both my cats were stolen out of my home and I've never seen them again. So, you're right. They don't want you to love things. But when I love on my cats, I love on them like it's my own baby, like a baby, like my child. When he was born, I was constantly giving him kisses on the mouth and, calling him nicknames and, giving him lovin's, and petting them. And, I love to smell them. I love to smell my kid. I still do it to this day because he has that baby smell to me. But, just stuff like that, and they're targeting people to make them look like they're sickos when really they just have so much love to give. And my animals are so fucking sweet. Like my animals, like everybody notices when they come over, they're like, your cats are so good. And they sit and wait for their food. Like, you know, they'll sit and wait for a bite of food off my plate. They know how to sit like a dog. Okay. They on a command, they walk on harnesses, they walk on leashes, they sit and they wait for me to get their leash when we're ready to go to outside and go in the truck, because they love to leave and go with mom. So like they act like dogs basically. They're very loyal, the breed that I have. And you know, they talk to me. They literally will say mama, they will say yes, no, right when they need to say it too, like they're having a conversation. I also am connected with them as well, as far as telepathically. I can talk to them, you know, telepathically. I know when my cat when they need to go to the bathroom. I know when they're hungry. I know, I mean, I know what they're thinking. I'm connected to all animals and people that way. And that's what they don't want, because the minute those type of people start running their mouths to people that don't know what's going on, we're very convincing, and we're very, people follow people like us. You know, they want to know more, you know, they want, and they know that I'm honest. They know that I don't speak anything but what I know from research and from facts that I know from experience and from my intuition as well. And so, you know, I have a lot of people open up to me and tell me things that they normally wouldn't tell somebody when they first meet me even. And it's like, I feel like I'm everybody's guidance counselor half the time. But, you know, they don't want people like that. And that's why they're targeting us, because we have the ability to take these motherfuckers down. And that's what they don't want. You know, we have the ability to get other people involved that will help bring these people down. And that's why we're being targeted, because they got to get us out of here, because they can't be having somebody more intelligent and more intuitive and more empathic and more of a leader than them. That's what I've found in my experience with this. And it's horrible, but that's really what's going on, I believe. And it sucks. I think I was part of an experiment. And then when they realized, oh shit, we've made something better. We can't have that. We got to dumb her down and put her on some Ritalin. Oh, shit. We lost her. Are you still there, girl? Jeez Louise, freaking planes. Drug war's biggest scam, right? Oh, yeah, and they're putting the drugs out on the street too. It's horrible. And I think it has something in it, some kind of nanotechnology. Mind control stuff or something. Oh yeah, prisons definitely, because when all of my friends got in trouble for stuff back, um, it was a federal case. They all got indicted. Um, Once they got out, they were doing weird stuff, like super weird stuff. And they told me that they were asked to work for the cops when they were in prison. And I took that as a warning not to go around them. And that's when, you know, all this weird stuff started happening. But yes, definitely prisons are being targeted to where I think they're chipping them with their dental work and things like that. They're also teaching them how to do dark manipulation. I've found books in my friends that have been to prison's possession. My ex-boyfriend told me that he studied how to please a woman and things like that when he was in there. And
wow.
I think that they're being controlled while they're in there as well.
Yeah.
All you got to do is have a dental thing done, you know, a cap or a something done, and they stick whatever that chip thing is in their mouth, and there you go.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends are not, you know, I'm not saying they're stupid, but they're not as intelligent as some of my other friends, and these are the ones that have been, you know, in trouble, and they come out of prison and they just go right back to doing the same stuff. Like, that's not normal. People don't do that. You don't get a break, man. You don't get a break and get let out by Obama and get out and you've got, you know, 20 years and you get a break and you get out, or life, you get life and you get this break and they let you out and then go right back to doing the same thing. Nah, I'm sorry. No, that's not normal. It's just not normal. And then they tell me that they were asked to work for the police when they got out. You know, that's kind of concerning to me. And, you know, they're not at the time, but then I can tell when they get in trouble, because they go right back to doing the same shit. Then they get in trouble again. They're looking at prison time, but they don't go to prison and they're ghosting me. Well, I can see why, because
Yeah.
and they tell me, you know, I
Okay,
can't be around you. I can't be
And
around you.
Tanner, I'm assuming that's Michelle. What I'm gonna need you to do is try one more time to come on. If it does not work, we're having issues, and I said this yesterday on the live yesterday, where a couple of TIs weren't allowed to come on. They had to create another profile to be able to come in on the live chat. I don't know if my stream is being compromised, or if your end is being compromised, or if there's something wrong with the StreamYard, but this has happened several times with other TIs. So if you try one more time to hop on and it doesn't work, I'm going to need you to create a separate profile to be able to come on. All right, let's try one more time. No, see, it's not allowing me. All it's saying is edit name, kick from studio, or ban from studio. So Michelle, I'm going to need you to create real quick another profile to be able to hop on the live, because for some reason it's not letting me add you on.
No, I'm sorry, honey.
It did this yesterday and to a few other TIs. So I don't know if it's being compromised or.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. But you'll have to create a separate profile. I know it takes time, but just go in there and go ahead and create another profile.
You can do it under settings, can't you? Like go into settings and then add another person or something, and then it'll let you create it from there, won't it?
I think so.
Yeah. Just do something basic, you know, real quick. You don't have to do all this stupid settings and stuff. Just make a name and get it going.
Yeah.
We have to figure out ways around these people.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go around a lot of this.
And Home Slices, I totally agree with you there. I don't blame these people either. These are my friends, and they wouldn't be my friend from 25 years ago because of the way that they act.
Create another profile and it will work. This has already happened to a couple of TIs, but if you create another profile, it will work.
Go into your settings and it says add account, add another account. You go in there and then it'll let you create a new one from there.
Yeah, you can create another account using another email.
Or a Google account.
Or a Google account. Just do that. I would let you use mine, but I don't want to put that information on here.
No, don't do that.
But I would definitely let you use mine.
I think I'm going to have to do that from a whole different computer, like that they don't know that I have, because I can't even get on Facebook and post my truck for sale. And, you know, the funny thing is I bought 2 new phones and I didn't even activate them yet, Christina. I did not even activate any minutes or anything on them. And somehow these stupid, they got in my phones and they're using them for storage for their files. Before
I have like 3 different accounts because of just that.
Little $10 phones I bought. And then, here's the kicker. I go to Dollar General, right? And I get this phone, right? I get a US Cellular phone. There's no damn minutes. There's no cards for minutes for US Cellular. They had just restocked all of the companies and all of the phones, all of the cards and everything. Even the manager was like, where are all the cards? a perp made it in there right before I got there, and I stupidly wrote it down on my list that I needed the minutes or whatever. And so now I don't make lists, but they knew, and I know which guy did it because he was racing in there trying to get in there before me. Pulled up in his little Fed truck is what I call him, and he had his mask on, you know, and he's like running in there really quick. And so I fly in after him because I'm like, what's he doing? He's not gonna poison the food that I'm gonna get. So I run in there, and sure as shit, he got to that damn thing before me, and I walk up and there's no US cellular cards for minutes. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? So I was like, you know what? Screw you guys. So I buy a gift card, and I put money on it, and I go in, and I was like, you know what? Stupid. What are you doing? You're going to go in the phone that they're already in, try to buy minutes for another phone so that they get your IMEI number, your credit card number, or your gift card number. And I'm like, nope. So then I just spent that money on something else, and I'm like, how am I going to do this? I still haven't activated the dang things because they've already screwed them up. So I got to figure. I've got a couple. I found my bag. Oh my gosh, I found my gold mine. I found my bag that has all my old phones I used to use for cameras, and I found my old iPad. I found my a couple computers that I built. So they don't have that information, and I'm going to take that little sucker somewhere where they don't know where I'm going. I'm going to go on foot with nothing on me and hope that they don't. Can they find you through like a way without like your phone and stuff? Do you have to be chipped or something, or can they go by frequency? I can't hear you. If anybody can hear me, please let me know if you know any of that. I was told that they can target you by your frequency once they have your DNA, which I know they have that. I would think that my frequencies change, though, quite a bit. I'm very animated. Are you there? You back now? Can you hear me, girl? She's going in and out on us. Okay, frequency.
Wait, I'm sorry, I had to clean up a mess. Some of my lavender herbs and my sandalwood just fell all over the floor.
Oh, girl.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh God.
They can do stuff like that, can't they?
No, I did it on my own. I was
Oh.
carrying it and the bags were upside down and I didn't realize it.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. So I had a mess to clean up.
You know, I've had things like fly out of my hand. Like it felt like it was pulled out of my hand. They can do that, can't they? And like, can they like almost like try to push you over or like mess with your like balance and stuff? Because I feel like there's been a couple times when somebody has like pulled me, trying to knock me over. Thank God for Pilates and my body flow class. Helps keep me grounded, steady. Yeah, Gmail account. That might work too.
What is it?
Tanner is still having a problem that she said.
All right, M. Tanner, you're gonna have to create another account. This is the only way the other TIs were able to
Try a Google account.
Yeah, try another account. You're gonna have to create one or add another one.
You can't don't put your same information. You've got to use different information. That's probably why they keep blocking them. Like make up a different name and different birthday and all that. That's the only way you're going to be able to not get them to recognize you. And don't put your picture on there. Oh no, that sucks. I'm trying to think of, let me see if I can't find a tutorial. How do I say something? Can I say something somewhere? It's not letting me. Oh, it's because they can hear me. Okay, never mind. Well, here, let me see something. Hmm. Let's see. How do I get?
All right, you guys. Sorry I'm cleaning up a mess. All right, who else do we got on here? Sorry for making you guys wait.
Can you hear
Didn't
me?
realize
Honey?
everybody. I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
I
Yeah,
jumped off for a minute because I
Hey,
looked up a link.
Brian.
Alright, you guys, sorry, I'm-
Tell M Tanner that I posted a link in the comments on the regular YouTube. I had to get off.
Hey, Vern, good to see you, brother.
Mhm.
How are you?
How's it going?
Good. You look like you're full of love and light, brother. Loving the energy. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
I love your energy. You got a beautiful smile. Welcome on board.
And I can talk with an English accent too if you'd like. Or I can do Aussie too, you know.
Can you do the Aussie?
Yes, I can do the Aussie.
Oh my God, I love it. That's incredible. So how's your morning going?
I'm pretty good. I've been like just cleaning up in here and like throwing my mom's stuff away, and it's just like so
Yeah.
much. She's
I
an
know.
artist, so there's like a lot of stuff. My sister's an artist kind of too, and I've been kind of cherry picking. Then I found like old pictures of my dad and stuff. It's like it was like weird.
Yeah.
Vern? Is this Vern?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, honey. Okay, cool. This was we were talking earlier about this. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's always cool stuff to keep too, you know, to be able to look back on memories and stuff.
Yeah, it's just I don't know where I'm going to be, and I don't know, you know, what I'm going to have. I have like a travel trailer that's really old that I used to camp in, and like
Yeah.
I'll probably be living in that for a while. But I have tons of tools, you know. I used to do everything.
That's kind of where I'm at. I'm thinking about getting a camper and just doing
That's
it
what I
that
wanna
way.
do.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we need? I was thinking about this the other day. We need like a TI community
that's my
like
CD
RV
right there.
park, you know, where we can all collaborate
Oh,
together.
that's nice.
Wouldn't that be cool, dude? Like a community, like they have these things.
Yeah,
like,
I
we
was
have
thinking, you know
regular
what?
communities for other
That's
things.
crazy.
Why couldn't we start a TI community and like have
my
like a
truck.
piece of
Oh, that's a
land
nice truck.
where we can all go to? You know what I mean? If you're
That
traveling,
car is nice. What year is it?
It's an 02.
Is it really? It's in good shape.
Yeah, it's a bug eye. It's they only made a very limited amount of them,
Yeah.
and see the front on it. It's got the bug
Oh,
eyes.
it's nice.
They only made it for a year and a half, and they're like collectors, you know, kind of in a way. Like all the
Yeah.
ones that are made after it, they don't sell for anything. But this one, I've had dealerships even like lately they're saying they'll pay $12,000 cash for it,
Oh, shit.
and I paid $17,000 for it, and it books at like $3,000 or $4,000. So that's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's got under 100,000 miles on it actually. So it's actually, you know, it's been garaged its whole life, pretty much.
Oh, wow. It's in good shape.
But it got repainted. I'm not the original owner. The original owner worked at Subaru, and he was the detail manager. And I don't know what he did to it, but he something about his girlfriend, I think, crashed it or something like that, or drove it through a fence or something, and he repainted it.
Yeah.
And he didn't do a good clear coat on it, so the clear coat's kind of coming off. But up here, it's so there's so much light up here, I guess is the word for it. You know, it just is really hard on clear coats. And so any refinished clear coats up here they last about maybe 8 or 9 years, and they start to peel.
Oh, wow.
my grandpa was a body man, and he clear coat. If you really want to, preserve the car, it really isn't too much to just do a clear coat on it if you have to.
Yeah, no, I've got all the stuff. I know how to paint and everything, and I know how to do everything.
Oh well,
So
shit. Then you got.
I got a welder. I can actually do body and spot work, and I don't do is gear work. I don't like to do gear work because it's like you got to do it all the time, and I need to. You have to have somebody kind of walk you through it. It's been so long. It's been like 25 or 30 years since I did a rear end. But
Ooh,
I mean, I'll spider weld them and stuff, for like to make them posy. But as far as,
I had that on my Camaro. That was cool.
yeah, like on my Talon, it's all-wheel drive, but they have a limited slip. Like some of them came with a limited slip locking differential, and the older ones came with a 3-bolt axle, and then the 93, 90. There was like a 94 model, but it was not. It was limited. But the ones that were, it was like 92 and a half. They went to a 4-bolt rear axle, which made a huge difference. But I've already blown out like 4 rear ends in that one. So
Nice.
because it puts out about 600 horsepower, but it's broken right now, and it's been broken for like 4 years, 3 or 4 years. I haven't been able to drive it, so the paint's all fucked up on it now. And I used to have it in mint condition too. But I got that truck stuck in there, and then I tore the ligaments in my arm, my bicep. and I couldn't do any work or anything. I couldn't even like lift my arm up, let alone like
Oh, that's
wrench on it for like about 2 years.
well, you
And
don't want to
so,
make
yeah,
it
I
look
mean,
too pretty anyways, because they'll just the stupid.
yeah, I screwed my back up pretty bad. I've like been through like a lot. I've been blown up. I've been shot. I've been
Oh my God.
I've been shot 3 times, and I've been like blown up. Where I was told I was doing cartwheels over the top of treetops out of a helicopter.
Oh my
but I don't
God.
remember.
Were you guys in
Yeah,
the military together?
No, I was in the military. I was actually in a different branch of the government, let's just say. And I got recruited by a Mormon freaking stake. I was a Mormon, okay? I was raised Mormon and all that stuff. And I
Oh,
didn't live in
wow.
Utah, but I moved to Utah. But I was a Jack Mormon. I partied hardcore, you know?
Ah!
And so they didn't like that. I like corrupted a lot. I had return missionaries, man, where we had daiquiri nights where like the guys are like, why are you having like daiquiris? That's like a girl's drink. I'm like, no shit. You know, like, well, we're not coming. So like the first night I had daiquiri night, we had 19 girls, me and my roommate and me. So needless to say, yeah, we got lucky. All that. The guys were like, well, what happened? What went on there? And I'm like, well, you guys didn't show up, and these girls were looking for something. You know what I mean? It's like they're like, oh my God. So then, like, all these guys showed up, and all the girls like were afraid to come over because these guys were just freaking hard up.
My
So
cousin,
I got
he
hella
was a
drunk 'cause I
Marine,
got I
and
got
he
dumped.
talks about all the crazy parties that you guys have.
Yeah, that was the last time I ever drank rum. Actually, it was. I got so sick I couldn't drink for like 4 months. I'm not kidding you. I was like, I should have gone to the hospital.
Oh,
I was
God.
like, I was sitting in the shower like 4 days later, like, and I couldn't even get up and lift my head up. I have like really, I'm a lightweight. Like, I can't drink usually very much.
Oh, I
Drink a
don't
couple
like to
shots
drink.
and a
I don't
couple
like the
beers, and I'm
hangover.
done. Yeah, I mean, I get sick. I like it like where I because my mom drank when she was pregnant with me, not
Oh,
knowing she was
no.
pregnant. So yeah, and my mom was a real heavy drinker.
Oh,
So
shit.
I got ADD and all that other shit, I guess, from it. Before they knew that what it was, I was one of those kids that he can't sit
No,
still.
I think that's all bullshit anyway to dumb us down with drugs. I think that you just have a high vibration and you're an amazing soul. And, you know, you might have a little bit of health problems because of her drinking while she was.
Yeah, actually, what happens is that the drinking suppresses the or the nervous system.
Right.
And what the stimulants do is that they actually release chemicals that your body isn't releasing because it's set differently. And
Well,
so
that
it
makes
actually
sense.
mellows you out.
That makes
So I
sense.
get really like mellow.
But to label it ADD, I don't believe that. I believe
Well,
that.
it was pretty bad because like I'd be sitting in class and I was the kid where the teacher goes, and Vern, what's this? And I'd be like, huh? Because I'd be staring out the window like, and I was in another world and shit. Totally like I was out playing and shit. And they're like, and all the kids would be laughing at me, you know?
You know, they say that the Indigo children, they actually were, a lot of them were daydreamers like that too. And
it was
you
terrible.
know, they tried to put a lot of those people on medicine too. And I believe I was one of them, and I stopped taking it unbeknownst to my mother for several years. I was throwing it away, and I was still too hyper, you know. But I was very intelligent. Those people are very intelligent. You're probably very intelligent, and you just were bored, is what I think.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. I was totally
You
bored.
already
Like
knew
school.
that stuff. You're an old soul, bro. You already knew that stuff.
People were like, how are you so smart and all that? And I'm like, because I had to take everything twice. Like in high school, I had to take English twice. So I had like twice as much exposure to it, you know, because I like
Probably
failed
should have been
everything.
in a gifted school where you would have only had to take things once.
Yeah, I know, but I was in a public school, and it was. Oh, actually, I went to a private school because I had gotten kind of like incorrigible in junior high toward the end there, and my grades were so bad, and I just rebelled. There was one point where you remember Matt Biondi, the swimmer.
Yeah.
Okay, his mother was my English teacher in junior high.
Get the fuck out of here.
And she was a fucking bitch. Man, I'm telling you, that's why he was such a good swimmer. All that she was a bitch. She would like fucking oh my God. I got up and I left I ran out of class one day because she was writing me so fucking hard. I couldn't handle it anymore. And I had a lot of stress, you know, like with other shit. And I told her to go fuck herself and left. my dad got called out of work, and I'm like walking down the road, which was a pretty long ways. It was on the other side of town.
Shit.
So it was probably 5 or 6 miles I had to walk or whatever. And I was like about halfway home. My dad pulls up. I'm like, I'm busted.
Oh no.
But it's
We
all
lost
what happened.
Christina, it looks like.
What's that?
We lost Christina, I think. They've been getting her on the
Yeah, I know
screen
they do
today.
that to me too. They knock you off.
Yeah, they got
and
me
it's
too. It's
they're
usually
on
when we're
her
talking
account
shit
is
about
what they're
them.
doing.
They don't like it when we call them out, you know.
Yeah, they log you off your account kind of, but they don't really log you out. They are able to like somehow
Knock
move you off. But see,
Yeah.
yeah, the other day I got actually logged out of my account, and I logged back on, and there's a guy from Denmark on my account.
Get the fuck out of here.
I got it on totally marked and everything. I'm going up to the state today because I'm done with this bullshit. You know, if this was just government, like they were saying, and I told like the deputy, I have a deputy sheriff that comes here every week to check on me. This is how fucked up they got
The
it.
cops here are on my side. They know what's up. They just can't.
Yeah,
do shit about it.
at first they weren't. They came here with a SWAT team and they fucking almost forced their way down the door. And I was like, yeah, I had a migraine and shit. And they're like, you made terrorist threats. I'm like, the fucking who? You know what I mean? Like, they're like, well, we don't know. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, they're like, there's a video. You made a video last night. I'm like, yeah, I did a live last night. And they're like, well, you made all these threats. And I'm like, no, I was defending myself against this guy that was a troll who was trolling me. But it's all like he's not serious and I wasn't serious. Like we were just like arguing back and forth, just started screwing around. But they are serious. Like they used it to be serious. Like this is what assholes they are, right? But they didn't. They actually altered the video because he's all telling me stuff.
Yeah,
I'm like,
they
I
can
don't
do that.
know.
That's what my cousin does. He works for Homeland Security.
I'm like, so can I see this video? And they're like, yeah, well, we have it down at the station. I'm like, okay, well, can I come down there? Like, do you want to come down now? And I'm like, well, I got a migraine. Can I come down tomorrow morning? Like, oh yeah, no problem. I go down there the next morning, and they're not there. There's like, we'll be there all day, like the cops, right? They're not there. They're on lunch at 10 in the morning.
Get the fuck out.
I'm like, okay. So I go down there. I went down there 5 times, and they would never show me the video because they never had a video.
No, they probably didn't. Or it got erased somehow because
or something. Yeah. But it was.
Oh,
bullshit.
I found all their files. They're storing all their files for all their broadcasts and shit in my fucking iPad, in my iCloud account. I found all of them. I'm in IT too. I can do some.
Yeah. So like, I'm like, okay. So who sent this and who made this? And he goes, it was anonymous. So you're gonna come to my house with a SWAT team, break down my fucking door with my mom who's on hospice, who I'm taking care of. I'm in bed with a migraine. Okay, and you're gonna break my door down on an anonymous tip, and then when I call them and say the guy behind me over here is hacking me, they take 5 days to get here. I mean, like this is just not acceptable. And then at one point I'm sitting here and my modem starts smoking, and I'm like, and I have on my phone an application, and I could like totally see who was doing it. It was that guy. Like, and so I went around the front of this house there, and it's like 12 feet away from it, and like, it's like above the garage, I think, or something, right? So I go in my backyard and the fence is there. I'm like, I'm just going right through the fence. I just like I was the fucking the Kool-Aid dude. I just busted through the fence. I was like, motherfucker. So I go in there. I'm like, I have my phone. I'm like 6 feet away, and there's this fucking. He has a satellite dish, right? And so I knock on the back door, and he comes up, and I'm his neighbor, right? And I've never had anything wrong with him. I never accused him of anything. The one day I walked around the block to get the mail from my mom. I was walking up and his wife was out there, and I was like, I was just saying hi to her, and she had a dog out there, and I go, by any chance, have you had any like weird stuff going on with your computer? And she's like, well, what do you mean? Like, she had like a really weird reaction. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. I'm like, just like people hacking or anybody. Oh, no, everything's fine. Blah, 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 blah. And then she's trying to like get away. It's like, well, that's like weird. See, that when I first met them, I was cleaning up the front yard out here. We have like a wall, and then there's the street, and the houses butt up against each other, and it's a main street. So like I was over there, and I had to like pop up, and they were in the backyard. I'm like, oh, hi, I'm your neighbor, Vern. Yeah, we know. I'm like, I've never met these people. I've never met these people. Yeah, so
they
I'm like,
were creeps on you, weird. I'm sure.
yeah, I'm like, that's kind of weird. You know? So when I busted through the fence, he's like yelling at me, get the fuck off my property, get the fuck off my property. I'm like, that's how you treat your neighbor? The next day he goes over and gets a restraining order, right?
Suspect.
I'm in the backyard saying, what is your network? Okay, I've got this network here. Get the fuck off my network. I'm like, okay. And then he's like, he's going to come out and fight me. I'm like, you want to come out and fight me? Let's go for it, dude, because I can fight really well. I mean, I was taught out. You know what I mean? I learned to fight for my life. It's like,
no
if you
shit,
want to
me
fight.
Too. So how do they do, like, I'm still confused on how the gang stalkers, how do they get the information? Like, is it an app, Or like what how do they know to come like gang stalk you like and get paid for it? Like are they on an app or something?
That's the $1 billion question, and I believe it's actually very wealthy people. It comes from different sources, but the government is definitely the access point, but the government is not exclusive to it. And I think is what happens is that
military too.
Well,
But
they hire. I know for a fact they hire criminals. Okay, they hire people with that normally don't get it, can't get a job. They give them a really high-paying job all of a sudden. They give them like all this training and tools, and say you have to be an asshole to people. I know that for a fact. See, I bug their phones. They bug my phones. I bug their phones. It's like a two-way street. You know, if you're bugging my phone, they figured out that I was doing it, and they fixed the app.
I do counter surveillance on them. As soon as I start videoing them or taking pictures, they are off. They take off like you would never believe, and you never see that.
Do you get like weird calls where there's nobody there all the time?
Honey, they reroute my calls to people.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying. See, I have two modems right now. I have one for the phone because my mom had her separate, and then I had mine. Well, they'll call the phone and they'll use that modem to get onto my modem.
Oh my God.
And and I can show you, they actually tone the lines. They do something to the hardware. They put some kind of shit on the hardware and it actually puts a tone on the line, which makes the line an antenna. Okay. So when the line becomes an antenna, all they need is Wi-Fi from anybody. They're using my neighbor over here. They're using him. And he has actually been identified to me by the sheriff's department as being a federal agent. And I know he's not. He's an imposter. And I told the sheriff,
they're doing illegal shit like that, dude. They're posing as
they get away with it because they're working for a federal agent. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, they're working for Homeland Security, like my cousin.
And that's another thing. Okay, my sister lives next door to the Cyber Security Bureau director.
Oh shit.
Of Homeland Security. Yeah. So this is why it's really weird. Okay, when I buy a phone, a throwaway phone. I was like, setting up, coming home, setting it up or whatever. And next thing I know, I'm already
they were in mine before I even set it up.
I know. Yeah. I get a phone call and there's somebody calling me and I'm like, I don't even have a phone number. How the fuck are you calling this?
Oh my God.
And they hang up. You know what I mean? Like
they were storing their files in my phone and it wasn't even on.
Yeah.
I hadn't even activated it or anything.
So I do a trace route on all my stuff and it's like the same servers, no matter where I go in the world, they go down the same server path, this virtual private network, whether it's Spectrum, whether it's Walmart, whether it's TracFone, whether it's Verizon, it's the same ones, right? It going to the same people.
Listen
in
to
Dallas.
This. They've got me on this phone company called True Connect. And you know what the freaking name of the store is? The Truman Store. It was made by them. Every time I call for customer service, I get like a guy from fucking Iraq or some shit.
You know what's crazy is they have it like in the psychiatry. They've written it in there to make it to cover their ass, right? So they have Truman syndrome. Have you heard about that yet?
Yep.
Where these people think that they're on the Truman Show and all this stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would people think that? You know what I mean? Like, because you're covering your ass. See, like, it's so easy to discount total psyop, activity or whatever by making it a mental illness. The best one is group hallucinations. Did you know that a schizophrenic can make other people hallucinate the same hallucination?
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, I took psychology, criminal psychology, right?
Yeah, so have I. I took forensic
the shit they
psychology.
were telling you, it was like, oh my fucking, it's like, what the hell? You can totally discount anybody for anything. You can make anybody into a mental patient just by like all the things that they have, all the tools they have available. I think an absolute farce.
Is a bunch of bullshit anyway. It's probably just all the mind control shit they've been doing, and they just made
psychiatry is like this, okay? The way that they diagnose you with a mental disorder is they give you drugs, and they see how you react on drugs, and they go, oh, well, he's reacting to this drug this way. Okay, we'll give him this drug. And then, okay, we're going to have to give you 3 drugs. That's because you have 3 different disorders. Oh, okay. That's how you do it, huh? It's total quackery.
Well, I think it's funny when they put a kid on ADHD medicine and then they got to put him on another medicine to make him go to sleep because the ADHD medicine makes him too hyper.
Yeah,
I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And then they've got man boobs for the rest of their life because they're on Risperidone. And it's like, what the hell is going on here? This is
Well,
ridiculous.
when I got like prescribed, okay, Ritalin made me tweak out like a meth tweaker, right?
Dude, it made
Well,
me
when they
dumb
gave
down.
me meth, which was Desoxyn, I like would totally mellow out. Like my dad would be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just reading." Or he goes, "You're awful quiet."
I smoked
like,
pot,
yeah.
and it made me have straight A's.
Yeah, and see, that's the other thing too. My dad was like, "Well, why do you need the weed?" I'm like, "Cause it chills me out and stuff. Like I got
Yeah,
out of
and it
weed
makes
with
me not want to
the
kill
speed."
somebody when they go out and they're doing ignorant shit like these gang stalkers. Oh my God. If I don't smoke pot before I leave the house, I'm telling you what, I'll end up shooting one of these motherfuckers. Tell you what.
It's so much better now because I live in Nevada and it's like it's legal, you know. And so like I can get vape. I
Yeah,
can
it's
get
legal
anything I
here
want.
too in Illinois.
Illinois.
But
That's where my dad was born.
tell me why every time I go to smoke pot though, Vern, every fucking time, I swear to God, a fucking plane flies over my goddamn house. Every
Oh my God.
fucking time. I'm not joking, dude.
Do
Every
the planes make a sound?
Watch. I'm gonna go get a hitter. I'm about to smoke, y'all. Now watch this shit. Watch this shit.
Okay, I'll go out here in the desert. Well, I've
gonna
had
hear
close encounters. Like I've been abducted. Actually, I have it on a
that's
GPS where they
Oh
took
God,
me.
I wish they would come and get me.
like,
Oh, I would be so happy.
Yeah, they took me. Yeah, they took me to a base that's south of Area 51 called S4, and
I've heard about
they
that.
let me remember being there. They let
My
me remember
cousin- my
being there
cousins
way
talked about
after.
that. He was a
Yeah,
Marine.
it happened in 2003 because I was driving down to eBay. I was working for a pawn shop selling stuff on it. I was their manager for their e-cells, and eBay was primarily where we sold everything, that and gun broker. And so they had their 10th anniversary or something like that or whatever, and it was like a big deal. And so they sent me down there, and I was driving down there, and I had the GPS, and I was actually in my dad's truck, and I never thought anything of it. And then like I went through this time and from about 2001 to 2003, I went through 5 GPSs. Like at one point, the people at Garmin, they call me up and they're like, "Did you put this in a microwave?" Like, why would I put my fucking GPS in a microwave? You know, like I'm gonna cost myself $150. Yeah, and like he goes, "It looks like it's been in a microwave." I'm like, "Well,
Get the
it
fuck outta
wasn't."
here.
Okay, there was one time I'm driving back home. from
Well,
work.
sir, have you heard of directed energy?
Right. Okay, so Hillary Clinton was running for president, and she was at Coma Coffee in Carson City, and I was driving like 2 miles right by. I was on another road on Edmonds, and she was down on Carson Street, right? And I get right parallel probably with Coma Coffee, and my GPS goes blank right off. I'm like, what? And it would not acquire satellites after that, and then it just wouldn't work, you know. So I sent it to them, and they're like, you know, we don't know what happened. We're going to send you a new one. So they sent me a new one, and the second one I think was the one that got nuked. So I don't know what happened. Now the last one I had was the one that I took down to eBay with and all that, and it actually logged the whole incident. And at one point, it shows me going down. All of a sudden, it diverts off course and starts laying waypoints, and then it goes all the way to Lee Vining, where the Nels air base is or whatever. And of course, it stops logging because it's civilian. But at that point, okay, I was traveling at 46,000 miles an hour. That's what caught my attention. I was like, what the fuck? 40 or 44,000 miles an hour. I'm like, oh, I wish I could have remembered that one. That would have been pretty cool. Yeah, and it was like they used some sort of energy type of thing or whatever, because it took me right through the mountain, and it was laying waypoints inside the mountain. Okay. And when my dad he was with a friend of his, they had a yacht, the Marine GPS, they have to go through a course and get certified. So through a military course. And so he had kept the instructor, you know, my dad was that way. And so he calls up the instructor and he's like, this is, because I showed my dad, and my dad's like, let me see that. He goes, can you take this off of there and put it on a file and send it to this guy? And I'm like, yeah. So I sent it to this guy or whatever, and I didn't think anything of it. My dad goes, Vern, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, because my dad was like so skeptical. I tell him about some of the experience that I had and stuff, and he was just like, yeah, you have to go to the psychiatrist. Because see, I grew up in upper middle class, and if you start talking about anything
you hear me?
paranormal or whatever like that, you're going to a psychiatrist, right?
I can't hear
That's
you.
just customary. So, yeah, you know, he had me see all these psychiatrists and all that, and they determined that I had ADD and all this other shit, and they fucking gave me this stuff that I was, quote, self-medicating with, right? So he was so fucking pissed. It was so funny because he's like, what, you're going to give him the way I thought he's like, no, he wasn't abusing it. They're like, oh, okay, well, so anyway, my dad like was so skeptical until he had this, and I guess the guy told me, he goes, so who was
Damn it.
abducted? He goes, what do you mean who was abducted? It was like
I don't
freaked him
y'all
out,
can
right?
hear me, but
So
I
my
can't
dad's
hear
like in
you.
tears going, I'm sorry, I didn't believe you, like this. I'm like, really? It's like that to fucking convince you, you know? So anyway, like to make a long story short or whatever, I was able to import it into Google Earth, and I took that rulers that they have there, you know, because it stopped logging, but it was on a trajectory line. And then when I put it on that trajectory line, it went right through the south part of Area 51, and then and S4 is right at the south part there. And then it goes all the way to New Mexico to White Sands. What are the odds? What are the odds? You know what I mean? When you think about it, like, okay, so what was it that they used? Now my lights are turning different colors. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I never had that happen. Like this in here. That was trippy. Like I have like lights that are different colors now. Like these two are like kind of amber and that one's now white. See, look at this. You see that? That's bizarre. Okay, I guess they're listening now. Did I lose you? That was weird that happened, right? See, I have to use this Mylar and stuff because of the Wi-Fi that they're using on me. And if I don't like slow it down or whatever, I just goof around and stuff. Like this guy, like he's like a drama troll and all that. And he's like, says I'm batshit crazy, all this stuff to try to like irk me, but he doesn't. He goes, are you the one that wears foil hats? And I'm like, no, but I decided I'd make foil hats just to fuck with them, right? So then I got like this Mylar stuff, and this one turned out pretty good, actually. Looks like a helmet. I got to show him this though. So he's like, yeah, there it is. It's kind of creepy looking though. I guess we lost everybody, huh? I can't bring Tiffany back up, so get up there. So yeah, I have my protection helmet now, you know, so when I go out in the woods, you know. But yeah, I don't really buy anything in like foil helmets and all that. I've tried to use like a lot of shielding because I used my smart meter, and I could show you like how much EMF my smart meter puts out. It's ridiculous. It's like unhealthy levels, and they use it and they bridge it across the switch, which is the master, you know, the switch that you can turn the power off and on to do work and stuff. And well, they use that to do that, and then they target anything that's electronic that has a clock in it, including an old clock. And the crazy thing the other day was I have this old clock in the kitchen. We've had it since I was a little kid, and it runs on a C battery. And I go out there to make coffee or whatever the other morning, and like I'm looking at the clock, and it's like exactly 3 hours ahead of the other clocks. I'm like, whoa, that's weird. But usually when they're hacking from back east. So they're using the clock on the computer there is set 3 hours. So a lot of times my stuff will all be set to Eastern time. I noticed that, or English in Britain, whatever, 8 hours or something like that difference. But anyway, so I'm like there, and I take the battery out. I test it. It's like 1.2 volts. I'm like, that's plenty to run that thing or whatever. So I put it back in, and I come back out a few hours later, and now the clock is only 2.5 hours behind, you know, ahead of time or whatever. And it's, by the end of the day, it had gone all the way back and was resynced with the other clocks. And it's always ran a little fast, and now it runs exactly with the other clocks. I'm like, whoa, that's really weird. You know, I mean, like, how do you do that? That clock does not have a circuit board in it. It's just basic clockwork. You know what I mean? Like, it's using a mechanical gear. So that's pretty intense. Yeah, I know Tiffany got knocked off, and I don't should I get off and then she can restart a new stream or something, or did she go to work? Yeah, don't let it get to you. Don't let them tear. That's what they want to do. And if they tear you or break you down, their objective is to have you commit suicide. The perfect sanction in an assassination of anybody is to get them to kill themselves or to go murder, suicide, whatever. If you're gonna actually go out and do something like that, you might as well find your attackers and attack them. Because I mean, if you're just gonna waste yourself, don't waste yourself. You know what I mean? Like, make it worthwhile. Because, like, you know, believe it or not, you know, people every day they talk about these shootings, these mass shootings, and all that. I totally believe that there are people that they are conditioning to do that, and because of the behavior. That guy Holmes, the one that dressed up like Batman and went to the Colorado Theater, he was trying to get help. He knew something was wrong with him. He was a pretty smart guy and all that. And he's actually a true tragic thing, because they denied him help. They blew him off and everything. And they were driving him to be suicidal. They had he was hearing voices and stuff. And my mother was hearing voices here, and she was deaf. I'm like, how are you hearing voices? Because the frequency that they're using is going into your audible nerve. And they were actually activating that, because her everything was fine, except that she was an alcoholic, and a lot of times what happens is their audible or nerve or whatever gets screwed up, and it starts to misfire. And I was thinking, okay, well, she's it's in her head or whatever, you know, type of thing, because she was pretty old, you know, whatever. But then I'm like, one day she's like, I can hear it, you know, like this, blah blah, and I go out there, and I could hear it too, and it was coming out of the fucking LED light bulb, believe it or not, out of the LED light bulb. So these LED light bulbs, they have circuit boards in them. They can do a lot with them.
You there, Christina?
Yeah, I'm back, you guys. I have a lot of difficulties with the charging of my phone.
Me too. That's what I was just having a problem with.
Mine is draining so fast right now, it's not even funny.
Just flew over, Vern.
Oh, really?
Missed it.
Well, mine was 100%, and now it's at 66. And it takes 4 hours to get down that level.
Well, you sounded like a chipmunk there for a while on my end, on my Bluetooth computer, and so I had to completely go off.
Oh, wow.
So, Vern, do you know what exactly, what kind of fabric or what kind of thing that we can use to counteract the directed energy attacks? Because I know it's not there's certain metals, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that the metals can be toxic to your skin and things like that. And
what would you suggest?
You have to be kind of careful. Metals aren't really that effective with this type of microwave, and because they use a frequency, so it's like a radio frequency. So if you can get a radio frequency like through your, you know, something like your car or whatever like that, it's the same thing. There's different things that, you know, that they use. Like Wi-Fi is a microwave frequency, and it'll reflect off of metals and things like that, but it'll penetrate stuff too. And so the problem is it creates a vibration when it hits strikes, anything like that. And if it can vibrate through, it'll go through. And what they're doing is it's in two parts. They're using your electrical system to bridge the frequency and then run
phone in a microwave.
Well, no, what they're doing is they're running electrical current through you. And that's why you feel sick and everything else like that. I've been able to measure it and stuff. I was sitting here one day with my modem, and I had it like hooked up to a battery because they were just hacking it off the power. So I had to hook it up to a battery to make it work. And to turn it off, I had to unhook it from the jumper cable, right? So I unhook it, and it's still going. I'm like, I'm holding it. I'm like,
going to my car.
Yeah, it's like it's unhooking.
They have installed something on my fucking truck, dude. Underneath, there's all kinds of electrical shit. I'm gonna take pictures of it, and I want to send it to you if I can, because dude, this shit's dangerous. I think they've connected something to my brakes so they can make them go out on me whenever they choose to. Does that sound like something that they could do?
Well, put it this way: I'm on my old Toyota truck there one day. I'm driving. I go out four-wheeling because I spent a lot of time out there, you know, with the these beans, okay? Let's just say they're these beans. So anyway, I'm like, I go to step on my brake. I'm like, I got no fucking brakes. I'm going down this road over there. Like, I force it to like first gear, and I get out, and my freaking my brake line is completely unscrewed off. Okay,
Yes.
and I'm like, okay, these are on these Toyotas. They are like. Okay, like the other one, I literally almost destroyed it to take it off. Okay, so how the fuck did they get the other one loose or whatever? I look on it, there was a wrench on it, and they hadn't fucking screwed it or whatever enough to where like it came undone by the time I was up there, right? So I'm like, okay, this is not right. Well, they've done all kinds of shit to the vehicles. Like my mom's car right now, I need to sell, but they poked a hole in the radiator with a freaking ice pick or something. There's a little hole in it now. And
They
like
have
I drove it up.
rerouted my brake lines to like the gas tank or something. I don't know what the fuck. And then they've got some kind of liquid that's being pumped up in underneath my floor onto my floor mats. And it's all brand new lines underneath there with electrical boxes connected. I mean, it's a fucking shit show and a half. and I'm
What kind
still
of vehicle is it?
It's a Chevy Silverado, a 2007. Like, there's a new gas tank and
Is it
everything.
a diesel or is it a gas?
No, it's gas, but there's a new gas tank. There's new fucking pipes. There's new lines, new brake lines, new hoses, everything, dude. Like, it's fucked up, man. It's super scary.
When did this happen?
Well, that's the funny thing. I left it at my ex-boyfriend, who was also a perp, I think. I left it at his house for a few days, and when I got it back, I swear to God, Vern, they switched my damn engine out. They switched out my fucking brake lines, everything. The tow truck driver that brought it to me told me, your brake lines are new. And he knew that I had a brake line issue. Because they
That's
just went
weird.
out on me.
Your ex never did any work on it, or did he admit to it
No.
or anything like that?
No, they shouldn't have. Well, they did, but they like when it was gone. But they shouldn't have. But you got to understand too who my cousin is. He works for Homeland Security. Okay, he does all this shit. But he's like the designs these programs. Like he used to work for IBM and Caterpillar, and he designed their security programs. So he knows.
My brother-in-law worked for Booz Allen.
Well,
He was almost a partner. He
he just killed his wife and he's supposedly in jail, but I don't think he is. I think they got a doppelganger in there actually, because I think he's back out. I swear to God, he's got to be back out. The things that I'm getting on my phone and the targeting that I'm getting,
It's scary. It's scary shit.
yeah, it is. And you know, he's my family, so I'm targeted pretty hard, and I have been my whole life, but I didn't do it. But now that I know what's going on, they want me dead, and there's some really scary shit going on, and like I'm really scared to know.
You know what's
like,
weird?
to not
Is
know
they
what's
don't
going on
want
with
me
my car.
dead.
They what?
They don't want me dead. They just don't want me on the internet.
Well, I think that might be me too. They don't want me talking to people, but
But
I'm
see,
scared to drive my
there's other
vehicle.
people they want dead. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They troll other people for suicide reasons. But like with
Well,
me,
that ain't
whenever
gonna
I've
happen.
like mentioned it,
that ain't
the
gonna happen.
cops are here. They have the cops here within 15 minutes. If I go, I'm gonna kill myself. Like just for fun, you know, whatever. I'll have it like, Vern, you there? Vern, it's the cops. I'm like, what the fuck? They're, well, a neighbor was walking by and heard you say you were gonna kill yourself. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I think that they want me still alive, if anything, would be to sex traffic me. Because they've been doing that,
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
You are a beautiful woman, so I can see why they would do that. But
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but really, I wish
But
that I
I
wasn't
mean
at this
in a
point.
facetious way too, because it's not. It's just madness. It's like if they're going to target. I mean, there's so many people that they could target for this. Why me or why you? You know what I
Because
mean?
you're
Is there some
intelligent
genetic
and
thing about us or something?
Because you speak your mind and you defend yourself and your rights as a American citizen. That's why, and they don't like that shit, you know. And
But it's
if we get
genealogy,
too many
too,
of
you
us
know that-
together, we could take them out, and they know that shit.
You know that the
Too many of us get
Mormons
together, they're
have
fucked.
2 vaults up in Little Cottonwood Canyon in Utah. Little Cottonwood Canyon is where Snowbird and Alta are at the end. Well, at the mouth of the canyon, when you go up a little ways, they have these vaults that are in the side of the mountain that they carved out of rock, right? And they share it with the NSA. And it's all the genealogy records for everybody that they can find, that they can chart. They have the most extensive genealogy. Like they go back, my sister was able to go back and find out that we're related to a pope and like the third 300, you know, somewhere 300 AD. And then in 1000 AD, I'm a direct descendant of Charlemagne, which he had a lot of kids. He had 420 something kids. So
Jesus Christ.
yeah, but but everybody's related to it. But I mean, he actually went to. We have a castle in Germany, southern Germany. That's my last name, and my last name means holy place, and my first name means truth bearer.
My first name means appearance of God. And
That's
my
funny.
family's definitely Knights of Templar or something. And my mom, I think, might be a Mother of Darkness. I
Roman.
don't know if you've ever heard of that, but they have
the
a
Knights of
castle in
Templar
Belgium.
were Roman knights actually.
Well, they
The
turned into
Romans went up
Freemasons.
into England. Yeah, the Romans went up into England, and
And
when
that's what my
Rome
grandfather
fell-
my grandfather has a sword downstairs in the basement, and it's a Knights of Templar sword, and he always used to show it to me. And when I found out what was going on, my mother and my grandmother are both involved, I believe, and I'm pretty sure, with my cousin and my aunt who lives next door to my grandmother.
yeah,
And there's something going on they're not telling me, that like
You know what
they're
the Knights of Templar, what their primary task was?
well, they were good. They were actually good people. And then
No,
the
I know. You know what their
Freemasons
primary
took
task
over.
was to find the Holy Grail and also the
Right.
Ark of the Covenant.
Right.
And they supposedly located one of them and hid it someplace or something.
And they shut them down because
But they had to go on the Crusades, and they all got killed in the Crusades by the Moors because they were weighted down
I'm
with
part
armor and all that stuff. Yeah. But the
Sicilian.
Knights of Templar, I think they all died in the Crusades together in a battle or something like that.
Well,
against-
didn't they didn't one of the kings shut them down, and then that's when they became the Freemasons to like go kind of underground with it? or
I
something?
think they were, or actually, I think they survived the Crusades. They came back, and I think there was
But
another king that
They were
wasn't the
saying
original
they were
king.
saying they were doing evil shit, and really they weren't. But they
That's
were
right, and I think they hung him or something like that, or they executed
yeah,
him.
and then they came back as the Freemasons, and they were doing good things. And there are good Freemasons. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, my dad,
But then-
my dad was a Mason, and
Yeah.
his dad was a Mason, and all that. They just
Well,
didn't.
no
want-
wonder
they-
you're
but we've been
targeted.
going-
But yeah, my grandfather, I think my family was involved in that type of thing, but I think my mom's on more, I think they're more on a darker side of it. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Mothers of Darkness. They have a castle in Belgium where they sacrifice babies and shit, and people know about this shit. Like these
No,
kids.
I know about that's actually a very old ancient thing that has gone on throughout all
Well,
human
tell me
culture.
why my mother was going on a private jet when she worked for Caterpillar to fucking the same city in Belgium. And she worked with Russ.
Well, Belgium is a huge manufacturer. Like, they make firearms that are like really exclusive for
I
Browning
know
and
that.
stuff.
She said it was for supplier shit, but I'm telling you right now, dude, Russ is he works for Homeland Security. We know this for a fact because and it was secret because Homeland Security was at the house after he murdered his wife a few months ago in Pekin, Illinois. Kenneth Russell Turnbow, he murdered Tracy Turnbow, his wife, who didn't want anything to do with him for 10 years. And he basically had the murder investigation. And then after they left, Homeland Security was there taking all of his computers, all of his guns and everything. And then he's in jail, right? That's when I started to feel like people were after me. And I go to my family about this shit, and I'm told it's none of my business, but I share the same last name as this fuck. So I'm like, what the fuck's going on, dude? Like, Grandma, you've got to fucking listen to me. Nobody would listen to me because he had already discredited me with them, making me look like I was crazy and a druggie and all this other shit. Because I outed him the year before when my cousin got
It's
out of
all
the
excuses. It doesn't matter what you do or whatever. It's all excuses. It's the ways that they find to find fault in you. And that's all they're doing. They're looking for fault.
But tell me,
and when they can't find anything really wrong, then they dig and dig and dig and try to force you to do something that they go, aha, see, we got you.
Oh, I know. And I went and I got a psychological evaluation done when they said that I needed to get help. I said, I'm not on drugs. I'll take a drug test. I did, and I was clean. But then they started drugging me, and how funny I had liquid methadone in my fucking system. That's fucking crazy. And then I got away from the girl that was doing that to me, and me and my cats were awake all the time then. And just one thing after another, I just keep proving to them is bullshit. And my family still wasn't listening to me. I was at my grandmother's house and somebody put human shit in my fucking truck. They kept trying to get me to leave my cats. They wanted me to go to the bank with them. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to the bank. And then the next morning, my mom puts on a white fucking shirt and my grandma's got on a red and blue fucking long sleeved flannel in the middle of winter. I said, are you guys fucking with me? Seriously? Like, what the fuck, Sherry?
Yeah,
Like,
I know. And it's like you're talking to two different people at times. Like, didn't you, like, you're contradicting yourself completely, and that's like not normal behavior. And when they sit there and question you about your mental stability when they can't even keep their story straight, and it's like they're like, oh, you know, like, I'm like, come on, are you serious? Like, listen to yourself. You know what I mean?
well, my grandma, she's sending me text messages meant for somebody else, talking about she's pulling in the driveway right now. Like she's talking to her handler or something, and she accidentally sent it to me. And then I swear to God, the bitch shape shifted in front of me. Her fucking eye turned like reptilian and shit, and she looked away from me. It was so weird. But like if they're Freemasons and they're involved in all this shit, and my mom's going to Belgium to the same city while she's working for Caterpillar, and Russ is working for Caterpillar, and he's also working for Homeland Security.
Okay,
my mom's on a government watch list. Okay. She's retired 3 fucking times, Vern, and worked for big ass companies after she's done.
See, but you can get on a government watch list by anybody can put you on there. Somebody that doesn't like you, who you interacted with, who has some kind of authority or connection.
But what I'm saying though is my mom's involved, okay? And now would my mom like be on a government watch list if she was working for Homeland Security or somebody like that underground?
I'm sure that but it would be internal. It wouldn't be like visible like the same way like you or I would be targeted differently, right?
I found it on a background check. But she's got different aliases and shit. And tell me, this bitch is getting like $10,000 bonuses and shit when she works at Caterpillar. Like, bitch, please.
But what does that mean? Like, when she travels, like they're gonna like detain her and question her and all this other stuff.
No. She's part of it. So like, she's going to Belgium on a private jet for Caterpillar. That's what she's doing.
Okay, so it's for clearance. That's what it's for.
Yeah,
that's why she's on it. Okay.
But she says
like if you're on one of those watch lists, the ones or the other ones. They'll go, oh, he's on a watch list, and sometimes they make it where you can't fly. Like, well, no, she was
flying, definitely flying on a private jet, actually. And you know, she flies all the time, and she's always worked for these big companies like Berkshire Hathaway as a realtor. She's worked for Caterpillar. You know, she's retired like 3 times, but she makes a lot of fucking money, dude. And I know corporations are involved. And she made it real high up, real fucking quick. And
you know how you can get them off you? One of the ways you can get them off you is that they use nano technology that's classified. And if you can find one of those devices, you have to use an EMF thing, but it's extremely hard because they're very small. But if you can find one and you can verify what it is, they're not allowed to do that. It's classified. For you to end up with a classified piece of hardware like that, those people they'll find out who did it, and if they're not authorized in any way, shape, or form, they don't have security clearance for it.
Right.
They become a spy, a domestic spy, and they don't even get a court. They go to fucking prison for life.
Okay, well that would be what my cousin's doing then. And would it be able to be installed inside me?
It could be installed anywhere. They're not. They're a billionth of an inch in size.
Okay, well, or something like tell me why when I scan myself. Tiny. I'm so 2 places I've had surgery. I'm beeping like a motherfucker, like something is installed inside my skin.
If you have it, it'll put off EMF, and like when it was so funny, I had a guy who's a paranormal investigator. He goes, the human body does not put off EMF, and I grabbed his EMF thing and I put it up next to me on the spot, and it goes, da, 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 and he goes, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, isn't that fucking funny? And he's like,
okay, so my attorney is telling me that she can have somebody remove it for me.
Yeah, it used to be Dr. Leary used to do that shit, and he removed some crazy stuff. He said he had stuff that would evade him, like he couldn't even get it. He used to. He's dead
so
now.
If I have it removed, I can do something. Then, if I have that shit removed, and
it depends on who removes it and what they do with it. Because a lot of times, like Dr. Leary, he had to go through like a bunch of different. He had to go through a university. You listen to like old Art Bell, and he'll tell you which universities like he trusted and stuff. But there was like a time where he would send off, and they were like, "We don't know what you're talking about." Because they would like knew it was something not, and then he had like he took the same kind of ones. He had like several ones that he was pulling out of people that were the same type of ones, and he was sending them, and they were like made of materials that were not found on Earth. And I'm like, what does that mean? Materials
Graphene.
not found on Earth.
Is it graphene?
I don't know. It was like they didn't know what it was.
Like
it was
glass? It looks like a piece of glass or something?
some of it did. Some of it looked like a little like metal rock or
That's
something.
graphene. They're just now coming out with this, that they have found this fucking shit, but they're full of shit.
But see,
but
they
that's
actually
confusing.
they chip certain people in the government when they're doing stuff so that they can track them, and also in case they have to like support them from the air, they don't shoot them or kill them because they're chipped or whatever,
Oh.
and they can actually put also I don't know if I should say this on here.
Well, my family's been
They can put communication devices in. They can implant them in you where you can talk on a phone, and you don't have a phone. It's pretty trippy.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? My
I'm not
aunt,
kidding
my
you.
aunt
It is
worked
so
for the
small.
agriculture, the government agriculture place here in Peoria, Illinois, and he was involved in Homeland. I'm freaking out now, dude. Oh my God, because that makes total sense, dude. What the fuck? My aunt's like,
So when
we
they're
talk,
talking to
but not
themselves, they're
here.
not really doing that. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well,
but
my
yeah,
aunt
they
was
could
the
do it
only
where
one
it's-
that told me it's going to be okay. I know you're not crazy, and we need to talk, but not here. That was right next door to my grandma's house on the street. She lives right next door. She worked for the agriculture place, like the government agriculture, and her and Russ are always in cahoots too. So
Well, see,
I don't know what the fuck is going
things,
on.
they power them. They power them with like wireless and Wi-Fi and just the signals. Okay, that's how they power these things or whatever. So anywhere you're around, any cell sites or whatever, the thing will be powered. It'll be powered up, and you can use it. And like, I don't know how they do it, but it interfaces with your ability, and you just learn. They teach you how to use it,
here, dude.
and
Oh my
it's
God.
like the ones that I should say I envision. Let's just say it like this: the
The
ones I
satellites
envision.
in the air follow me. The satellites in the
Yeah, I
sky
know.
at night will
I
follow
know.
me. Is
The
that
first
because
time I
I'm chipped?
noticed a satellite was 28 years ago. I had a satellite that I looked up. I got out of my car at 3 o'clock in the morning, and something like goes in my head and goes, "Burn, look up." And I look up, and I'm like, and it says, "Isn't that strange?" I'm thinking, "What's strange?" or whatever. And all of a sudden, it flashes. It looked like a star. It got brighter, and then it went into a corkscrew and winked out. And I'm like, "What the fuck was that?"
That just happened to me. That just happened to me the other night, dude. That just happened to me the other night. And you know what I was doing? I was saying shit about Russ and what the shit that he was doing. I was like, you know what? I said, if you can hear me, I said, you guys need to fucking tell Russ Turnbow or Kenneth Russell Turnbow that he is a fucking bunch of bullshit. This is bullshit that he's targeting me. And I was like, I'm a good person. And
Why
I was
do
like,
I know that name?
I don't know, dude. You probably do. He's a fucking spook, though, dude. He's fucking ruined my whole fucking life, and I need to figure out
Turnbow?
what's going on.
This is like out of Hollywood or something. I swear to God, I know that name.
I feel like I've been in a movie my whole fucking life, dude. I feel
Oh
like I'm
my
an experiment.
God, man, I'm having a weird flashback. Oh my God.
Do you know a guy named Chucky Rawson, Charles Rawson, from the Marines?
No.
He's
See,
been
I
in
joined the
areas-
Marines, and they wouldn't let me join because I had like scoliosis. I went to like the Navy to have a physical, and it happened to be he was a spinal expert, but he was doing physicals. And I walk in there, and he goes, "Go right down to the X-rays." I'm like, "Oh, okay." He didn't even examine me, right? I'm like, "Okay, that's weird."
Well, that's kind
So I
of
go
weird
down there
because
and
they let my ex-husband, who's deaf in one ear, colorblind, and was doing drugs, and his fucking recruiter bought him the piss test cleaner.
But was
and
it
he still
Vietnam?
failed the test. But he was going to be a grunt, though. He was going to
Yeah.
be frontline. But they let him join, but he screwed it up by smoking crack the night before, and he didn't do the piss test cleaner right. But the fucking recruiter bought the shit for him. And expunged a DUI off of his record in Michigan that he had a warrant for. Fucking bullshit, dude. But I feel like something's going on way bigger than what I know with my family. I think that I've had a lot of people throughout the years tell me that I'm protected. I don't know why. And I felt like that for a while. But then when I figured out what was going on recently, now I feel like for a minute there, they were after Russ went to jail for shooting his wife. and then Homeland came in and got all the stuff. See, the reason why I think that they might have made him do that is because I was outing him about what he was doing. He was, he was sex trafficking girls. He was making money on the side for himself with what he was doing. And I made that quite clear in front of several people that I know probably had cops watching them.
Where
or
does
that
he
would
live?
take it
Like,
back
is he
to the
back
cops.
east? He lives
Uh,
back east?
No, this is in Peoria, Illinois. But
Oh.
he has taken out things in my name in Ohio. And I know Boeing is in Ohio. And that's the planes
Yeah.
that they use for this directed shit energy or whatever, I think. And
C-130s?
New York. What was the other place? There was New York, Ohio, Virginia. I don't know what the fuck, dude. But for some reason, I feel like that satellite has followed me. Like I'm GPSed or something. It's fucking weird. And like when I was with my ex, we had 3 drones following us one night when I said to him, "What are you trying to do? Kill us?" Because we were on his motorcycle. And then all of a sudden 3 drones came from out of nowhere along the river and they followed us all the way to his fucking house. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I feel like I'm being protected. But then once he went to jail, that like right after that is when I started feeling like somebody was after me, and they cut my brake lines, and there were a lot of blacked out windowed cars following me.
Okay, you could be targeted, like you said, because maybe one of those other guys like sees you as being attractive, and
Okay,
so
and
he's
they're
gonna
trying to sex traffic
he's gonna
me,
do this, and he's gonna
broadcast
be
me.
your savior. That's where he'll come in and be your savior. I've had women do this. I had one day I come out here.
Oh, I've
and there's
already had 3 or 4 of them.
There's 4 deputy sheriffs, and they're all women, and they're like, "Hi, Vern." I'm like, "Okay, what's going on here?" I like it. They're all flirting with me and shit. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Then that's how I
They
found out that it
will,
was the
but then
government.
but
'cause
then
they
they'll
told me.
get you in a relationship, and then I think what they were doing is they were sex trafficking, or they were broadcasting me and getting paid for that. And I didn't know this at the time what was going on, but it's been the last 4 relationships I've had. And then after he went to jail, that's when it got scary, and I felt protected up until then. So if somebody doesn't like him, right? Probably,
Yeah.
and they were okay, and then they
And
found
you're
out
attractive and they
because
like
my
you.
family knows now. So my family knows now, and it kind of died down a little bit. And but like it's like I can't even fucking sell my truck to be able to go out west where I need to go. I have a job waiting for me, and people that are good people that I've worked for before, and it's like they don't want me to go out there now. And it's like I need to sell my truck because I can't drive it. It's very dangerous. I don't know what the fuck they've installed on it. And plus I need more room and more enclosed room. But every time I post my fucking truck online, they take it. Like they take the post, and I can't sell it. And then if somebody comes to look at it right now, they can't drive it. The only thing that works is the emergency brake, and like, I've got to fucking figure something out. I've got to get this truck sold. I need to get out of here, and I need to go live my life.
Whereabouts out west?
I don't really want to say.
Oh, I mean, like California, like just generalize it. How far
Oh,
west are
not
you?
California. Oh God, no. Well, see, it would be okay. So the main office is in Texas, but I would be traveling for work, and that's when I was less. I wasn't targeted at all when I was working for these people. Like,
Of course not. When you're working, yeah.
I didn't have a phone. I didn't have a phone. Well, I always work. I've worked since I was 13.
I know, but I'm just saying that it's much easier for them to have access to you when you're not working because they know where you're at all times. And when you're working, you have witnesses. So
well, they target me there too. They've sent my naked pictures on a DVD and fucking made it look like a business deal and shit. And then it was pictures of me and my boyfriend took of money on top of me when we got our taxes when I was like 20 years old, making me look like I'm a whore. Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. So like now I'm afraid to work for anybody that like is credible around here because it's so embarrassing. But these people these people that I can work for are really good people, and like I travel all over the United States when I do this, and I can have a company truck given to me. We stay in a hotel, but I would eventually buy an RV, and like I wouldn't have a phone even. I don't need a phone. I would just be off the grid as much as I could be, but like to be able to I've been trying to get out there for 2 fucking years, and like every time I'm so close, and like they've even helped me. Like they've paid off my storage for me. They've paid me back on my U-Haul van because I wasn't able to get to Texas because my girlfriend, she screwed everything up and I ended up losing out on the money that I borrowed to get a rental car because they took that money. Well, they gave it back to me like 7 months later. It was fucking weird. And like now they've given me a credit card, but it wasn't enough to get me a car, obviously. But I think they wanted me to fix my brakes, but I can't. Every time I have somebody try to work on my vehicle, they fuck it up even more. And, you know, it's to the point now where I have to sit and babysit them and I still notice they're doing something perpish. And so I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And, you know, of course they get mad because they're not going to get paid and they totally give themselves away. So, and I can't take it to a business because I don't know who the fuck's involved in the shit and who's not, because Petco was poisoning my cat's food and putting glass in their litter. So, I mean, obviously sores are involved. So like, I don't know what the fuck to do.
The corporation is because they're all run by billionaires. And the billionaires are an exclusive club, and the billionaires are the ones that are doing the main part of this.
And the FBI just busted 6 people at fucking eBay, didn't they?
Yeah, and they do it through university alumni too, like Harvard, Yale, Skull and Bones, all that stuff. That's all real shit. You know what I mean? They try to make it out like, oh, it's just a college fraternity. Yeah, bullshit. You guys are fucking all together in this. You know? My dad told me a long time ago that the phone company that used to be like if you wanted to be an executive in the phone company, you had to go to a certain college, which was like Occidental College in Southern California. And everybody that was anybody, because they carried each other along. And it's totally true. Okay, you can't tell me like all the presidents are Harvard or Yale grads. Like, hello. You know?
It's like underground secret societies, basically. Which a lot of the presidents have been involved in. Okay, so Bill Gates, that's weird. Because somebody sent me a patch that said Skull and Bones on it, and I bought two pink chillums from Free Pipe Friday, okay, like weed chillums. Guess what they sent me? I said, can you please make sure they're pink, blah blah blah, because I got 2 pink ones from you before. I'd left this in the comments, right? So these fucking assholes send me a package that says pink on the outside. It's like pink, Victoria's Secret pink. It's their logo. Okay, I open it up. It's from Free Pipe Friday, and you know what it is? It ain't 2 pink chillums. It's a red and a blue fucking weed bowl with a black stripe down, like it's real ugly, like a real ugly black stripe right down the middle of the top of the pipe where you stuck the little stem or whatever. And they're bowls. They're like little tiny bowls, but they were red and blue, Freemason colors, right? With a black stripe down it. And I'm thinking that black stripe was something that they put on there for like directed energy, right? Maybe. Because I mean, it doesn't belong there. It's ugly as fuck. Like it's just one little black stripe painted into it and then it's shellacked over. That could be something that they would, like if it's up to my mouth and they could target it, right? With directed energy, maybe.
The directive energy, there's like several different things that they can do. And it doesn't even have to be from a satellite necessarily. The direct energy's weapons.
Oh, I know. They can use laser pointers and all kinds of shit. The guy I'm living
those things can shoot down a missile. I mean, like a freaking intercontinental ballistic missile, let alone a plane or anything else. So if they zapped you with that, you'd just be fricassee. You'd be, you know what I mean? You'd be roasted.
So what do you think the black stripe? What do you think the black stripe was on it? Because I mean, it's not normal. Like it's not like it was like somebody blew the glass into a bowl and then they got a hold of them. They intercepted my order, obviously. And then they're taunting me by sending me a pink packaging.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's illegal as fuck because that's another company's fucking logo that they're using illegally. And then
it's not only that, but they are tampering with your shipment, your mail shipment. If it was done through the mail, then that's like a federal offense too. So.
And they're also targeting me on Facebook to order this shit.
Right. And then if they're on your accounts or anything else and they're hacking you, that's all federal offenses. So. But if it's the federal government or whatever, you know what I mean? That's how do you know what I mean? How do you fight that?
Well, the FBI doesn't like the CIA. That's where I figured I'd start.
But see, Homeland Security makes them all one, and that's the problem. Is Homeland Security they borrow agents from everywhere and they work task forces together. Okay, and once they get their task force together, then they hire these crooked people to do their stings or whatever like that. Well, they get these people access to things that we had COVID come around and there was no supervision. And so that these people go off and they just do whatever they want. They've like formed their own little police force now on YouTube and stuff where they go around and attack people and stuff. And they take it off of
fuck
YouTube.
outta here.
People go, oh, it stays on YouTube. It does not. It does not. This is just an excuse. YouTube's just an access point. I was being attacked way
YouTube's
before.
owned by the government.
Oh, totally. Google is. I mean, when you think about it,
All
the
Google
Alphabet
products.
company.
And so is
The Alphabet
DuckDuckGo. Don't let
agency.
them confuse you. Don't let them fucking reverse psychology on that one. Okay, fucking
So Big
DuckDuckGo
Brother
is
and
just
the holding
another
company,
fucking way for them
right?
to track you.
Big Brother and the holding company, right? It's all. It's what
See,
it
I
is.
go to my buddy. He gets on the dark web, so he's got all kinds of like ways to get on there to not be seen. Like all
But
these
it's more
VPNs and shit.
international. Google is now more international because, like, the guy who's running it is Indian. The CFO is a United Kingdom born, naturalized United States citizen. They're all naturalized United States citizens, but they all come from other countries, and in Google now. And so Google is probably they claim to be the most diversely employed company now, with all their leaders and stuff coming from all different places and stuff. But that kind of worries me more, actually.
Well, no shit. Now Facebook's getting in. They're trying to get whistleblow that shit about Facebook. That bitch just whistleblow that shit from the whatever she said. She had all these proof files or whatever. She took it to the Congress or whatever. Now they're going to make Facebook the same as fucking YouTube. No freedom of speech, none of it. It's already started because she's whistleblowing that kids are killing themselves because of Facebook. Well, now they're going to say, well, you gotta have us involved. The government's got to be involved now, or you can't have your fucking shit, basically. And then they're going to take over that, just like they did YouTube, is what I feel.
Okay, we like, who makes Androids? It's Google, right? Google makes Android phones.
They
make
killed
operating
Steve Jobs so they could get their fucking bullshit in on the goddamn iPhones too, because after the 8,
And that's another thing. You know that my birthday is the same day as Steve Jobs.
I loved Steve Jobs. Oh my god, dude! They fucking totally offed him, man, because he knew what he was. They knew.
Absolutely, they often because of his birth date more than actually of him. Did you know that?
What's his birthday?
2/24/58.
What's my son's 2/14? He's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, mine's 2/24/68. I'm 10 years after. But Mitch Hedren, it was born within about an hour that I was born, and they killed him too. They gave him an overdose.
Okay, for what? Why?
He was a comedian, and he was like really dark, crazy humor. Like he would say some just ridiculous stuff.
But what does your birthday have to do with it? Because I feel like my birthday
I'm not sure, but it has a lot to do with it because like everybody who becomes or is famous or whatever, I've noticed this like this trend in my birthday, like they're all die of like suspicious, like, see, you know, normally pancreatic cancer is extremely rare. So rare, is one of the rarest cancers to get. But when you smoke or you get exposed to certain chemicals, it makes it a much higher rate than what's natural, right? So
they're exposing
Steve Jobs didn't smoke though. He did drugs and shit, but he didn't smoke cigarettes. Okay, as far as I know. And he went to India. He went to India. When he came back from India, like he came up with this new project called Lisa, and like he was gonna go all of a sudden, like 3 months later, he's dead from pancreatic cancer. Like, and there was no indication. Like it hit him so fast and killed him so fast. It was unbelievable. I mean, I've seen. Remember, like Michael Landon. He got like cancer, and like I remember watching him. And he was like announcing, he was all crying, all that. He did like Little House on the Prairie and all that shit. And he was in Bonanza.
My aunt got bone cancer very quickly,
he died so fast though. It was like, wow, oh my god,
I know, and they did the same thing to my aunt, who is also a Turnbow. It was Russ's sister.
Turnbow, that name is just like bugging me. What?
I'm telling you, dude, there's more to my family than they're telling me. That's always been elephants in the fucking goddamn closet or in the room. Like, it's always been something. And I know they killed my grandfather with directed energy, dude. He had a fucking heart attack at the age of 56. And then my real dad caught fucking cirrhosis of the liver and AIDS at the age of 56. And then my cousin Chucky, the Marine that I was telling you about, he whistleblew about what Russ was up to me last year. And that's how I found out he was my stalker for like 2 years with these letters and shit, and the one sending the videos to my work and shit, because he broke in my house and stole my computer with my pictures on it, and then tried to blackmail me for the computer back for $2,000, and said to put yes or no by the mailbox, and I put fuck you, and then I start getting all these fucking ransom letters, so I get scared and I move, and then they start sending shit to my kid, my fucking mom, my work, and all these letters kept coming, and then all of a sudden I moved in with somebody they thought was my mom's friend from high school, and the letters stopped. Well, I didn't find out. This was 2015, and come to find out, Russ was coming in the strip club and like buying whores and shit when I was bartending there, and I didn't know who he was at first, and then he told me who he was, and then he propositioned me to suck his dick for money, and I said, fuck you, you're my family, even though you're my second cousin, that's disgusting, I'm not going to tell on you, but you better just stop right now. And he did. Wow. Then come to find out, Chucky gets out of the Marines last year, and he's telling me, if that motherfucker steps foot on my property, I'm going to gut him. And I said, whoa, what's going on? I have his car. My shit's at his house. What the fuck? And he's like, dude, he told me you sucked his dick, and he sent me this video of you on your boats when you were boating, and it's you topless, and he showed me this video, and it was my fucking video, and it was from the phone that was stolen when he ransacked my house. The only thing that was stolen was my 2 phones with SD cards with my pictures on them that were sent to my work on those DVDs, and my fucking computer, dude. And you know what? That's when I realized, oh shit, what the fuck? He's been stalking me this whole time. That's who it was. And so he's in my phone and hears this shit and starts sending memes about what me and Chucky were talking about at that instant. So I freak out and I throw my phone in the river when I leave, and I don't go home right away to take his car back. And when I do, he knew I was coming down the fucking street because he pulled out in his truck and he cut me off in the street. He jumped out of the vehicle and he started running towards me like he was going to fucking kill me, screaming at me. And then he takes off in his truck and he says, my car better be there when I get back. Leaves me locked out of the house after he had been through my bags, went through all my suitcases and shit. Told my family he found a meth pipe in there, which is bullshit because I made sure nothing was in there, and I only had weed pipes anyway, and there was nothing in there. I knew he was going to go through my bags. I'm not stupid. I rigged them too. So, and the thing was broken, and I called him out on it later on that night when I came back to get him, and he got so pissed. He threw the computer that I built in the back of the truck and started a fight with my friend, was going to fight my friend in the driveway, and his wife's watching all this. So we take off, and I said, I hope you get the fuck away from his piece of shit ass. That's the last thing I said to her. And now a year later, she's dead. Well, Chucky told me all this shit, and guess what? He was a Marine, and he had cirrhosis of the liver, right? After he got out of the Marines a couple years ago, just a year or so ago, he recovered from it, dude. They took 50 liters of fucking liquid from his stomach, and he recovered from this shit. Well, guess what? Russ and Sharon, both government people that were working for Homeland and Agricultural Building, put him in a fucking nursing home for 2 months to recover instead of his own home, and they redo the entire house. Carpet, paint, everything. Well, when Chucky gets back to the house, guess what? He feels like he's being tracked. And he had proof, and he was showing me this shit. He had cameras in his house. We scanned it. He had fucking them in his phone and everything. And so he basically whistle blew everything to me. And guess what? I was going to move in and take care of Chucky because he recovered, and his numbers, I saw the doctor's report. He was back he was cleared. His numbers were back to normal. He wasn't drinking. Now tell me how in the fuck he just died. Like, after Russ went to jail, he died of cirrhosis of the fucking liver. Bullshit. He wasn't drinking. This bitch Tanya was coming from out of state, and I was banned from coming over there because they found out that I was going to move in there and take care of him. Well, then all of a sudden, I get these messages that I'm not allowed over there. And every time I drive by, her car's there. She got him drinking again, dude. My Aunt Sharon just told me that Chucky had started drinking again because of this Tanya bitch. Well, she texted me and said she was going to the funeral, right? And then I said back to her, yeah, I need to talk to you because some weird shit's going on with this, and something ain't right. I said, I don't think he died of natural causes. I think he was killed. We need to talk about something, and we need to figure out what's going on. She never showed up to the funeral.
It's so hard to like with my mom too. I know that they accelerated her death because my mom and I both had like these weird symptoms. Like her legs would get swollen, my legs would get swollen. Now she had total heart failure, right? And all this other stuff.
My right leg does.
Yeah, it started with my right leg too, and that's because it's polarized. They
My
polarize in
foot.
the field.
It's like my feet. They get really, really swollen on my right side first.
And like they get numb on the bottom.
Well, my fingers do. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's cold.
like now I get this like really thick skin growth around the like bottom of my foot or whatever that I never used to get before, and I think it's like my body's trying to like insulate itself from it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I get like this weird thing inside my toenails and shit, like these like real caked up fucking nasty. Like I almost have to use like wire cutters to cut my fucking toenails and shit.
Yeah, I use a Dremel now.
Yeah, I know I did too. But like I get real dry, like my feet are
claws.
so dry,
lizard
like
claws.
all the time.
I got one for you. I don't have a blood type.
I got one for you. I'm RH.
I have no blood type. They cannot determine what my blood type is. And like, what is it, a dog or something? Like, what the, you know, every time I go in and ask them, they're like, oh, it's right here on the chart. That's funny. It's not here. I'm like, so you're doing my blood work. You're telling me that I have all these problems, but you can't tell me my blood type? Like, how accurate is this?
Wait a
fucking
second.
shit
That's
anyways?
fucking weird, dude, because I don't think I have one either. Because every time I ask my mom about it, she fucking like gives me a different answer. And then when I went and I had my son, they do that 15-week test where it's like for spinal bifida. And when they fucking did the test, right, it's a blood test. And they said that they had found, they had an abnormal fucking thing and they wanted us to come in and do a 3D sonogram because it was possible that my son had spinal bifida. When I got there,
Fuck.
the doctor walks in and he says to me, "You're not African American." I said, no. He's like, "You're not Shanique, blah, blah, blah." I said, "No, I'm Tiffany Ford. And my maiden name was Tiffany Turnbow. And no, I'm not African American. I might look like it because I got freckles that blend together in the summer, but no. I'm definitely
Let me get this straight.
white."
Let me get
So
this straight.
basically, they had gotten our blood work mixed up, supposedly. But that don't make no damn sense to me.
Okay,
Something's
like
right.
I go the last time I went there, I like to give blood or whatever, like for the check for my thyroid and all this other shit.
I'm not allowed to do
there,
that.
And I'm like, what's my blood type? They're like, oh, that's what they always say is, oh, that's funny, it's not on here. I'm like, well, we'll find out for you, and we'll put it on here. I'm like, okay, good. So about 2.5 weeks later, well, like 2.5 weeks later, I get a phone call, and it's the fucking clinic, and they're like, you need to come back and get blood. I'm like, okay, we lost your blood. Now, like, how do you lose the blood? But they have the urine sample.
It sounds to me like you might have a very rare type of blood that they need for something, because maybe you were part of what I think I was part of, which was some type of fucking experiment shit. And then they made us and they realized, oh shit, we made them too fucking smart, too fucking psychic, too fucking this and that. I can do telekinesis. I can do all kinds of fucking fucked up shit, dude. And like,
I've had sepsis almost 10 times without treatment, and I haven't died.
What's that?
Sepsis is like a blood infection that kills everybody that gets it other than me.
What?
And I didn't know I had it. Like, I had appendicitis. You have appendicitis. My appendix ruptured 7 times and I didn't know it, right? But I'm sure I was sick because I used to get hella sick, at times. And like one time I remember being up in the mountains and I thought it was altitude sickness, but it was my appendix, I guess. But I could have died, but I was like, I was deathly ill. You know what I mean? But
they gave me the COVID before it ever came out. Even it was that November before they actually announced it.
Yeah, my mom got sick and was hospitalized.
They gave me my cat after they stole the 2 out of my house, and then they cloned it. They gave me my cat, and that's when I caught the COVID, dude. And I had stopped doing drugs too, so my fucking immune system was, it was getting back up to whatever. And everybody I know that was smoking dope, like meth or fucking doing drugs, they didn't get sick because I think what was going on is the fact that the cilia on the back of their throat was being killed off. So there was nothing for it to attach to. Because remember how they were saying drink warm water? And
there's reasons why they make certain drugs illegal. And it makes no sense. Like,
well, they're putting the damn drugs on the street, dude. And I think they have nanobots.
Oh, yeah. No. I can tell you firsthand.
My friends are acting retarded.
The CIA is responsible for like 90% of all the drugs that come on the streets, or 95%.
I already know. I already fucking know.
Yeah, and because if you imagine this, the C-130, the Boeing C-130 military transport planes.
Yeah,
I can verify that they hold like about $1.4 billion in cash.
Whoa.
Yeah, It takes a long
Those are
time
the
to
ones
load
that
and
go
unload
real
that much.
slow and they're real loud, right? They're like real big.
Yeah,
real,
they
and
got 4
grab
engines
real
on
slow.
them, and they have the wing on top, and they're a big
Yeah.
fat body, and they put
And
tanks
those
usually on them.
motherfuckers were going like ape shit during COVID.
Now imagine that. Okay, they're a big plane, right? They can fit, I think, what, 4 or 6 tanks or something. They can carry 6 tanks.
Jesus.
Okay,
Christ.
full size, fully outfitted tanks, and or a whole company of men, like a whole company, which is like what, 200, 300 men, right? They can carry that many people. Okay, so now if you were to pack one of those to the gills with cash, okay, it's about $1.4 billion. It's so much. It's like
Oh, you
unbelievable.
mean like when they did that in Afghanistan when they stole all their gold and shit because they mind controlled them to think Alice said it was okay? Yeah. I'm sure they could.
They discovered a plant in Afghanistan that has more ephedrine in it than the ephedra plant. Okay, more ephedrine than the ephedra plant, and it's like a weed. It's like a desert brush that grows everywhere. Yeah, so now you know that they make all the methamphetamine
they're
over
not
there.
making that. They're not making that kind. They're making what they call ice now, aren't they? Like some kind of weird.
Yeah, well, it's all
the
it is.
same shit Hitler was going to use for a slow genocide on the Jews. It's the same fucking recipe.
It's just how the form it comes in. Like chemical substances can come in different forms, and they can then they retain a water molecule when they're a crystal. And when they're a crystal with a water molecule, they can be made smokable. But like cocaine, smokable cocaine is not the same as smokable meth. It's like they're opposite. Like one's I can't remember the terminology right now. I'm too stoned. But anyway, the whole thing is that I'm watching this like woman do this interview, and she's from I don't know what country, like maybe Holland or something like that. And she's doing this interview, and she's talking about that they're making all this methamphetamine in Afghanistan, right? And that the CIA
and they're putting carfentanil in it.
I'm like, oh, really? Like I didn't know, right? So anyway, okay. So then they're like, well, out of all of the methamphetamine that they make, and they make a ton, like tons. Okay, they were able to trace so much was going into Iran, and because they were destabilizing Iran, and they claimed now 60% of the population of Iran are tweakers, right?
Yeah.
And in Pakistan, it's like 40%, but that only represented 45 or 40% of all the meth that they were making. She goes, well, we can't figure out where the other meth is going. I'm like, hello.
Oh.
It's coming here.
And then you got China shipping the carfentanil over to Mexico, and they're mixing it up and fucking putting it in.
They don't even do that now. They make it look like that, but they actually bring it in on these military transport planes, and they're under top secret.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God, they're classified.
I already know. I know you're fucking. I already know, dude, because I already called this shit out.
Okay,
it's kind of funny when Wish started
distributed it. I know for a fact because they distribute it to the street gangs, and the cartels are fabricated for intel purposes. Okay, and when they get a guy that gets a little too big on his britches and all that, then they make him public enemy number one, and they go after him, and they usually catch him. But why is it that they don't catch them every time? Like when they catch these guys or whatever, it's like they go after them, and 2 weeks later they have them. Right? Have you ever noticed that? It's like this cartel guy, we've named him, and next thing you know, he's in custody. And the funny thing is the original one that was the original cartel, they let him build his own prison in Colombia, and it was like a resort, right? And he had his cell and all that, and they showed it. It was like he had everything, right? It was totally plush. He ended up escaping it, and so they caught him and they put him in a real prison, all that, and they came and they got him out of there. Then they ended up assassinating him, but he buried like these. And they wrapped the money perfectly and all that in these like sealed containers. And every time they find one, it's got exactly $500 million in it, right? And they estimate that he buried at least 600 of these with 500. How much money is that? That's cash currency. Yeah, it's not going to create like a shortage of cash in our. Now you wonder why we're so fucking screwed up here. That's all American currency taken out of circulation, buried in Colombia. When do they replace it or whatever they do with it?
They've got plenty of it. Have you ever heard of the place, the utility place? You can go online and like supposedly when you're born, $1 million is put into a corporation and it just keeps growing and you like have access to a national to it. Is that
depends
true?
On where you're born. Depends on like if you're born in upper class or you're poverty or whatever. They make allowances, but.
Okay, but so you can get that money though if you become a national, right? Do you know who Michael
Well,
Barden is?
theoretically speaking, you have we all have an access to federal currency that is earmarked for lending purposes. It has something to do with fractional lending, and that there's so much money that they keep to back the loan. Okay, they only need to have like 10% of the actual money to back a loan, so they can create money. 90% of the money is created out of thin air by lending. Okay, this is why we're so screwed. Is that okay? When a bank is going to lend you money for a house, say your house costs $500,000. Okay, they only need $50,000 in cash to back that loan to you, for them to go build the house and all that. And by the time it's all said and done, and you pay off that house, your interest is the actual real money that you're paying. Okay, on it. The principal is fake money. It doesn't exist. So the same thing is true when we pay the debt. We're only paying the interest on the debt because that's the only money that's actually really being created or generated off of the money that they're lending us, because they're lending us in thin air. Where do you get $500 billion out of thin air? Well, we've got
here was the
5
deal.
million.
Okay. So the Federal Reserve was created in Great Britain. Okay, so we borrowed a bunch of money for like World War I or II.
Yeah, it was the War of
like
1812 was
okay,
had it all
and so we were in big time debt, and we asked to borrow more, and they
Same
said,
as
"Fuck
9/11.
no! What are you going to put up for collateral?" So that supposedly our Social Security numbers were created. And that's why it's in red on the back of your Social Security card, because that means blood, right? So that was basically
that's your slave number.
Yeah, exactly. It was when they freed the slaves too. And so basically, what they did was everybody that's born with a Social Security number, $1,000 or $1 million is put into some type of big corporation or whatever, and then they can borrow on it and all that, borrow and do their banking shit. And then so it grows. And then like if you go in to this website, I got this from Michael Barden. He's an ex-Air Force guy who's also targeted. I don't know if you know who he is. Have you seen him before on YouTube?
I haven't, but the names ring a bell. I'm bad with names. That's the problem.
Michael Barden, and he's very, very vocal about everything, and he's very targeted too. But he had a guy, a financial guru guy on, and he told everybody what the name of the website was. It's like GEUIC or something .org, and you go on there and you can I went to it, and it's for real shit. And like you can look at all the different like you put your Social Security number in, and it comes up with all of the corporations that your money is tied into. And I guess
way,
if you
why
do the
does
steps
the
they want you to do, you can become a national, and you own your own car. Like the cops can't fuck with you, all kinds of shit, dude. And
yeah,
it's
but
like
why does the government give you money when like you're disabled or this or that? Like how does that work? Like if you think about it,
it's already yours.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But isn't it crazy how you have to pay taxes on the money that you earn, which you should never have to do?
Only to fund this gay ass gang stalking shit too, man. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, that's just actually all the money that they collect from people's income goes to pay off the interest on the debt. That's all it ever pays. Okay, that's what they put it towards, believe it or not. All the mineral rights, all the corporate taxes, all the other stuff that they do, the stuff that they sell to other countries, the arms and all that stuff, all the things that we do, that goes into the actual budget spending. So you can imagine how much money is generated off of mineral rights just for oil companies alone. Okay, right. They don't need to tax us. Taxing us, the whole idea of it was to keep us working or forcing us to work and be responsible that way. Now, property taxes, like your county property goes to your county, like your property tax for your home, but they redistribute the wealth however they want to, and usually it's for infrastructure or roads, maintenance and stuff like that, and to run the county services, the sheriff's department, all that stuff. It adds up pretty fast because, like, you have to understand, a sheriff's department investigation, for instance, for like just a drug fucking thing where it costs millions of dollars. And see, the thing is that the DEA gives them an incentive. Every cop that confiscates any contraband off the street for the DEA or whatever, they pay them out for that drug. That they'll come to your house, they'll come to the department every now and again, and they'll say, how much do you have this? And they'll weigh it all up, and they'll go whatever the going price is, and they pay the departments That's why the like local police are so wanting to enforce that law. Otherwise, they wouldn't enforce it. Because you think about it, like, I don't want to get shot, but see, if I get this bus, that's $50,000 for stuff we need for the department, so that's an incentive.
Right.
And so, yeah, isn't that crazy? The
Well, my
DEA actually
stepdad-
buys the
my
drugs off the
stepdad-
cops.
My stepdad was a Peoria police officer, and my grandfather was in Illinois State Police, and they're very well respected people, and so they protect me. They actually are very good to me. The local
Yeah,
cops.
I wanted to be a cop,
When
actually.
I go, it's when I go like out of state, that I've been targeted a little bit with stupid shit, like getting a ticket from my ex-boyfriend's car that had no insurance, and they didn't give me the ticket. They gave me a warning, but then they did give me a ticket, and I 6 years later I couldn't get a license after it got suspended because I had to take care of this shit in Tennessee that had happened like 10 years ago. I had to hire an attorney to have it taken care of, so I didn't have to go down there and everything. Now I look back on it, it was from being targeted, but I didn't know that at the time. I just thought, what the fuck? They told me I didn't have a ticket. They searched my vehicle. There was a weed pipe under the seat. They left it there. There was a dog even. They had the dog sniff me. Like, it was really strange, and they're not supposed to do that, but I didn't know that at the time. But I know my rights now as far as, the police and everything. And I mean, I can't tell you how many searches just because I have somebody that's got a drug record from 10 years ago. You want to search my vehicle? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I don't have drugs on my record. This is my car. There's no reason for you to search my vehicle right now. He hasn't done drugs in 10 years. I feel like you're harassing me now, and I'm going to contact my attorney. And they usually let me go.
It just depends on how they.
My grandpa's name.
That's the problem with like drugs, though. That's the problem with drugs, though, is it gives them access. It gives them an excuse to violate your rights. You know what I mean? And so does speeding. Speeding is an arbitrary thing because there's really no crime in speeding. If you get in an accident, then you could say, well, speed was a factor. But otherwise, you could drive as fast as you want down the road. If you didn't run anybody off the road or intimidate anybody, but just sped down the road, what crime has been committed? See, it's arbitrary things. They use these tools.
Technically, they're not even supposed to. Like, if the other people that are in the vehicle on a routine traffic stop, they aren't supposed to ask for their ID, especially if they don't make contact or eye contact or talk to the officer. They're not supposed to ask for the other people.
It's against the law. Actually, it's against the it breaks civil rights laws or whatever. Yeah. But they can request. They can do anything. They can ask you. They're allowed to ask you, but they're not allowed to force you or enforce it or intimidate you or whatever. If you say, I respectfully decline not to, and if they say, oh, well, then we're going to run you in, you have a case. Okay. But if they say, okay, what's your name? What's your first name or whatever, they'll try to get something out of you. You know what I mean?
Right. With the mask, there's a federal law that, if you're medically exempt from it, and you go in a store and they tell you have to put a mask on and you say, no, I'm exempt from it, and they question you, you can give them this federal code for this law, and they get a $12,000 fine or $24,000, something like that fine if they sit there and try to get you to put a mask on and question you.
I know. I thought about that.
They're like, okay, never mind.
I thought about that though, you're working in a 7-Eleven and you're like in a pretty rough area, right, or whatever, and these people are walking in with masks on. I thought about that at the very beginning. I'm like, how is that going to work? Then I find out there's a rash of armed robberies now with all the mask wearing. I'm like, go figure. You know what I mean?
I thought too. I was like, wait a minute, dude, this isn't good that everybody's wearing a mask because now they're going to be
total opportunity. You know what I mean? It's like.
Apparently they have people chipped to where they don't even need a fucking facial recognition at this point. So
well, retinal, they have retinal scanners, retinal scanners are pretty foolproof. I mean, there's been only a couple of cases where people had such close fingerprints that they couldn't visually tell them apart.
I have a printer and I'm beeping in 2 spots, and it's where I had surgery, and I'm not joking. It's fucking weird.
Did they put any metal in you? Did they put any pens or plates or anything?
They shouldn't have.
What
They
was
were
the
supposed to
surgery
remove
like?
precancerous cells from my cervix.
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
beeping down there, but my doctor's a quack. He's a fucking retard. His name's Overcash, and he's the most richest OB in this city. And they keep making me go back to him by telling me my doctors are being like 5 of my doctors that I have chosen have all of a sudden lost their licenses and all this weird shit, and I have to go back to Overcash, who's where my mom told me to go in the first place. And he lied to me. He lied to me a couple times, and then he did a LEAP procedure where he cut precancerous cells when I was 21 years old, which is very strange, out of my cervix. And I was told by my midwife, because I didn't like him after a while, I was like, this guy's an asshole. So I went to a midwife, and she told me that he cut too much off. And so I'm thinking he chipped me then, because the funny thing is when I started talking about the chips and beeping in the areas that I've had surgery, all of a sudden, my doctor wants to see me for an annual pap smear.
How long ago was that?
Just recently, a few months ago.
Oh,
What
okay.
the procedure, or me saying that I was going to remove
Like the
it?
first time you thought you had a chip in you, like what year? Just like roughly.
Oh, I just figured that out just a few months ago when I started researching all this gang stalking shit. But like, I had no idea back then. I mean,
But I mean, it was
I
like
had
it was in the
when I was
2000s or the night because it's relative to the technology. I'm just curious, like if it was 90s or 2000
Oh, it was
or
2000. It would have been 2000. 2000. And that was right after I had toxoplasmosis for the second time in my eye, which is very strange because you're not supposed to get it twice. I had it when I was 15, and they didn't know what it was. They sent me to Iowa City, did all these tests. I swear to God, I looked at my eye, and it was when they had me up to a machine, and it looked like it was reptilian. It was like blue and yellow and purple with this. And I've got stigmatisms, which means my eye's like a cat eye, I guess. But I think that's bullshit. I think it just depends on your DNA makeup, really, and they just don't want to tell people what's going on. And I think I have the same deal as you with the blood, because it seems like my mom tells me a different type of blood type every fucking time I ask her. I've written them down. She's told me RH, AB negative, like all these fucking weird things. I'm like, what in the fuck is she doing? And like, I don't like going to the hospital, and I don't like going to do needles and things like that. So like, I'm not the type of person to be like, okay, let me just go ahead and go in here and let's just find out my blood type by, you drawing my blood and checking it. I'm just not going to do that because it freaks me out. But like when I did go try to donate plasma, I was banned like nationally from donating plasma. And they told me that it was because they could take the plasma, they could take it out, but they couldn't put it back in. Now, that makes sense because when they poked me over and over again, and it fucking drove me nuts, dude. Like I couldn't, like the first time I left, and then the second time when I went back, that's when they told me that I couldn't donate nationally. And they said it was because of the last time when they were drawing blood out and they were putting it back in, the guy didn't have the thing like in my arm right. And he kept trying to get it in there. And like, I got pissed and I stopped it. Okay. But I think they use that as an excuse because they don't want my blood for some reason. Or they don't.
Yeah, when I
don't know.
was 17, they had a blood drive, and like we were like, everybody had to report down or whatever, and it wasn't mandatory, but like it was a way to get out of class. So it was like, okay, whatever. And I'm not gonna watch them do any of that stuff. And I've had to like draw blood. So there's people are all, it's just like drawing blood, except that it's a little longer. And then you get the orange juice and you get a cookie and all this other shit. And you get out of class. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I can go.
That's the biggest needle I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. And oh my God, I had a fucking coronary, dude. Like
I was like, it's cool. I'll go,
Like that's too big. My veins are so small, like you can't even get. Like they've used sonogram machines to find a vein to take blood from me, and I wasn't even using drugs or anything. So I don't know what that's all about either, because I've never met anybody with the veins that I have. Like it's so strange because they're so small. Like you can't see them.
Mine are pretty big until I put them like recently.
And I can find other people's veins. I see them. Like I can just see them on people, and I can't see mine. I can't see them. I can't feel them.
I go there and they're like they have to take like a test or whatever, and then you have to fill out a little thing or whatever, and then you have to go back down there. And so I go back down there, and everybody else is getting hooked up. And they're like, you can go back to class. I'm like, why? Why am I going back to class? I thought I was getting blood. And they're like, no, you can't get blood. I'm like, why? And they're like, because you have some sort of antibody infection or something like that. I don't remember specifically, but they're like, yeah, they said that you can never get blood. I can never get blood. I'm like, what do you mean I can never get blood? Like, and they're like, we'll call your parents and let you know. And I asked my parents years later, I'm like, did they ever call you on that or whatever? And they're like, no, we don't. I don't remember. I'm like, well, that's convenient. You know, my parents wouldn't remember shit anyways, but like, see, I've had like some weird shit happen to me. Like I got hit by a car when I was 5 years old and knocked 180 feet, right? And I got hurt. Okay. I was 5 years old. I got hit by a Mustang, a 73 Mustang Cobra that was driven by an 18-year-old girl whose dad just bought her. It was a super fast car on the day, right? And like there was a straightaway where she pulled out and crossing the road, and it was a little over a half a mile. And I saw where she pulled, and I thought I could cross the road no problem because I was already crossing the road. And I was like walking my bike, and normally I would ride it, but I was told, get off your bike, and like that's the proper way. And I remember getting just past the double yellow line. I was just in the other lane. I look over, and the front end of the car is right there, and like everything is stopped. I'm like, and I remember thinking, I can remember this to this day. I'm like thinking, that's weird. Like, what's that doing there? And then all of a sudden I was picking myself up off the pavement. And like, I had to get out from underneath my bike. And my bike was one of those Schwinn banana seat bikes, you know, the big heavy steel ones. And the frame was bent around me. Like I remember pulling it up in the bed. And I'm like, I can't ride this bike. And all the wheels were folded over and shit. And like, I remember where I landed and where I got hit, like, but you know what I mean? So I went on Google Earth like later and I mapped it out, and it was somewhere between like 178 and 182 feet.
What?
Yeah, that's like almost a football field. That's like a long ways, you know what I mean? And I remember like skidding at the end, but I don't remember anything between then and there. Like I was gone, and like something brought me back or something, I guess. But I had like a little bit of a skin like elbow or something like that. But I was like, I'm fine, I'm out of here. And then they're like, where are you going? And like, I remember this. I heard this noise. It was like this. Well, it was the 18-year-old woman screaming. She thought she had killed me. Like she was screaming. Like like she hit me so hard. This old lady's all, don't let him get away. How is he alive? How is he alive? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I'm fine. You're tripping out. Like, I don't want to right now because he's going to restrict me and I won't be able to go down the shopping center. Because I was way away from home, actually, when it happened. But it was on the street I used to live on, like in the town, you know what I mean? But for a 5-year-old, I had gone from my house at least, then down to the shopping centers where it was just like everyday things. I was like 5 years old. When I was 7 years old, I went to San Francisco and bought fireworks from Chinese gangs and shit. With my friend who was 6 years old, who was half Chinese and he could speak Chinese and all that, and he like knew the people and all that. But we had to put all of our money in our shoes, like only like buy small amounts or they would rob us, right? And so because we were from a wealthy area and stuff, and I get like Christmas money or something like that, and it would be like Chinese New Year right after Christmas, so we'd be like perfect, you know. But I did crazy shit like that. My dad I never fucking told him about that. But I remember being like really little, walking by his business where he worked for the telephone company, Pacific Bell, in San Francisco on Montgomery Street. And I walked by his freaking building every time to go up to Chinatown, right? Like, and I was thinking, I hope my dad doesn't come out, because if he sees me here, he's going to be like, what the fuck are you doing here?
I used to buy my mom cigarettes for her, and she told me, you're allowed to go anywhere in the neighborhood, but you can't cross the main highway. So my dumb ass, well, smart ass actually, found a way underneath the road and a viaduct thing to go over to the store. So when she found this out, of course she had to check it out, make sure no flash flooding could kill me under there, because it was like a little creek thing. And so she checked it out and she took advantage of that shit, man. She started writing me notes. Will you please give Tiffany a pack of Merit Ultralight Menthol 100s and a pack of bubblegum cigarettes for her? And I would take this note up to this guy at the Shell station underneath the ground, and I would get her cigarettes and bring them back. I think they were only like $1 a pack then. This was that long ago.
When I quit smoking.
What a great way to not teach your child to smoke. I mean, come on, Freemason.
Yeah, I remember when I started smoking and I was like 14, and it was like 55 cents or 60 cents out of a machine, and it was expensive. So it was probably.
Yeah, we used to get them out of the machine too when we go on our family vacations and smoke them up on the.
And then I remember paying $1.10 when I moved to Utah. It was like $1.10 for a pack of Camels. And then Camel Whites came out, and I used to smoke Camel Whites, and then
my cousin smoked those. That's how my
I-
grandpa smoked those too, but he smoked the non-filters.
Yeah, the non-filters are harsh, but I was like fucking like I remember saying they were gonna raise a pack of cigarettes to like almost $2. Like, I'm like, when it gets $2 a pack, I'm quitting. But I quit way before that because I got hella sick. Yeah, I got hella sick, and I was digging a butt out of a Diet Coke can, right? It was all like there were all these other butts. I was like, and I was hella sick. I'm like, go to light it. I thought I had it in right, but I lit the freaking wrong end, right? The old crusty freaking filter. I immediately went in and threw up. I was like throwing up. I'm like, I'm never smoking again, ever, never, ever. And I did. I quit. But my dad couldn't believe it. He's like, do you need a carton? I'm like, no. And he goes, what? You got some? And I'm like, no. And he goes, what? You quit? Yeah, you'll be back smoking in a couple days. And like a week later, he's all, are you still not smoking? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you really did quit. I'm like, uh-huh. I'm like, I'm never smoking again. I swear to God. Like a month later, he's like, are you still not smoking? I'm like, yeah. But I'd have these dreams that I'd like somebody give me a cigarette, pull on their pack, and I'm a smoke. And I'm like, oh. And like, so I'm like looking around like I'm guilty, right? And then I'm like, then I have another dream where my friends are like, Vern, buy me a smoke. And I'm like, I don't have any. And he goes, what do you mean you don't have? You always have smokes. I'm like, I don't have any. He goes, what'd you do, quit? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, how dare you fucking quit? Who am I going to bum cigarettes off of? I'm like, I'm waking up going, oh my God, I'm like feeling guilty for quitting.
Well, that sounds like my ex-boyfriend that was a perp, actually, now I know, but he was he had just gotten out of prison too. He was a good friend of mine, but he pursued me so heavily that now I know it was because of this targeting shit. But I quit. My aunt came down with bone cancer, and I quit out of respect for her. And I had been quit for 2 years, and I was really healthy. I was a supervisor at a place we call HGS here. It's like a call center. I was doing really good. I was working out every other day. And then he comes into my life and he says he wants to hang around me because I've maintained my life very well my whole life. And I don't fuck around with none of these suspect people and all this shit. And I said, well, that's fine, but I'm not. And then he says, what would you consider dating me? And I'm like, whoa, hold on a minute. It took me 2 months to answer back. And finally I said, I thought to myself, would I date him? And I'm thinking, nah, probably not. And so I was like nice about it. And I was like, well, I want to make sure that, you're able to be on the up and up on your own and get your shit together before we try to date, because I'm clean and I'm doing well. And I don't want any of that bullshit in my life. And he agreed with the letter he sent back. And then as soon as he got out, I would cheat every once in a while, like have like a couple drags off someone's cigarette just because I'd be stressed out or something. And so I would do that with him. I did that a couple times, and then he would offer. And then it got to the point where he would leave his cigarettes in my car on purpose. Now I know it was on purpose. And so I started smoking again. And like,
that sucks, huh?
I felt really bad, dude, because like my aunt was a very good close.
You just got to get over 5 days. Like you just wait. The easiest way to do it.
You know what I did? It's all in your head, dude. Because I went to that stupid laser surge or that laser fucking shit. Okay, they didn't even do nothing. They took this little laser pointer and they put it over my wrist. They put it up in my ear, and it was all about the whole head shit. I know it was. I had no freaking symptoms. I had no withdrawals, and it dawned on me when I've been to jail before. Like you can't smoke in there. And like I've just been for like traffic shit or like missed court dates and shit for traffic shit. And so like driving on suspended was my most, and I did 60 days, right? Well, I went in to do my 60 days and I had no withdrawals. I had no symptoms of, and it's because I knew I couldn't smoke cigarettes. But what do I do the minute I get out? Oh, I smoke one of my stale cigarettes that I had fucking taken with me there, and I'm right back at it again. But it's all a fucking head game, dude. It's all.
Oh, I know, it totally. But there is a physical addiction to like some of it because like it affects your metabolism. Nicotine definitely affects your metabolism.
Oh yeah, I gained weight. Good because I needed to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe that. And the hacking up all the shit and all that stuff. But the laser stuff. What do you think? Do you think it was all just I paid $250 for a bunch of bullshit mind shit?
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not sure what the science is behind it, but it sounds like it. But like
That's
it
what
is
I
all over.
thought.
Like, it's just a matter of making
what
up your
the hell?
mind, you know.
I mean, what are they doing? Are there nerves that they're hitting that could actually keep you from having withdrawal symptoms?
It might be like what do they call that? Psychosomatic or whatever, like where it has
Man, they got me
a
for my
physical
250
effect.
bucks.
It's like well, it's like when they give you like a drug, like in a survey, and they give somebody a non-drug, you know, like a placebo, and they look for the effects of it. Yeah, and so maybe there's a placebo, you know, psychosomatic effect that is carried over that they found because it stimulates a nerve or something that they can like attach to a programming mechanism in your brain. See, I mean, like TV for years, they used to always call it a program. Like this is a program. Like, why would you call it a program? Because they're programming you. Okay, that's why like it was so carefully orchestrated. You know, totally.
That was a good
like the golden age of television was like just everything was leave it to Beaver Cleaver clean. You know what I mean? There
the
was
Truman Show.
It took years before they allowed any kind of fucking profanity to be used at all on TV. You know, I mean, I was like probably in high school.
Remember when Elvis was thrusting his hips and they made a big stink about that back in the 60s?
Well, the best one was the Doors were playing on Ed Sullivan show.
Yes.
And they light my fire, and he said, try to set the on fire. Something about your heart's desire. Something like there was something, and he wanted him to change the lyrics because it was too provocative. And Jim Morrison's all, yeah, we'll change the lyrics, and they never played on Ed Sullivan again. They went on Dick Cavett a couple times though. Yeah, and Dick Cavett he was very nervous.
Didn't he say the word? He said the word too, didn't he?
Yeah, because Jim was one of the original flashers too.
He like enunciated it too. That's what got him kicked off, right?
Yeah, because it was provocative. I mean, like, oh God,
man, I wish I could have partied with him and Janis Joplin. That would have been a hell of a fucking party there.
Janis Joplin was on Dick Cavett, I think, with Cher.
Oh, I love Cher too.
Yeah, when Cher was really young and Janis was there, and it was, no, it was the woman who was like really beautiful back in the day, who was like tough too. She was an actress. Oh, she was very beautiful in her day. God, I can't think of it right now.
Marilyn Monroe?
No, later. She played like in like a lot of the contemporary popular movies of the era, like in the 60s, late 60s. And she was like tough though, like chiseled, like fucking beauty. Like, what was her name? God damn. She was on a Seinfeld where she didn't swing her arms. The Seinfeld episode where she doesn't swing her arms.
I don't know who you're talking about.
God, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
Not Jamie
I'm
Lee
so bad
Curtis.
with names. No, it's before her. Before her. Yeah, 60s. She was a bombshell in the 60s. And she was an American actress.
Bo Derek.
She was in no. It's earlier. It's earlier. She was in 1,000 or 100 Rifles. That movie, 100 Rifles. She was also, I think, in A Million Years BC or something. That was there was like a lot of nudity in that movie.
I have no idea.
That was like the first real nudie movie, you know. Oh God, what was her name? Oh wait, look at the chat. Fuck. But she was in the Seinfeld episode where she didn't swing her arms, and like I guess Elaine ended up getting in a fight with her, and she beat up Elaine.
What?
Oh my God!
I missed that episode. That's
God. Which one was it?
Hold on.
I can't think about it. It'll come to me. I just can't think about it, right? Like, because it's just making that word, you know what I mean? It's like that barrier.
Let's see. Nobody said anything.
Raquel Welch. There we go.
There you go. Okay. Yep, I know you are. Yep.
Oh yeah. So Janis Joplin did that Dick Cavett with Raquel, and it was like one of the greatest, because you had like a woman who thought of herself as being very unattractive. She really did. And yet she was a rock star, and she had an attraction that she couldn't understand. And she's a shy person too. And here she's talking to like the number one sex symbol of at that moment in history was Raquel Welch. I mean, she was like freaking, hot as hell. And so like, it was funny by the end of the interview, Janice looked different because she was projecting the beauty into her by saying you're really a beautiful person. And she explained her qualities, all that. And Janice,
I have
like,
a lot of people tell
totally,
me I look like Janis Joplin at certain times, and certain, when I have certain, my hair done a certain way and stuff. And like some
Janice
people
was
were like,
not
no,
an
she
ugly
doesn't.
woman,
Janis Joplin
really.
was
She
ugly,
just
and I'm like, Janis
no, she
Joplin was
just got
fucking
fucked up all
gorgeous,
the
dude.
time. She
She
was
was
hella
so
wasted all the time. That was what the problem was. But it was. She was like, she drank so fucking much. She was drunk so much that you can't keep yourself up and all that. But it wasn't that, it wasn't that she was like an attractive, she was a young woman and everything else. If she had done herself up.
She's so cute when she wanted to be.
But Raquel Welch like made her see herself as beautiful, and like it was weird. And even Dick said at the end, he goes, you just don't like, you don't look like you look so much different now or whatever. It was like weird. It was like, and Dick was like he was on acid or something. Dick Cavett was awesome. He was a great fucking interviewer. One of the best. And you never see his show on, and it was never ever popularized like the other ones. You know what I mean? Like it should have been.
My favorite show was Laughing.
But as a kid, I was like, Dick Cavett, that's gotta be lame.
Wasn't Raquel Welch on Laughing?
Yeah.
Yep, that was my favorite show.
Laughing so freaking God, that's so long ago. Fuck.
I used to love one ring eating, two ring eating, and she put her finger in her boobs.
A peekaboo camera where they'd have like a really beautiful celebrity or whatever, and they dress her up kind of like funky or whatever, and they put her like in a setting, and they record like she'd be like rude to him or something. It was just funny, and like sometimes the people would like recognize them or whatever, and sometimes they didn't. It was pretty funny though how they do it. Totally like
Janis Joplin hit Jim Morrison over the head with the fucking Jack Daniels bottle and broke it over his head one time when they were fighting. They were just like friends and shit, but they got into it and she beat the shit out of him and then like hit him over the head with the Jack Daniels bottle.
I believe it. Well, Jim Morrison was a belligerent fucking idiot too. Like he would get so fucked up that he would take his clothes off, like on the stage. And he was one of the original flashers. Him and Keith Moon used to do it quite a bit too. Keith Moon would watch it so fucked up.
Gigi Allen used to throw shit.
Gigi Allen took it to the other level though. Gigi Allen was inspired by his guys.
Shower fucking after parties and shit. I've seen a video on him.
Well, he like introduced like just disgusting shit. I mean, just
he would have been a good gang stalker.
he would like jump like in broken glass and then roll in feces and shit, and then jump down off his name. Everybody was running away from him to get away from him because they're like, "Don't get near me."
No shit. He'd lay on the table and let girls pee in his mouth and shit. Partying and shit. What the fuck, dude? And actually drink it? Like, what the? You gotta be fucking on some kind of crazy ass drugs. Jesus Christ. They probably had better shit back then than they do now. The government wasn't making it. It was actually underground made.
Yeah, I used to know this woman that she used to have me get ice cubes, and I put ice cubes in her like private area like that, and then suck them out. She'd put it back in, and she'd just get so off on that. I was like, wow, that would freak me out. If I put an ice cube on my package, it would just shrivel and go away. Like it wouldn't be into that shit at all. It was like smash.
Yeah, I don't think I could handle that. That would burn, dude. But yeah, I got the Pop Rocks thing done, but it was just weird. It didn't really do anything for me. It didn't do nothing for me. Like that I don't know. All I could think of was like, I think I might get like some kind of infection from all this sugar down here.
The duplicate cavities.
Right. Oh shit! I see Christina's picture, but I don't hear her. Christina, are you there? Her picture has popped up over here.
Yeah, she's there. But she's kind of there.
My phone's really hot.
That's where they're targeting.
I have a green dot on the left-hand side of my percentage that's was never there on an iPhone
Like move the
before.
location of the
And
phone.
an
Like
orange
you got to
dot.
keep moving the phone around because they're actually mapping where the phone is. And if you move the phone just a small little place, they'll have to remove the direction on it.
Oh no, this
See,
is
like,
constant.
yeah, but
It's
I'm just
always
saying that you got to keep moving your phone around, like because they target the battery to drain the battery on the phone. I've had them do it, like, and it's weird. I've had them do it. I've had them do it with a flashlight. Because the flashlight blinks, so it has a circuit board in it.
Thank
And
you
I'm
for
like,
telling me
yeah,
that.
I'm like over here in like my box, the electrical box or whatever. I'm looking at something. All of a sudden, I start feeling like a vibration. I can feel the vibration and things. Like I can feel. Okay, so I'm like feeling. I'm like, wait a minute. It's feeling like it's vibrating, and all of a sudden it starts getting hella hot. And like I had to pull the battery out of it because the batteries are going to explode. And they were Energizers, brand new ones.
Check this shit out. Look, this perp right here. He's doing it right now. Look at this.
So yeah, like when I like pulled the battery out and took it out and got away from that spot, then it was fine. But it was like they targeted it because they thought it was like a phone or something. They can't tell what it is necessarily because like if it's like this right here, see this is blinking. Okay, there's a frequency now that creates that blink, that interval. Okay, that interval, that frequency is what they target to get onto your device, on any device. Anything that has a computer chip that has a timer on it, okay, like a chip of any kind of integrated circuit chip that has an interval timing mechanism, or even if it's mechanical, digital or mechanical, they can target because they targeted the clock in my kitchen. And if that's the case, why would they do that? Is because they are seeing everything blindly. Until they get onto it, they don't see if they have any access to anything at all. So you know what I mean? And so when they see an object, it's like, okay, there's a door, let's go in it. And there's nothing there. Then they okay, that's not a computer device, you know, that we're looking for. Because then once they get onto it, then they use like the conventional protocols to be able to communicate, obviously, with the operating system. So that's where the Wi-Fi is kind of critical, because even though that I watched them with a desktop to hack my desktop, and it was not hooked up to the internet at all, and they were using Wi-Fi to do it, frequency Wi-Fi, because the protocol was there, and it came on as like this when they put ransomware on, and it fucked up my whole system. But anyway, when I saw them come on, they were under credentials, and they came on as like this under this credential, this weird credential name. And see, that's malicious code. Now, on Microsoft Windows, they actually install into the operating system malicious code for the purpose of disabling the machine in case it's a sensitive machine, has secrets on it or something gets stolen or whatever. You know what I mean? So they can do it remotely anywhere, and they could go right on. There's a access that any Microsoft engineer is given all the ability, the keys to all these. And so when you do your Windows updates, if you ever notice, it says malicious tool removal, okay? Because what it is it's taking off the one that's been exploited. Now, like when the hackers figure out, because they pay somebody who has access or a whole bunch of money, they distribute it through all their forums. Eventually it gets around and it becomes a problem, because then they can go on and hack your machine. So then Microsoft is supposed to immediately issue a new malicious tool and remove the other one. So you'll see that in the update. And that's pretty much what that is. And so with that in mind, okay, if you have people that are current holders of those keys, if they have a dry hacking ability, they are on your machine and disabling your machine with that tool. You can't do anything about it. You're done. I mean, like I went on there and I had to go through and individually unlock every permission on every file menu. And yeah, how many files is? So many. Like, and I try to do it general, but it would only do so many, and you'd have to go through each one and open it up and then reestablish credentials on it, because if not, they could go right onto your operating system immediately, go into that file, and then take over the whole file system again, and then lock you out. And it's like, it was fucked. It was like, and I had not had it hooked up to the internet. Like I had machines I hadn't used in 2 or 3 years. I mean, like laptops that were sitting around here. I'm like, okay, I'll plug this one in, and it's like immediately loading the ransomware and immediately disabling. Like that fast. Like it was already on the machine. I'm like, how the fuck? This hard drive this thing isn't hooked up, how the hell do they have it on there that fast, right? Well, they could actually write onto hard drives that were off. They can actually do that. They can replace data on a hard drive that is not spinning now using these frequencies. they can actually power your USB, any USB device that's not plugged in. If it's near any outlet or whatever, they can actually bridge that outlet, carry the current, and actually make it into direct current using the frequency. Because that's all like a bridge is. Like this is a bridge. Electronics, this is what makes AC and DC current separate. Okay, well, it does it through a frequency. It creates a switch in there, and the switch bypasses or whatever and arranges the electron flow a certain way. Well, they can do that through your body. Okay, and that's why you people are getting sick, is that they're in here hacking your shit, but little do they know they're also hacking you. And when you have low levels of current through you, it can poison your system. And let alone ones that where I'm like 10 to 12 inches from the terminal after unplugging it on a DC current, and it's still powering from the frequency that it's carrying it that far. It doesn't even need to be touching. It's crazy. One pole does, because you have to have it pull the direction, but you know what I mean, the positive side. But if the negative side was not connected until I pulled it far enough away, it was still powering. I was like, well, so that totally like answers my question. We could have electric vehicles that don't have batteries or have low capacitance, which means that they're way safer than any other thing if you were to get in an accident, because you don't have to worry about blowing up or burning up. So, you know, I mean, it's phenomenal how like we take for granted that it's greed and selfishness that drives these people to be gang stalking you. Because if they didn't have 9/10 of all the money in their pockets and weren't hoarding it and everything else, they wouldn't have to hire people, because there's like nobody hiring those people. And they fucking, like I said, these people, they pay them well. I mean, here's a guy who I saw on one of these channels. He's a total troll. He's a total drama troll. He's got caught with like meth several times. He's looking at prison now or whatever. He drives BMWs. He does this like little bit of menial work and all that, but he's almost 24/7 on his channel or on other channels doing all this shit. And the only way that I can understand this is that he is paid. I mean, there's no other way you can afford a fucking a BMW when you and your other are always around, always on. Okay, and unless you're independently wealthy or whatever, and in that case, he's not. He lives in a pretty depressed area of the country, and like, you know what I mean? So it's, and then they'll say personal things where like, how do you know that? Or how do you this or that or whatever? It's because they are the gang stalking me. And they're on, like I said, on YouTube or whatever, but I've learned how to interact with them a certain way now. Okay. And so you're dealing with a 10,000 ton gorilla that you're going to be wrestling. And if you don't want that gorilla to crush you or destroy you or whatever, you got to kind of like coerce it and appease it to some degree, because that's what it's looking for. It's not necessarily looking to destroy, or, you know, it's looking for attention. And if you don't pay attention to it, then they go to extreme measures to force themselves on you. And so you hating them and yelling at them, you're giving them content. Okay. But that's what it really is. It's actually, bottom line, it is the satisfaction of somebody who's so wealthy to be able to control your life and decide your fate. And you can be nice or you can be mean or whatever, but these people have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. And if you catch them in the right way, they're going to be forced to give it to you. And what you can do with a lot of money is that you can help other people. You can revolutionize things, but don't be like them. Don't hoard it. Don't sit on it and make it. Put it out there so that it can work instead of just being collected interest on, because interest it inflates the value. It doesn't make the value. And like, we make the value. Your work, the things that you do, the time that you spend is what makes you you, okay, and makes you valuable. And I've been like completely driven to the point of where I go in and I interview and everything seems fine. They're going to call me back. I never hear back from them. I go back in there and they look at me like I'm fucking Charles Manson. And I know now what was going on. They were contacting them and telling them a bunch of bullshit. acting like they were federal agents, like he's a fucking domestic terrorist. They're like, what are you doing back here? Oh my God, he's a terrorist. You know, call us if you see him, you know, like to like carry the LARP on it. And like literally they can fucking do this to you because there's so many of them. They control your phone. Once they get on your phone, these are industry people that work all through this. They have people in key areas. I had a guy from Spectrum, a guy driving one of the big trucks or whatever, show up here, put a line filter on my line, and fucking flat out lied to me and drove away. Okay? And a uniform and all that. Like, okay. And he knows that I know the supervisor. And if I call that supervisor by all things or whatever, he should lose his job or have some kind of reprimand. And yet he was like soft and he was friendly to me. And he sat out there for like way longer than he should have, like for a person that was supposed to be legitimately working. Right? And so this is what I do. You know, when you have your gang stalkers, or whatever like that, you confront them. And depending on how you confront them, you have to let them know that you're in control and they're not in control and that you caught them. But you don't have to necessarily go, I caught you, unless you're like in your own home. You know what I mean? Because you know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing going to change. This isn't going to change. I've learned that now. Okay. The only way it's going to change is that you have to manipulate it yourself. You can't let it control you. Okay. But you can't not, sometimes you have to let it control you. That's what they were telling me here, okay? The cops were telling me this. The cops knew what were going on, and they're telling me, let them hack you. Okay. Because that was what was going to settle the beast. Okay? And so, however you look at things or whatever you do with things, okay, you have to be in a willful way. And I'm like, I use faith a lot because hope never works for me. Hope is a beautiful, fast-paced, wonderful woman, but she has no future. She's one of those quickies, you know what I'm saying? But faith is the one that endures. And like, you can't ever lose your faith. If you lose your faith, and that's in your ability to like know that there's something more than us, there's a conscience or whatever, and that you're part of it, and that you just need to direct that energy that way. And there's times you're down and you need to have people that are on their up or whatever to help you. And I totally agree. And that's where like billionaires are people on the highest up, and they should take responsibility for what they do to people like us, because they are trying to force us to be better than we are, I guess, because they see something in us that we don't see in ourselves necessarily, or somehow they know something because they have all that money. And all that money buys a lot of knowledge or whatever, and they can fund whatever they want to do. And, you know, when you can fly into space and put satellites up like Elon can, you have a lot of power. You can do a lot of stuff. And, like, you have to understand, he knows more than probably anybody about anything that he wants to know about. Bill Gates wants something done or whatever. He picks up, he picks up his phone or whatever, and it's done. You have to understand, he can have access to any computer in this world if he wants it. He has all the keys. He has the kingdom. Okay, so that's powerful. Okay, how are you going to take and like hold him accountable for taxes? Really? And he pays a lot of money in taxes. There's no doubt, but he doesn't pay his fair share. I'm not going to fucking ever let him get away with that, because I remember one year he was saying how he was paid the most money in taxes than anybody in history, right? And it was a lot. It was a big sum. It was billions, right? But it was only 4% of his income. And here I'm in a tax bracket that's like 53%, and I'm not even making a living wage. I'm like, what the fuck? That's such bullshit, But it is what it is. It's just like, I mean, you have to be strong and stuff. And like I said, supporting one another and talking the shit out and reasoning it out, it makes all the difference. Because I was alone for a long time. And you're afraid to like talk about anything about anybody because it's so ridiculous that's going on that people think they look at you and you don't know whether somebody's part of that thing going on or whatever. But it's they're doing it to you because they're in disapproval of you, and you're supposed to be better than you are. I believe that's their actual motivation. But there's people that they trigger that offend them to the point, and I've done it. I've been very offensive. I've played them to the point of where I had the whole entire YouTube shut down, that whole sector for like 4 or 5 hours until I just said, okay, I'm not kidding you. I out freaking played them to the point of where there was nobody at all, because I said if whoever goes on is done, right? You know, like I had this move or whatever it was at the time. It was just, it all laid out perfectly, where I completely LARPed them into believing. And see, that's the truth, okay? The truth is something that is manipulated, and honesty is a form of truth, but it isn't the entire truth, because lies are actually a correct form of truth in a reverse way, right? So if I were to lie to you and say, so-and-so stole this money from me when I stole this money from you, right? But like you have to understand that it's all timing. Like, you're not asking me to provide you with this information. Well, how is it that you're providing me with the information I'm not asking for? That's a clue, okay? You know what I mean? So sometimes you can tell the truth by a lie better than you can when somebody's honest, because how many times do people tell you the honest truth and you don't believe them? You know what I mean? Because sometimes it's like stranger than fiction. It's harder to believe the truth than it is a lie. Because it was funny, my parents were like, well, my dad was like pretty on to me, okay, because I tried to like pull all kinds of stuff on him, and I did get a lot of away with him. But like the funniest thing was that all my friends would like get in trouble, and they're like, I need an excuse, you know, and I'd have like this killer excuse, but I could never use it because my dad would know I was lying. So I'm like, this is the deal. So I got to the point where my friends would pay me like $20 to give them an excuse, but they were looking at like, you know, severe time or whatever, and they're like, it worked perfectly. They believe me. I totally got off, dude. Like, he totally fucked up, you know, and all that. I'm like, this is what happened, right? And I could come up with it right like that. It was like terrible. I was so good at like setting up like this whole like fake scenario and everything. It was like, and I came back to haunt me. You know, there was a point where I went through this rigorous level of craziness where I could not do anything unless I was totally honest. Like totally honest. I had to go like totally to the edge of honesty to where I could not be at all. And then like I had to find an equilibrium, but there's a point that you have to be honest. Okay. But there's not a point where you have to provide the truth when not asked, number one, or number two, where the truth has to be protected. Like little kids. Okay. You know, I lied to my little kids about a evil leprechaun living in the garage, and that don't go in the garage because the kids were terrified of the garage because there's like really dangerous shit out there. I've got all kinds of tools, all kinds of things, you know, reloading equipment, all that. So they were like, it took me forever to get them to be able to go out just to the fridge to get a Coke for me because they were like afraid to go out there, right? Because of the leprechaun. But it worked really good, you know. And I mean, like, you know, like putting your fingers in a wall socket, you know what I mean? Things like that. Sometimes you're going to tell little lies like that. I understand why the government lies to us, because they treat us like children. They don't want you to, you need a lab coat to take any kind of medicine. You know, you can't drive too fast, sonny boy. This, that, and there, because they don't prepare you to be responsible for yourself, self-governing. And that's the worst thing about our government, is the direction it's going. And the direction it's going is to be much more restrictive and be authoritarian, where it's just going to tell you what to do. And I'm sorry, but I cannot be told what to do. That it just doesn't work for me. It's just how I'm wired. And maybe that's one of the big reasons why I'm targeted, is because I used to frustrate the fuck out of my dad. He had to send me to like psychiatrists because he could not figure it out, you know, like because when my dad was like, he thought he would have me figured out. He goes, okay, he's going to go this direction. I'd be like, going that direction. He's like, no, why in the fuck? Because I was chaotic. Like I was just randomly picking the direction. I wasn't patterning. Like I couldn't get into patterning because of the ADD. It was funny how it was, you know? So that's why it was really hard for him to like, because my dad played professional baseball and shit. And so like, he was all about percentage. Like baseball was a very big mental game, and they got down in the statistics of it to be able to like determine possible outcomes, you know, based on percentage of hitting and all that stuff. And so my dad was all sold on the whole percentage thing, and so I defied that. because he would always say this, and well, the percentages are gonna be on your way. How do you know that I didn't start at the top of the bottom scale? Well, you're and then all of a sudden it becomes that, where are you a antagonist or you're a provocativist? You know what I mean? Like, and he would always say, well, you're always looking at the cup being half empty instead of half full, or something like that. And see, it's a matter of looking at it like half full is sort of a progressive thought process, where half empty is a conservative. I'm kind of like conservative in some aspects because I'm a realist that way. But when it comes to like conservative values, that's where I'm a libertarian, because like I believe in guns and drugs being both, free, and to do whatever you want with them and not be judged with it. Like it's a right. It's a right to be able to do things. Now, if you go out and you cause mayhem or anything like that, there's laws for that. We don't need to have extra laws to be enforced, because they entitle government access into your privacy. And then they start to judge you, and it's all based on substances. And some people have problems with substances, some people don't, but if you're doing it illegal, you're all categorized as one thing. And when I went through the whole therapy with my doctors and all that, when the DEA jerked my prescription, they came in and they said because Disoxin was such a specialized one that very few people in California alone were prescribed it. It was like so few that literally you could count them on hands and feet, that many. And so after like an 8-month period or whatever, and you have to buy a humongous amount of it too, which is stupid. And because no other pharmacies, you have to go travel to a special pharmacy and get it and all that. And then they jerked it on, and I went through all this program and everything I was supposed to do. My dad had to pay a lot of money, like well over $10,000 for all this fucking stuff. And the doctors determined that I had a disorder that was not actually diagnosable, because they hadn't had enough people in the study. And like for the DEA to allow you to prescribe a drug for whatever purpose, they have to either have a study or they have to approve it. And of course they would never approve it. So the study was like this, and I had 9 doctors at that point, 9 psychiatrists that were all there, specialists in certain things. It was a doctor's hospital in Richmond. And I had to because I had a form of narcolepsy that also was like, it was complicated. And the doctor looked at me and he goes, the likelihood that we will find another person like you is 1 in 100 million probably. And he goes, how are you going to get 53 people that are going to come into this clinic where we can do this study, and we need to have 53 recipients or something like that, or it was a specific number. Half had to have a placebo, half had to have the drug. They had to observe them over a certain period of time, and then submit the study to the DEA for approval. Okay, so the DEA is the one that approves your use of drugs, not your doctor. Okay, you have to remember that. Okay, the doctor is licensed from the DEA to do this, to act as an agent, okay, in a way. But actuality, okay, when it comes to a drug that they make or create, it is approved for a certain purpose. And it's funny because certain drugs, they will waive that, which they shouldn't, like steroids. They'll waive the reasons for why you're going to be treated. Like Advair was originally made for people who were dying, chronically ill, dying, to alleviate congestion and give you a little longer life. Then they started using it for treating asthma. And when they started treating for asthma, they didn't think of the long-term effects. And when I stopped taking it, I did not know that it was going to take 5 years for it to stop in me. Like I went through withdrawals for 5 years. Like it fucking gave me like fungal infections, all kinds of crazy shit. And it made me feel hella bad and everything like it. But I felt so much better when I quit taking it, because at one point my asthma started to go revert, like it was getting worse. And so I just stopped taking the drugs. When I stopped taking the drugs, like it cleared up. And I dabble here and there in some other things, but like the one thing that really actually cured my asthma more than anything was vaping THC. I don't know how to explain it, but like since I've been vaping it, like I smoke a little bit of flower, but not. I used to smoke like 2 ounces a month. I mean, like a lot. And so vaping and stuff, I probably do like a tenth of that now. And so the damage to the lungs or whatever, that for some reason THC corrects, and that's why like people that smoke weed don't get the same kinds of problems that you get with tobacco, is because the oil and the THC actually stops the scar tissue from growing on the lungs, which is what forms the cancer. So they've done studies on this and they don't understand it themselves, because carbon is very sharp, and when you inhale it, it comes in there at a super high rate of speed, and it hits your lung tissue and it cuts it like a knife. It's super sharp. And so it makes these wounds, and like tobacco smoke scars when it heals, where THC smoke doesn't. It's because the oil from the THC apparently coats the lung and protects it, and it's another one of the anti-cancer properties, is that, you know, they don't consider this, but when you have an injury, you could get hit in the stomach in the wrong place and get stomach cancer from a lesion, you know, in your thing or whatever, where THC treats that. And, you know, if you were to eat the stuff or whatever and stop that growth, that could be one of the biggest breakthroughs in cancer prevention, because if you can prevent cancer, that's way better than having to treat it, you know. But yeah, I got stuff that's like 92%. Fuck, man, I think I'm on the train. I'm just like, it's like I used to take gravity bong hits, and after I could breathe again, because I would like fucking wreck my lungs, man. We used to get these 3-liter bottles, and it would just absolutely, I'd be like coughing where I was like blacked out. I mean, I was like 15, but I was young. I could deal with it, you know, like now I'd probably die, but this shit now, like, fuck, you take a big enough hit and you're like, I'm feeling a buzz. And like, right when you exhale, you're like, inversion hits were good too. Like, you freeze a glass and then you blow the smoke like carefully in the glass, and it would settle in the bottom because the cold air drying it down. You could just drink it out. You can smoke a whole joint in one hit, and you just be like, go. And then like my friend Danny, he was in like a band, a thrash metal band, and I was like a roadie with him, and for a while, and it was Autopsy and Abscess, you know, the thrash metal, death metal bands. They played with Pestilence and all that stuff, and they're actually the headliners for all the bands. Chris, the drummer, came from Death. Death was the original death metal band, and oh my god, I can't think of his name now. I'm too stoned now, I guess. But anyway, I roadied with them for a long time, sold shirts at their shows and shit like that, and drove the van with all their gear and shit in it. And so anyway, I forgot what I was going to say now. I'm so stoned. This stuff is pretty good. This stuff here is like 24%, I think. But it's got like, it's really high, and like there's a couple of the bio stuff, you know, that is in it, the different elevations. I noticed that certain ones that are elevated for me anyways make it way more sense. Like I had some 24% stuff, but it had like the low things on it, and it like didn't work very well. And then I had one that was like, it said it was like 16%, but it was higher than the other numbers, but it was like, it's looked good, it smelled good. I'm like, 16%, well, I don't really buy that that measurement anyways. I don't, like, who's doing it? You know, because that 16% got me freaking lit. I was like, wow, you know, and it was cheap. It was like $20 an eighth or something, where the other shit, you know, they charge. I saw stuff that was 37%, and they wanted $74 an eighth for it. I was like, fuck, you know what I mean? And so, and I wonder if it's really that high. You know what I mean? I've heard about stuff being 41% now. They can get it up to 41. That's almost 50% THC. I don't know. I don't think you get that much, but they supposedly extract it out and they can measure it from the weight. So, and I used to sell way back in the day. I used to deal with a family up in Humboldt with this other dude, and there was like the weed got so expensive at one point. It was like in 1990, I think, 91. Let's say 91ish, 90, really early 90s. I used to just get the killerest Humboldt weed too, and like there's this one point where like I could only sell for 16.8. Like I couldn't give anybody a better deal because it was like so expensive. It was like $1,700 a quarter pound, but it was this pink and purple bud, and it was like this light lime kind of green, and some of the buds were like just massive. I mean, they were like freaking huge, and I'm like, I kept going out, and like he kept having it for like months, like we went on. I'm like, how much do they grow this shit? And he goes, 3,600 pounds. And like a pound was so much money. I was thinking, fuck, that's some serious ducats. And I'm like, no wonder, like when we went up there that day or whatever, that the person who actually who we met, he gave the cash to was the Humboldt County Sheriff. The Humboldt County Sheriff ran the weed up there because you know how much money they were making? Like $300 million back in the 90s. You know how much money that is? I mean, that was off of one grow. And I was thinking like, oh my God, like, because when I was with him, when we pulled up there, he's like in a freaking patrol. I thought we had him. Like, I got my hands on the freaking dashboard. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, we're arrested. We're done. I don't want to get shot. He's like, he goes, he's the fucking man. I'm like, no way. I'm like, oh yeah, that's how he goes, you ever wonder about camp? He goes, what do they harvest? What are they getting? I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, those are just plants they throw out there like seeds around. They grow these stands for camp to go and raid, but they don't get the good stuff. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, no, it's completely corrupted and shit. There's like Mendocino County, Humboldt County, Trinity, every one of those counties, they were just completely all the way to weed. Like, why would you name a town in Northern California called Weed? Like, what does that mean? Yeah. Yolo County. There's so many, there's 52 counties in California. And then you look at like Texas, I don't know how many there's in Texas, but God, there's like towns bigger than counties out here. Like out here in Nevada, some of the counties are huge. But I think the largest county is San Bernardino in California. It's huge. It's like bigger than some states. But they have like the Nye County, which is where Art Bell used to live, and it's really big too. Churchill's pretty big. This county is really tiny. It's one of the smallest ones. There's Story County, I think, is the smallest, maybe Carson. Because Carson used to be called Ormsby County. And then there's Washoe. Washoe's fairly big. And Lyon County is pretty big, which is the one just east of us. And that's where the brothels are. Brothels are about 35 minutes, 40 minutes from me. Go get a quickie. It's so expensive. It's so ridiculous. You have to be a minor. So I'm thinking like going to Elko out that way and drive a dynamite truck or something. They pay like $200,000 or $300,000 to drive a freaking truck when they're working on the gold mine. There's these guys where these guys came into the brothel when I was there. And I'm like, one guy pulls out at least $60,000 in cash out of his pocket. I mean, it was like a lot of money, like fucking a wad of hundreds, like just so many. And like, he was going to spend the week there, but then he was going back to like in the middle of nowhere out like Carlin or whatever. And he was like, he goes, yeah, you go there. And then if you leave, they have to search you to make sure you're not taking gold out there. The gold vein that they were working, he said they would work it for the rest of their time they're working. It's so massive. He said they're talking over 100 years it'll take to mine it all out. And I'm like, really? I'm like, well, how pure is it? He goes, it's pretty freaking pure in places. It's like solid gold, and it's like anywhere from a football field to 3 football fields wide, the vein. And they said it runs. They've been able to market 42 miles, but they think it's actually 80 miles, 80-mile gold vein that's 300 yards in size. It's like, what the fuck? And he goes, yeah, it's unbelievable. And he goes, but like it all depends on the gold price. If the gold price goes down, we all get laid off. So, you know, we make a lot of money, but then you might go a year without working or a year and a half, you know, and which wouldn't be a bad deal, you know, making $300,000 or $400,000 a year, you know, because I could live on $100,000 a year really easily out in the middle of nowhere. Fuck, you know. Rhino horn. You are responsible for the extinction of the rhino. You know what's crazy is like you go up into Alaska and there's like these mounds of dead carcass, you know, former carcasses of like mammoths, like humongous mounds of bones or whatever, and they think there was a deposit there or whatever. Like, okay, there was definitely something happened. Okay, there was a modern civilization, no doubt, from about Pyramid Lake south all the way to the bottom of South America. Okay, they built those structures and all that. They make a humongous mistake up here at Pyramid Lake. There's a lake next to Pyramid Lake that's a dry lake now, and where there was an island, there's all these petroglyphs, right? Well, they made the petroglyphs around some kind of stone carving that was not made by the local natives. Okay, the local natives shipped in the rock and dyed the rock and made their petroglyphs. The thing that they have there, you can see it was cut with a tool, and we're talking, I would imagine probably 50 to 100,000 years ago. Okay, this piece of rock was cut because the petroglyphs are 15,000, anywhere from 12 to 15,000. They figure maybe 15,000 years old. So, but the wear and tear on the rock and on the surface and all that, but you can still see where it's beveled in places, and it is a symbol of like a forestry, almost a forestry looking symbol. It's like of a tree or whatever. It's something. It's bizarre, and I want to do like on my channel or whatever. I wanted to go up there with another person and like do like a show on it. You know what I mean? Because they're, like I said, they show this or depict it as being something that the Paiutes did, and there's no way the Paiutes cut that rock that way. It's just so weathered. In places it's pretty shallow, but I can still see in some places where you could see it was a machine. I know I play around with a lot of stuff like that, grind, make metal, I weld, grind rocks. And there's like a certain thing about that you can see that machines leave or machining does. And so the thing that I also noticed when I was in Virginia City, there's 3 prominent cemeteries, and they go back to the beginning of the gold strike and all that stuff. So like 1850 or whatever. And what's interesting is you can tell the people that were wealthy that weren't wealthy, you know, by their headstones or their plots. And nothing's kept up there. Nobody really keeps up anything too much. And they're still burying people there. But I was really deceived by the headstones, because a lot of the headstones I'd look at, some of them were so weathered you could barely read them. And other ones were not weathered at all. And I was like looking at this one from a distance. I'm like, that must be brand new grave or whatever. And I walk up and it was one of the oldest graves. But it looked, the headstone or I remember the monument was polished. And it was polished where it did not weather. Okay. And what's crazy is like the ones that were buried around 1880s, 1890s, that were not polished, you can't even hardly read the marker. But the ones that were polished, perfect condition. And so that being said, in South America, in those stone cities, you know, that they found Incas and Mayans and all that they didn't build those cities. Okay, they were built by ancients that had technology that was probably superior than ours. And the reason why that they thought those things were made 3 years after the conquistadors got there, and the conquistadors said this, the main one, I can't remember his name, but he goes, it was either made by witchcraft, but it was not made by Incans and loincloths and ropes or whatever. And he made it clear like that there's no way he was so amazed by the rock work that there was beyond his ability to fathom it. And like I said, you know, watching these guys walk around and loincloths, you know, there's no way they did it. And so these historians say that they completed that one city 3 years prior to the conquistador getting there. The conquistador in history counters that and says no, that it was made by ancients long ago, and with technology that allowed it to be so preserved or whatever. So this is where they tell you history and stuff, because the rock faces, if they polished them, and they polished them to such a fine surface and maintain them for a number of years or whatever, or who knows what they applied to it, you can't date the rock on it. And this is where, like, dating rocks and everything, if you know the history of dating rocks, you'll understand that it's a complete farce. The whole dating of the earth is based on uranium, and uranium comes from where? Well, it doesn't come from space, and it doesn't come from the core. It's just found in the crust. Okay, so how does that relate to the age of the earth? Well, the half-life of uranium is 4.5 billion years, and that's how old they say the earth is. Why? Because when uranium degrades to its half-life, it becomes lead, and lead is found on the planet, so therefore it must be 4.5 billion years old. Now you have to understand, how do they even measure that number to begin with? It's through isotopes or whatever, but that's in a completely controlled environment, number one. Number two, we're digging up uranium that is as hot as it was if it was made yesterday. So where is it coming from? Well, you can't have it both ways. The earth, there's no way you can date the earth even past 1 million years accurately or whatever, because you're talking about so much time. And look what can happen in one day. In one day, you can have the earth completely wiped out of all life, because that's how it happens. Because I saw a fossil one time that had a predator and its prey fossilized in the act of the one killing the other one. It never even had time to let go. Okay. So they died and were fossilized in this state. It was like, what the fuck? That's pretty fast. And to be preserved, you have to have water that way. So they were submerged in water, but they were still grasped. So they had to have been buried in like silt or something or whatever, or plasma. Now, plasma is one of these really crazy substances that can do really weird stuff. And plasma is what I believe, it's a plasmatic water. It's not like, okay, if the mantle was as hot as they say it is, 12,000 degrees, it would burn us up on the crust easily. I've worked with metals. I've seen torches, okay? It would blow a hole right through wherever it was. You don't need a hot spot like, Hawaii. Hawaii is a vent. There's vents all around. They go all the way to the core of the earth. The reason why we don't blow up or burn up is because of the way that this planet was constructed, okay? And it was constructed deliberately, okay? This is no accident. This planet is used by other beings for transport, for teletransporting themselves from place to place, as well as having a place to come out of. I've seen into their other world, okay? I'm exposed to it. I'm not making this shit up. I was out in the desert. I almost got hit by this disc because I put a spotlight on it. I almost think it was all set up in a way. And this disc moves off and I measured about 70 yards from me. I had a binocular, and all of a sudden I was like super bright light, and I'm looking into another world, and it didn't even look like this world at all. Like, it was like dimensionally different. And it was like the light was like liquid, and it was flowing because I could see it flowing around and leaking on the outside of this like portal. But the portal was a 3-dimensional hole that was created from the presence of the craft being there and then not being there, and taking wherever it went to and putting it back in that place, because it all makes sense. You have to understand that you have an exchange. If you leave, the space that you would leave would create an imbalance or whatever, and it would crush you. If you didn't have that, where you're going displaced with back where you were, you would be crushed because there'd be no space for you. Even though that there's space in space or whatever, you have to actually make yourself space to be in the vacuum of what we call space. Okay, and when I watched this thing collapse, and it took about, and there was ones that were being forced out because it was weird. There would be like a horde of them, and it would be all different sizes, but they were all distinctively the same design as far as that was concerned. And every now and again, they'd be forced into our world. When they didn't look the same as when they were in the other world, and they looked exactly like the one that went in there. They were just a different size. And I was pretty close to them. I mean, it was freaking weird shit. So anyway, and they would realize they were here and they'd hurry up and go back into the world that I guess they were accustomed to. So when this thing got smaller, I was watching it and I'm like, oh, okay, now it's starting to collapse. It's getting smaller, you know, and my eyes got fucked up from this. You know, it was so bright that it like caused, I'm sure, some kind of a retinal. It was like 2 days later. People go, how do you know you weren't hallucinating? Because 2 days later, I'm blinking my eyes like when you look at the sun, only I could see the UFO. Okay, and when it burns an image in your freaking retina, it's real. Okay, that's as real as it can get. So I'm like looking at this shit, and it's like, I'm like, okay, it's getting smaller. No, I look at that through the binocular. I'm like, no, it's getting further away. I'm like, well, no, it's getting smaller. No, it's getting further away. Like it had this illusion that like when something's getting further away, it gets smaller, right? Well, it looked like that when I look at it through the binocular, but when I look at it through the naked eye, it just looked like it was in the same spot getting smaller. So I'm like looking at it through both eyes, and it fucked my brain up or something. Like it just fucked me up. Like it twisted me. Like I had a weird feeling, and I've never been the same since. I guess, but it was the weirdest thing. And I watched this thing go where I could still look in there, and the definition, I could still see it moving by, but it was tiny, 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 and all of a sudden it just like freaking. Like just collapsing and like it like looked like pixie dust almost one. Do you like this? And it like fizzled out. I'm like, what the fuck? What was that? Like, what was that container that fizzled out? I mean, is that a photon? I mean, can you expand a single photon? And is that how they travel? Because once you go into that dimension, there's no space. It's just wherever you put yourself. Like you have to put yourself wherever you're going, right? So, but once you go through into that world, there's no space, there's no distance anymore. That's what it was weird. It was like two-dimensional. It looked like if you took it, like it drew like a UFO with a stick, the light was bending and shadowing itself, so it looked like it was a stick figure. Otherwise, you wouldn't see anything because it was so bright. But there was something in the middle of the foreground or the background. And there was so many discs moving by. Okay, there were so many that I could see moving that looked like freaking an infestation of cockroaches, you know, those little hard-shelled ones. Oh, God, I hate them. But they were like all moving through there, and there was something in the center of it that looked like a tree without any branches that was stripped. But it wasn't a tree, but it kind of just looked like one. And I was like, wow, it was weird. But it did look like there was some sort of rocky ground being cast, but it was all like if you were watching a cartoon almost, or you know what I mean? Like it was weird. And like I said, I could look pretty far in there and stuff, but it was so bright I had to like come, you know, I could only look for so long. It was like probably looking at like the sun or whatever. But I mean, I couldn't drive. I had to wait till it got light because I couldn't see. Because when it finally fizzled out, it was so dark, and I had this like bright fucking I got flashed. It's like when you're welding, they call it being flashed. It takes sometimes days, you know, 2 or 3 days to get by. But my eyes were so fucking bloodshot for like 3 or 4 days. I remember my ex was going, "What's wrong with your eyes?" And I'm like, that's what happened, you know. And I remember when I was out there, and she was like, "Are you cheating on me?" I'm like, "No, I'm on the side of a mountain. There's like been shit going on here," and I'm talking to her, and all of a sudden, like, I look over, and this cloud is forming right next to me, like 100 feet away. I'm on top of a hill. It's like there's a valley, you know, a small little valley, and like it's glowing. I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta go, you know, like this. So when I get back that day, she's like, "Oh, what was going on out there or whatever." I'm like, this was what was going on. She's like, "What's that?" I'm like, that's the beginning of it. I took pictures of it and I did video of it, right? She's all, "What, that's a fetus in a uterus or something." I'm like, "That is not a fetus in a uterus. That's a cloud or whatever." She's like, "Are you kidding me?" Oh my God. I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, like, I'm not cheating on you, okay? This is the shit I'm doing or whatever." And she like still left me because she claimed I was cheating on her and all this stuff. And then goes and gets a restraining order against me. And because she says I threatened the kids, which I never would do ever. And it came up with all this just malarkey about me being like I raped her and all that. There's no way. I would never do that to somebody to begin with. And let alone, if anything, she forced herself on me all the time. You know, I mean, like, I'm not kidding you. I mean, like, she was aggressive at times, you know, like, I had to, like, you know, I had to teach her how to take care of herself better than, I mean, I have been with a lot of women, so I learned a lot about plumbing and everything else. And, like, there's a lot of women I get with, and they're like, they don't know. I know all this shit. It's like, They're like, really? I didn't even know about these things. Like, depends. Yeah, that's one of those fundamental things, and for real. So anyway, it was just like, and so for me to like have to deal with somebody who's a Native American, and I've been with a lot of Native Americans for some weird reason too, but I have a child with her, and like she goes and has a court case against me without even notifying me or delivering me anything, the paperwork. She did it purposely because she knows if I went in there that I would like completely argue what was going on there, and I would be able to provide pretty factual things where she couldn't, like, because she was lying, and when people are lying like that, and then they find by default because you're not even notified, and then your kids are alienated. There's nothing I can do. The kids are like what matter, okay? And they've been alienated. I have court paper that says I can have no contact with them at all. I can't even give them money. I can't even wish them a happy birthday. I can do nothing, or else I run the risk of interfering with a domestic order or whatever, and I can get a warrant for my arrest from the fucking tribal court. And I'm not even a member of the tribe. She lived here in my house, okay? My son is not even qualified to be a member of their tribe. They have a certain requirement. I don't even think she is actually. She lives there because her mother is. Her mother is half Washoe. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know if they dropped it down to a quarter now or not, or whatever. But when her mother passes on, they have to, the tribe has to approve them to stay there or whatever, because they're not actual, they have to make a member out of them or whatever. So, and it's been a really stickler thing because the government requires that indigenous people by treaty, and this is individual treaties, like every native tribe is dealt with differently by the government. It's really fucking crazy. And so like with the Washoes, they have to be a half Washoe to be a Washoe. And the problem is that there's so few of them now left that in order to meet that requirement, they have to have family sex, basically, cousins, first cousins, second cousins, whatever, and they've got a lot of problems now because of like literally interbreeding and stuff. And so, you know what I mean? This is where like the whole archaicness of Native people is this, okay? If you're not going to let them live like Native people were, like you're going to make them have a government that's like ours and model all this, they're no longer indigenous people. They're us. They're the same as us. And yet you're going to tell them what it is to be them too. I mean, you're talking about over-regulation, number one. Number two, if you're going to have a tribe, just let them have it, but they don't need to have a court system outside of themselves. Okay, they should never have me involved because I did research in this, and if I do go to federal court because I am white, I'm not a member of the tribe, I can have it all thrown out of court. But I have to get an attorney, and it's like 10 grand, okay? And I just haven't had that kind of cash. But I mean, it's stupid. Why should I have to pay 10 grand for a hearing that you follow what I'm saying, that I'm right in? You know what I mean? It's like you feel like you're wrong in everything you do in this. The way the government is so rigged in the court system now. Like how do you go and fight off gang stalkers when people are like, that's a form of mental illness? It's a textbook, because you wrote the textbook. You control the rules, you write the rules, and then you decide the rules. And you're also the perpetrator. I love it. I love how they have it. So, I mean, it's like you cannot win. You cannot win. But that's how it is. Because when you think about who's doing this, it's the government. The government is run by wealthy people through think tanks. It isn't senators and congressmen, okay? It's think tanks with billionaires that all know these congressmen and know these people, and they're the ones that pay to get these people elected. And they're the ones that run the country. They control everything. When you control the money, you control everything. And so imagine this. I got $100 billion. What am I going to do with it? I'm going to entertain myself. I'm going to find a pilgrim out there, and if he makes it or she makes it, I'm going to make them a millionaire or a billionaire. How do you like that? That'd be kind of a cool game, wouldn't it? But then we get carried away, and then COVID happens, and then the people that you hired to do this form their own gang, and now they're using your access because they control. You have a team together that can literally go into anybody's bank account, and do whatever they want. okay, literally, and don't have to fear anybody or anything, because getting caught is the hardest thing. But when you're not really well trained and you're with a group of people who, some people are really good and some people are all nah, because you normally got away with it because you can cover it, but not when it's actually playing for all the marbles. And see, I've caught these guys doing stuff, and I used to confront them in a more negative way, and it would provoke the attack. And so I kind of learned that you have to it's like animalistic in this sense. Okay, it's like they a lot of them represent themselves as animals on here and stuff, you know, if you watch them, or their groups like the wolf pack and shit like that. And okay, so you have to understand that's their mentality, that's their thought process. And a wolf who's a lone wolf is either going there to be accepted or he's going there to not be accepted. Okay, and so, you know, if you go in there saying I'm a lone wolf and I'm going to go in there and I'm going to dominate you, that you have a pack, okay? And the pack may like you and may let you in, but you have the alpha you're dealing with who leads the pack. You know, there's usually one or two of them in there in these groups, if you noticed, okay? And when they do, you do fire them up, they unleash the pack on you. You're going to feel the attack. You're going to get a lot on you. So the thing is that it's a political thing. Okay, I'm trying to teach you guys another way of looking at this, because you can prevent some of the attack on you by going with the flow and not always going against it. Now, like when you need to go with the flow, get your momentum going. Once you get your momentum going, you can divert yourself in any direction you want to go, but don't try to fight them. They will outmuscle you every time, but you can play them and they'll respect you more for it. Okay, but know this, okay, there's egos that cannot stand to be tossed around or anything like that. And if you do that and you damage those people, they come back and they become very chicken shit. And see, if one of them has romantic tendencies, you girls are attractive women, okay, and they will go after you. These guys, okay, they see you as a target, but then also they see you as a prize, okay. And so you have to understand that and know that you can manipulate and use that, and there's nothing wrong with it, because they're using deception too, okay. And they'll sit there and try to, when they get caught, they're gonna mouth off and, oh, you cheated me. Oh, like, well, what are you doing? You know what I mean? I've had them like go like this and that, or like, you know, he's playing dirty pool, but like they're totally freaking calling the cops, doing all this like dirty stuff. And I mean, I'm like putting up spot fires everywhere, fighting this major blaze and shit, and beating them at it. And it was like, you know, it was that, but it came back to haunt me. Like, I'm just telling you, you know what I mean? Like, you can win and all that, but you have to get the respect for them to actually honor what they can do for you or what they can't do for you. I believe that these people are doing this for a reason, okay? Even though that it seems unreasonable or stupid or whatever, but it's that there's different tiers going on, and some of it is complete nonsense, where those people are just idiots, okay? Doing idiot jobs, and they're not seeing the whole picture. And being a victim of this, I've seen every bit of it, because I've gone and, you know, like they say about keeping your enemies closer than your friends, you know, and stuff, because it's true, okay? And there's times where you cross boundaries with these people, and they have true rivalries, even though they're both doing the same thing, okay? And it's amazing how you play off these egos. These guys get egos that are so inflated because they don't have anything to fear and stuff, and that's why they really become dicks to you and stuff, and when they want to, okay? And don't take it personal. See, that, like, Christina is so well versed and well polished now at this that I think she completely understands what I'm saying. But the thing is that there's a point where you can't take anymore. I'm at the point too. I'm at the threshold where I've danced through the hoops and all that, and now I'm being attacked differently or by someone else. They had no right to do that, because see, I went through channels of where I learned who was who, and when I presented myself to the right level in a totally different place, they didn't know who I was, but they knew who I was, because they didn't know I wasn't identified to them. And there was a woman, and one of them that she was like she took to me or whatever. I don't know why, but she's awesome. And she became like my attorney or whatever, and pleaded my case or whatever. And they looked into it, and they found that I was completely, utterly railroaded and beat to a point of where they can't. They understand there's a point where you can't go beyond. Like if you win or you defeat them or whatever, they have actually a code. Okay, believe it or not. And the ones that don't are the ones that they hire that are the bottom. They're the bottom feeders. Okay, and when those bottom feeders get out of whack or out of control, they'll go and they will mess with them to some degree. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy how it is, but you just have to like it. Like I said, you get entered into this at a certain level. Don't let them, as a victim, best you necessarily, but don't let them think that you're always besting them at the same time. The way that you are going to get through this is that you're going to have as much knowledge. Knowledge is power, and you're going to have to be aware of who is who and what is what. And you need to know who the people are that are assigned to you, and you need to play them. Like I said, they want your attention, and if you ignore them completely, they're going to go to those extents where they're going to hurt you to get your attention. These are thugs. These are people given a lot of power, and they're not very nice people. Okay, they're not very nice people at all. So keep that in mind. And when you get beyond those and you get acquainted with the other ones, they all hate you at the beginning. They all hate you. They're programmed and they're bent. You're the subject. You're there. They hate you. It's like, especially when you rub it in their face. Believe me, man. It's funny. I'll be right back. I get something to drink. I'll have to take you out here because I gotta do something to the furnace. So it'll be more interesting anyways. Where's that? God dang. Yeah, the furnace has a thing that works the igniter probe. And it's like dirty and needs to be cleaned because it keeps turning on and off, cycling on and off. So, oops. There's so much to do. Fuck. Okay. So, like, it's down here, but it's awful dark in here. Oh, looks like the storm is done. God, it's a nice day today, actually. Nice and warm. I don't know if we're still getting good reception. Lots of shit to throw away. What is it, right? See, this is like, that's why I kind of like would like to stay here, but it's just not going to happen. But see, there's the Sierras right there. Right there, see? Let's see here. Hopefully I'm still getting that signal in. Not far from my router, but it's cam mic. It's a little better, I think. Yeah, there's quite a bit of snow actually. The snow came down. See right there. Let's see here. Like right where that road, it looks like there's like a little like Heavenly Valley. Like Heavenly Valley's like right over there that you can see one of the ski runs. That's Mott Canyon. It's all expert. It doesn't get a lot of snow there, unfortunately. And that's the Pine Nuts. That's where a lot of the weird activity happens. It's all this whole range here. They're not a big mountain range, not like the Sierras, but they get up to 9,000, almost 10,000 feet. Like a big old bird up in that tree right there. It's a hawk or something. Yeah, it looks like a hawk or maybe a falcon. Definitely autumn. Wow, look at this. Let's see here. This Collin Trail. Whatever it was going hella fast. This is what's cool about Nevada is like you get to see some crazy stuff sometimes. It just disappears. See the dark, the shadow? Crazy stuff. See, it's hella dark. Yeah, it was zinging along pretty good. Need like a telephoto lens. I cut up this AstroTurf. Got a lot of stuff to do. I have to redo this too. It was real windy. A lot of leaves. Boy, it's freaking warm. It's almost hot. Crazy weather. I could actually paint today. I can actually paint today. Do all the trim. Yeah, I gotta do that trim on that shed really bad. It's too bad back here, but yeah, this gets a lot of sun. Yeah, that's all. I actually did modifications to it that kind of had issues, so I put a upper deck so I could sleep up like on a loft and like have the downstairs or the down area. My boat. I gotta fix that thing too. I have a lot to do. I can't register anything right now because of the attack that's been underway. I can't get to certain things. They don't have it. Like we told the sheriff's department, was like, I can't get my vehicles registered. Well, that's not our problem, but it is one that I would go and you pull me over and cite me. How is it not a crime to keep somebody from being able to vehicles? You know what I mean? Like, it's stupid. Maple syrup. It's just about this. Well, it can happen now. I gotta get rid of that freaking pond. Yep. I deal with this rot too. It's like so much shit. Yeah. I had an idea when I doing that. I'm like, God, it's freaking warm. It's like almost hot. It's almost like feels like yeah, I found something weird on the side of the house here, which was it was a tool. And it was a tool that it screws in the handle of another tool. And I think it's like a screwdriver, right? And the part that I found was like a pointy thing. Yeah. Look at the mountain. Yeah, it's a real pretty place and stuff. It's just too expensive to live here now. When we got here, when I first looked at homes with her, I mean, around 2000, they were like that. Those homes over there were model homes, and they were under $100,000. Okay, they just had a home that was a little bit bigger than these ones here, sell for $659,000. Like these homes here are like $600,000 homes now. Okay, they were under 100,000 in 2000. In fact, when we went through that little rift in like 2014, all these houses depreciated to below 200,000. Now they're selling at 600, 500, 550. It's like unbelievable. I want to like hopefully I'll get enough money I can use for down payment and then buy like a house that's a fixer upper and then do like work on it. See, like I put a vent in here because the people that'll be moving in here, they're not going to go through the trouble that I did and use like like that propane heater and stuff. And it gets cold here. It can get really cold. It can get sub-zero or below zero. And when it happens, you can freeze pipes and stuff if they got here in the garage. And they don't usually put a sink in the garage. And I wanted one out here because we do a lot of like cleaning and other things, of auto parts and stuff. And I didn't like doing it in the house or on the side of the yard or whatever, So it'd be better to have a sink in here. And it's like been absolutely awesome. Like if you ever have a house built, have a sink put in the garage. Just make sure that you insulate the pipes well and stuff. So what we have to do is that this igniter here is dirty, I think. And it looks dirty, yes. I have to sand it. It's all oxidized. So if I can fit that in there. I don't know. Do you think we need an extension? Let's have an extension over here. Okay, so it's 6 or 7. That's all right. Terminate it. Oh boy. Yeah, just fucking found on the front door 48-hour termination notice. Now, see, for some reason it was delinquent from last month or the month before last or whatever. Okay, so the probate attorney should have paid that. Okay, should have paid those bills. Well, they were paid, and he stopped payment on the account after she had written the checks for it. So this is more of what I'm talking about, what they do. And this is coming from the attorney is handling my mom's estate. So you have to understand that, you know, I mean, he's going under the direction of my sister. And so my sister wants me out of here so she can short sell this home and get whatever she wants out of it instead of what it's really worth. Yeah, I mean, my sister's never been good with money. They've made so much money, enough money that I could have lived on with a family. Fucking awesome, you know what I mean? But this is seriously oxidized. So what do? Well, I'm not going to worry about having power because I have a generator anyways. So we'll just let it run out because the smart meter is the problem. Once the smart meter's gone, then it's not a problem. See, I actually know somebody that has a meter that I could put on there, and if I wanted to, and steal the power, but I'm not going to do that. I don't need to. The furnace runs on 120 volt anyways. The only thing that runs on 220 is my welder and the air conditioner, I think. So we're just cleaning this up. No, it's pretty stupid what's going on here. It's like all been planned. It's a planned event, and the fact that the guy came and took pictures of the house and said the house would be up for sale soon was pre-telling my mom's death, okay? And if that's the case, then they had actually run the current and stuff through her, I believe, that accelerated her death in order to be able to harass me. And if that's the case, that's murder, okay? And so this is what I'm talking about. These people can be capable of murder even, okay? When they get really frustrated, they'll take somebody who like it looks like they're dying, and they are dying by all means and stuff, but they can accelerate their illness and their death by making everything look a lot worse. See, my mom came out of the hospital last time, and they gave her less than 3 weeks to live, and she lived almost 2 years, okay? And I took care of her and all that stuff, and I took really good care of her. I tried my hardest to make sure that she had all the shit that she needed. And when she was talking about wanting to sell the house and put it all in my name, all of a sudden we both were like stricken with some kind of, and my neighbor too, this rib pain. And then all of a sudden I was coughing up like mouthfuls of blood for 4 or 5 days, tons of blood. I mean, it was unbelievable. Okay, now, like, it's one thing to target somebody or whatever like that, but that was definitely a direct. I'll show you on my shoulder. My shoulder's still fucked up from it really bad, but there's a mark now on my skin that you can see that it's definitely not like any other wound you've ever seen. It's absolutely a direct energy weapon. And so this is why I'm going to the state, because now they've taken it up to where they're using a weapon up in space or something, because my neighbor was out in his yard when it happened. And we were in the house, but when you're up there and they're targeting something on the ground, you know, they could easily miss their target and hit somebody else, you know, looking for a biorhythm or whatever. So this is how reckless they are. They don't give a shit about anybody at all, even people that are not targeted. Okay. And so if you're dealing with like this type of infant, you know, infantilia, because this is what an infant does. And this is how people who have very, very low maturity levels act. Okay. They never grew up. They still maintain their life as a child today. Okay. And what entertains them is childish shit. And so you have to treat them and understand that mentality. And if you don't understand that mentality, they're going to be very, very vicious and bad, because you're dealing with a 2-year-old or 4-year-old and maturity wise, and what they're doing. They get so intoxicated with their with doing this to people that they literally revert to a child like. And you listen to them and watch them on a lot of these YouTube channels and stuff. They act like absolute children. And so it's concerning, yes, and the fact that they have this power, but the way that we can beat this is that we support one another, and when one of us gets our foot in the door, we bring the others with us. It's just like when they used to hack in the old days, and one person got the door open, everybody was able to get in. Once we flood in there, they have to deal with us. Okay. But getting the foot in the door, that's the whole thing, and we have to be rational. We have to make it sound presentable and sellable, because they have it already rigged and set up to say, oh, it's a mental illness or this or that. You know, I love how they have this Truman Show syndrome now. They actually have a syndrome they've made up. I mean, this is malarkey 101, okay? This is absolute bullshit what they're talking about. Almost got this. So keep that in mind, you guys. You know, I mean, I don't know what to tell you as far as is keeping it real and stuff. You can't go off because they'll just use that as a way to find fault in you. If you start like rambling on and in a way in which it sounds far out or whatever, far fetched, you know what I mean? You need to the way that I got it done was that I kept calling Wolf. Okay. I kept calling Wolf to the point where they believed that I wasn't doing what I was doing. And I had them convinced of that. And so when they do that, they've dropped their guard. And when they drop their guard, you'll catch them. You just have to be prepared for it. When you get their guard down, you'll know it. You got to be on your toes, because when you catch them with their guard down like that or whatever, they're gonna blurt something out, or they're gonna make a mistake. And when they do, you have them. And I've taken people off of here. Like, I'm not kidding you. They were so embarrassed because they would sit there and try to belittle me and call me an idiot or this and that or whatever, but the idiot fucking beats you. And that's all that matters. Just like now, they're trying to beat me because my sister knows I have no money right now available to me. I have it all in fucking things and stuff. And see, I could have had money, but I've been battling this bullshit, stalking, fucking hacking, fucking bullshit that is to the point of where, like, I couldn't even get online without making it a huge hassle. And the only thing I can do is go on my TV, and I can't do anything on my TV. It doesn't let me because the TV isn't secure enough, number one. Number two, I can't upload anything. I can't upload pictures. I can't do anything to any sites or whatever. So I'm limited. But I can chat. I can surf a little bit. But they also control what websites. You know, like the other day, they locked me out of Wikipedia. I couldn't look at any Wikipedia pages. And it wasn't me, because I could go on my Android, you know, as far as it is. It was the TV. And then there's no reason for it. And if I go through the TV and reset the whole TV and all the settings and stuff and all that, which is a pain in the ass to set it back up because it takes a little bit of time. but it'll then go right back and I can go on. So they do it somewhere in the firmware of the machine in the background. So, and I've watched them do it. They just go right on the machine. Once they're on your machine or whatever, they're on there as a service bot or a service program. So the machine reads it as like, oh, well, this is one of our service bots. No, it's not. It's a freaking hacker. And they'll go on there and they'll load whatever firmware onto your machine that normally like else like it's an LG TV. They'll whatever the TV is, the brand or whatever, they have the rewritten firmware. These people are very resourceful people because some of them are engineers, maybe even, but a lot of them are just like they know they get a bunch of, believe it or not, autistic children who are gifted, and they're easy to manipulate, and they don't ask for a lot, and they use them to do a lot of their scripting and a lot of their code writing when they're outside of their little world and stuff. The FBI does not do their own hacking really anymore. They hire professional hackers to do it that work in like at Google, and there are professional hackers that work there. That's part of what they do. They have to test their systems. They have to test their product against real world things. So they allow people to hack the devices within their own realm. It's supposed to be. But then the government says we want to do this or that. They'll say, okay, we need to borrow these people, and they can requisition anybody. And of course, you're not going to tell the government no, because the government controls your licensing. So you do everything the government says, and everybody's happy and stuff. But the problem is that some of these people get the notion that they are above the law now, because they're not very well educated, but they're well trained at what they're doing. But they don't have the smarts to have the knowledge that they have and understand that what they wield is it can be a weapon or whatever. And this is where I have a major problem with these people, because they are allowing them to wield stuff that is classified stuff. It's classified. I know for a fact it's classified. Any nanotechnology is classified. There's no way that it should be out here being used in this sector at all. Somebody got a hold of it somehow through channels or whatever, or as a result of another thing that they did that was government sanctioned, and have now put it to use for their own purposes for private use. And it's totally, absolutely, you go to fucking prison without even a fucking court case. It's like they sentence you, you go to a sentencing hearing, period. It's called domestic spying. It goes back to around World War I is when they passed the act. That's from what I understand. Well, this stuff's hard to get off. Yeah, that should be good enough right there. Yeah, and I know for a fact, okay, when an elderly person is delinquent on a bill, okay, by state law, the power company cannot turn the power off, okay, and they can go 3 months without notification. So this whole thing that's being appropriated on me is being done so by violating the state law. And this is another thing I'm going to get to the bottom of, because who's allowed to violate the state law governing power use for an elderly person? Because it's assumed. Now, they know she passed away or whatever, but that's kind of funny, isn't it? That goes to show you who's harassing me, okay? Because the same people who are controlling all this stuff in here are using the power meter to do it, okay? And when I called the power company up, and the guy that came out over here told me, and it was absolutely false, that these things don't do anything, they blah, 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 blah. They're not computers or whatever. I saw many videos on these things made by the manufacturer. These are a Linux standalone router, computer, and gateway hub, okay? As well as they can have the ability to send Wi-Fi signals and RF signals, okay? So between Wi-Fi and RF, you have electromagnetic frequencies that you can attain, which can then be used as a weapon in your house. Thank you. Okay? If people did, educated themselves and did this, you wouldn't listen to these fucking assholes who lie to you, who are fucking here to do you harm. Okay? And that's who they are. These people here are fucking bad people. Okay? The guy that installed the fucking meter who said, I have a grow room in there. Why would you think that? Well, you know what I mean? Like, fuck you, dude. Why would I have a grow room? That's totally against the law. I can't have one here. I'm too close to a school and I'm not far enough away from a dispensary. So why would you fucking say that? Oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're just saying that for what reason? And this is where you have to be careful. These motherfuckers, they wear bugs, listening devices. They'll get you to say something that they can incriminate you on. Next thing you know, you got a SWAT team. So watch what you say too. You know what I mean? It's a game that you play with these people that you don't have a choice. You're having to play. But the problem is that they think that they don't owe you anything for playing this game with you, and they do owe you a lot because you can put them in prison the rest of their lives, especially when they're using restricted fucking stuff that requires a security clearance, right? And see, this is really unusual. I've never seen this kind of shit on here. This right here, this dirt in here. I've never seen this dirt. That's just nuts. Okay, look at this. That screws out. Now, what screws out of here? Okay, so my sister keeps telling me about the carbon monoxide threat or whatever. Okay, now I know why. Because she had somebody come here and pull screws out of here. Look at this. Another screw here. These are all loosened up. Never were they like this. This thing is 20 years old. Okay? And now suddenly all the screws are loosening up on it. No. It doesn't work like that. They actually stay, they get harder to take off with time. Anybody who's a mechanic knows this. Okay? This is where, like, once again, their lack of experience and their fucking stupidity. My sister is involved in doing this. There's no doubt about it now, because she doesn't possess the skills to be psychic, okay? But she possesses the skills to use technology and live next door to the director of Homeland Security, Cyber Security of the nation, okay? Yeah. And this is why now at night I screw my doors shut, because they can open up a lock, okay? But you cannot open up a door with it when it's screwed shut without damaging the door. So everything I have now is screwed shut. And it might not be a bad idea for all of you to do that too. You get a screw and just like run it right where you can't open the door up. Just run it right in the side there. Just put it in there every time. Get a nice long, deck screw, for instance. And all you got to do is get some spackle to cover it up when you're not, when you move on or whatever. It's not like a big deal. Touch it up a little bit of paint. But that way I assure myself that nobody can get in at me, because they would have to make a lot of noise or break the door to do it. They can go through your garage door. Your garage door, you need to make sure that your release handle is secured where you can't just open it with a clothes hanger by pushing on the front garage door, putting a clothes hanger through there and grabbing that thing and opening it up, or they're in your house, okay? And they come in your house because they have your house bugged. They know when you're asleep. They have cameras that are the size of pencil leads, okay, that they can put anywhere now. So, and they're all Wi-Fi run. They're all run and powered wirelessly, okay? So they don't need power to them. The only way you're going to find them is with an electromagnetic frequency detector that's decent on a phone with a decent one that's a sensor on there, or the likes. Yeah, there's 2 screws. Oh, wait a minute. Those are the ones I use for that thing. Okay. But there is a screw loose right here. This one down here. And this is really dirty in here. It shouldn't be dirty like that. So there's something not right. Because I've never seen it dirty like this. I've never seen these ports brown like this, ever. And it just happened this year. See, I mean, look at that. That's like rust. So something's not right here. Now, a guy told me that he had gotten carbon monoxide poisoning from his furnace, not knowing it, and it was like a good clue, because the this thing here where all the heat goes into is called a manifold, and the manifold got a hairline crack in it. It was leaking internally, so it wasn't venting the monoxide. It was going in with the hot air, and it made him hella sick apparently. And So, without, covering up the pipe or whatever, that's one way you can get carbon monoxide poisoning is through, like, this thing could get plugged and it's not expelling the stuff out properly. And furnaces are like big time dangerous. You make sure it's unplugged. Like, I got this one unplugged, but they're on fire, burning hella hot with gas jets into a manifold with all the electrical and everything else. I mean, the potential for failure of something failing, that fan's spinning around pretty fast. You have to check the fan every now and again, which you should probably check. Make sure it's like not making noises or anything like that. I don't think this one is one that you can oil. Some of them you can actually oil them. It seems to be all right. 20 years old. I can't believe it's been 20 years since I've been up here. I mean, time is just absolutely flying by. I'm just using lacquer thinner because it evaporates clean, and it pretty much will pick up any residues. You can use acetone too. Acetone's a good one, but it's a little bit faster evaporating. But sometimes acetone will cut through stuff that lacquer won't. But you have to never put it on plastic. Anything plastic at all. Lacquer, I wouldn't put on plastic either, even MEK. And if you get too oily, then you're going to leave a residue and it could cause a flash explosion. So you don't want to have that. You use brake cleaner on this, it evaporates fast. It has to be that fast evaporating brake cleaner. That other stuff, the oily stuff, you don't want to use. Use a residue. Yeah, that's hurting. It's pretty good. I probably should get some. Probably should do this. Like some brushes that will work on this. This brush. Oops. This brush here. Yeah, it's pretty freaking dirty. It's really weird. It's almost like there's water spraying out of this or got sprayed into this because that's like rust. You don't get condensation too much on this, I don't think. It's really dry up here. But if you sprayed water in there while it was running, that would create a crack, and that would be a perfect way to sabotage it. And oh my God, Vern, you got no heater now. You got to get out of here. You got to get out of here, Vern. Really? No, I have another heater. I've got several other heaters. Why? I don't need fucking power. I've got a solar panel. I've got a generator. So you want to try that again? And see, what you just did is cut your own throat, because now they're going to take that smart meter away. Now you can't hack me. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? Yes, Vern. I could easily steal the power back from the power company. It's not hard to do. But I won't do that because I said that and they're listening. They're like, oh, he's going to do it. No, I don't need to. I got a generator. And I don't need power all the time. I can run on my shit off of batteries. I don't need to have a TV running. TV is too easy for you to hack anyways. So just do away with the easy hackable shit, right? No, we have to make him focus on what he's doing here. We don't want him on the internet because he might do a demonstration video and show that he's actually doing something and then make us look bad. I know, right? Now they're going to call the other modem so that they can tone the other modem to try to take me down because they wanted to take me off right now. It's their whole thing. See, and Christina is actually totally screwing them up right now. Oh, I love it. Christina, you are freaking awesome. You are so awesome because they wouldn't have let me go on my own channel. But this is really fucked them up now because they're like, what is he doing? He's on another channel. Wow, how did that happen? Oh, it's funny. Da, 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 da. That son of a bitch. Yep, that's what I am. She really was. It's too funny though. Yeah, Tiffany's a really cool person, and Christina and everybody I've actually met on here. It's been really, really cool. I'm just bad with names. Like I'm thinking the person I've been talking to all along and stuff. I just can't remember your fucking screen name. I can see you, but I can't think of the name. I use the TV to like do the chat because it's big. I can put it on the full screen. I can actually see it. But like on these little phones, I can't see it. And if I try to do anything, all of a sudden I'm logged out, or it's like it's all sketchy. Boy, there's a lot of shit in this. And this was totally clean last year because I checked it. I check it every year. My dad schooled me on all this shit. Yeah, it's like fucking weird, man. It's like brown, like that brown stuff you were talking about. So that's interesting that it's in the furnace ports. So that actually adds some theory because if they're running all this electrical current, the frequency and all that, it's likely that it could be oxidizing dirt in the air, making it heavier, making it statically charged. And so when it's statically charged, it automatically wants to go to something metal or where it's attracted magnetically, right? And so this might be more evidence here that you can gather based on what's going on here. So like this is a new phenomena occurring here with the furnace. So that's a telltale sign, okay? Like look in your furnace ports and see if they're all caked with brown shit. And if they are, you've got something going on. Because this is just not normal. I'm telling you. Because I would have remembered cleaning it like this, you know what I'm saying? And it's actually oxidizing the port. It's actually oxidizing. So whatever it is, it's an active ionic. It's being made active ionically. That's what it does with ionic solutions. You see, fire is a chemical reaction, and the byproduct is carbon and some unburnt hydrocarbons. The unburnt hydrocarbons have free ions on them. So if you have a frequency that hits that, it could free that ion, and that's where the dirt's coming from. Still not maybe potentially bad. Yeah, it could be potentially carcinogenic depending on if it's a saturated hydrocarbon chain that's doing it. In that case, yeah, you can get cancer from it. Pixie dust. It's just all good to know all this stuff because, I try to keep track now of every weird phenomenon. I used to like ignore thinking, oh, that's a weird coincidence or a phenomenon or whatever, like thinking that it's not, occurring like all the time. But now you might have a single occurrence, but it's a clue that something that isn't right in your world. You know what I'm saying? Like Tiffany was talking about her truck and all that having all been rewired. I've heard of that happening before, believe it or not, by people or whatever, but it was people that were programmed, that were people that they were known to them, but they just would behave in a way that was not normal at all. And see, now we have the the Spectrum guy trolling the neighborhood now because he's going to take the line filter off. They were going to take me down for the day, but now he's been dispatched because now they're going to figure out that the line filter is gone, because now that's evidence in a court hearing, because what they're doing is illegal. Okay, they cannot take me off the internet and make up fucking bullshit when I'm a subscriber. There's a thing called a user lease agreement with the residents, and by doing so, they're violating corporate law in which they could get fined millions of dollars doing this little shit thing that they're doing. Like it's like $1 million fine. You have to understand the FCC is very aware, and so all I have to do is videotape this guy doing this now, and now I have the subject, and he could be questioned by federal authorities over it in a different department completely. The federal government's huge, and granted, like they overstep each other's shoes all the time. And when you're dealing with the FCC or the Federal Trade Commission, they're a totally different branch of the government, but they have all the law enforcement of the FBI and everybody else. The worst cops of all, believe it or not, are the ones that deal with the securities and stuff. Those are the ones that are the really the elitist of all the FBI type of cops. Are the ones that deal with the security exchanges. Yeah, the Security and Exchange Commission is another one. But I'm about to get cut off here because now they're going to play a dirty pool again. So I'm going to have to probably go up to the state capitol here in a little while, because I want to take that the NV Power, because I'm going to have them fined for that. And I imagine it's a pretty good fine. They're a public utility. They can't do that shit. They can't be manipulated like that because they're a public utility. People depend on it. People could die. We're in freezing temperature times now and stuff, and the bills were paid. Okay, I know that my mom mailed the check for that bill. It's just that they did not take it in because there's somebody at NV Power who's playing this game, and they're going to get fucking had. Like I said, these people are not operating with any authority in mind. Okay, so in doing so, they are subjecting themselves to their own punishment, because see, they know better than what they're doing. I mean, just because somebody dispatches you to do it, this guy here that the other day knew what he was doing was wrong, because he stopped and he acted guilty, like a deer in the headlights. That's what they do. And if you're friendly with them, all that, they'll reveal everything to you. So that's why, like I said, I attract more flies to honey than I do to vinegar. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this. He has no reason to fuck with my line. And when he puts that filter on there, I no longer have a phone. And if there's an emergency of any kind, guess who's liable for that emergency when my phone doesn't work? You know what I'm saying? And I'll show you. I'll show you what he's doing. And this is, like I said, these are people who are being dispatched by people who are officers at the fucking company at Spectrum back east to do this to me. Okay. We got the water control. We got the Spectrum. We got NV Power today. See, this is unprecedented. What's up? So that's why what I'm saying is up. You know what I mean? We'll just do that because that way it'll make him nervous. But see, like, I don't care because Verizon owes me a phone, and I can also hook this phone back up and go right online. And this one's cheap. So, you know what I mean? But this is the craziness that I have to put up with. Okay. And this has been going on for like 9 months now, like where at 1 o'clock in the morning, one of these guys shows up in one of these trucks here, and takes my internet down at 1 a.m. Okay. And when I called Spectrum up, they routed me to, I had no phone. I had to borrow the phone. They routed me to their own people. And the guy took the number off my router and then disabled my router. So I couldn't use any of it. I had to take it all back up to the other store and exchange it. And they almost couldn't exchange it. They almost made it to where nothing would work on my account. Okay, this is how you run a company, right? I guess they don't want me as a customer. You know what I'm saying? But they also have federal regulations because they're a monopoly. And being that they're a monopoly, they aren't the same as like any competing business. So they have different rules that they have to advise by. And so when he takes me down here, that you're a witness to this, every one of the people, okay? And he knows it. He knows he's fucked right now. If he takes me down, he's going to lose his job. He's going to lose his job. They're going to have to ask somebody for it. And he knows better. And see, this is where like egos, like I said, the egos will prevail. Okay, they think that they're better than, but they don't know that I'm going to go. I already have help from the county and support to go to the state level. When I go to the state level has way more fucking power here. Okay, because the state can investigate this entire company. Okay, and if it goes out of state or whatever, it becomes a federal issue. You're going to hear about it in the news. That simple. Yeah, I want to get a stove for my trailer because propane is like really expensive and shit, and you go through a lot. So I was thinking I could build a stove. I got enough steel, I think, to do it. Make a little stove for my trailer, and then I can just like heat up wood and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's go back in and we'll show you. And see, there's no reason to turn off the cable. It's paid for. So what they're doing is that my sister is telling the lawyer what to do. And that way that she can harass me just that much more. And so we watch this right here. This is the modem for the phone. And this is where I'm going to get an injunction, which is going to freeze my sister as power of attorney of the estate, because they have recorded everything that's been going on here, and I'm going to subpoena those recordings. I'm going to have them subpoenaed, and they'll have it where my mom says that she wants to turn everything over to me. And she was a total sound mind. She just, when I started to bring up the fact that my sister was acting really goofy, making contradictory statements and doing stuff that was really kind of unusual, my mom was just like, absolutely, oh, it can't be her, blah, blah, blah. But as it went on, she started to see things too, and she couldn't deny it. She couldn't deny that how weird it was. And like, why would you tell me that you have Homeland Security living next door to you that runs the whole cyber division, the cyber part, the director, okay? And say that you're on a virtual private network, when I just told her that I was on a virtual private network going through her hometown, and within 30 feet of her business, I was at a router, which is, it's too coincidental, okay? Too coincidental. And like I said, they sit there and act like I'm full of shit, like I don't know what I'm talking about. I admit I built a device that absolutely counter affects them. And see, now they're scrambling. They're trying to figure out how I'm doing it. And I can tell you it's really easy. It's called frequencies, frequency interruptions. I'm interrupting the frequency that they're running at their megahertz, and I'll show you. I will show you. So there's no question. Hear that noise? Now listen. Now watch this. Okay, if I am running 2 routers. That's the only way I can do this, but see when I unplug these? That's the frequency that they're doing all this on. They're actually running the frequency in addition, and this is the noise that they're actually hearing on their thing. It's not from me. It's from the fucking people who are doing the hacking. They have their frequency that they use to come on my stuff with, because they have to use, like I said, 2 methods. They can use wireless, and then they can use the cable, or they can use the power. They have to have a flow of data, a data flow of some kind. And the way that they do it on the power is that they create an RF frequency, and that's where an EMF device will find it. So such as this one, which is my old ass phone, but it actually has a really good sender on it. So we go like this. I'm going to show you some stuff here, and it might as well, because Christina will have to give this to the Nevada state authorities for fucking evidence, because it's like, this is like total evidence gathering. But anyway,